Wait, 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 wait.
Wait for it. HasanAbi.
I would have never imagined this much of a fucking crowd at a college campus anywhere in solidarity with the Palestinians. This is what it's about, okay? I did not stop advocating for the cause, and now I don't feel lonely. I don't feel as lonely anymore, and that's because of you guys. I hope that you can continue advocating for the right things.
What's going on, everybody? Everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MVs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday, lads. It's Tuesday, July 30th, yeah, 2024. And I am late. It's 12:21 p.m. It's afternoon. And I apologize for the tardiness. I apologize for the delay. I have a good reason for it. And I will tell you all about it. But I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one regardless. Because it is a beautiful day today. It is 83 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California, folks. I'm live. I'm alive. And I'm going to tell you all about it. Addition, not addition. Mathakar. Thank you for the 50 big bones. What the hell? Oh, I said addition. That's crazy. I was hastily putting together the title for today. Folks, live and alive. And let me tell you why I'm late. Okay? In what is known as the personal news portion of the broadcast. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. About what happened in the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. And let me tell you, a lot has occurred. I ended the broadcast last night after a short 9-hour stream. A short 9-hour stream, as you guys know, another half day. And what did I do? Well, I started diving into the last season of My Hero Academia, which is pretty good. Pretty freaking good, I would say. The last season has been great with the addition of an American hero. Made me feel goddamn patriotic. Gosh darn patriotic. Okay. Costco workers in Virginia have authorized a strike. Love that. There's a lot of good stuff happening in the strike world. Anyway, how do you like mid-hero but not Marvel? I don't know. Just better. What would My Hero Academia's defining Turkish hero? Me. Can we skip the personal stuff because you're already late? No. Like, no. I got the leaked JD Vance audio clip right here. Don't worry. Don't worry about nothing. But yeah, I know Boy streamed last night, and we'll get to all of that. Please, I know. Oh my God. My entire community is just going to be spamming me Boy clips all day today, aren't you guys? Okay. I miss them. I miss them. If they want to stream, they need to do it here in America, in the United States of America. Okay? But in any case, like, look at this guy. Like, consistently the most annoying gray names, dude. Anyway, folks, personal news-wise, ended the broadcast last night, watched My Hero Academia, got a little bit of tub time, got a little bit of bathtubing. I had my tres leche cake in the tub, which was a decadent experience overall, delightful. And it was a delightful experience. And no, I'm not participating in the Ludwig track and field day. He did not ask me to participate in it. Imagine if I forced a bunch of gamers and streamers to compete in track and field events law. Anyway, see you August 17th, 18th. I was not asked. I'll watch the Daily Show today. You rich people are unreal. What? I know. I had cake in the tub, dude. I had cake that I made myself in the bathtub, which I feel like is, I mean, I get it. Like, it comes across as very out of touch champagne socialism, but like, you can do that as well. You know what I mean? Like, this is a thing that you can do. Like, it transcends beyond class boundaries in my opinion. Anyway, that's just Swifty energy. Yeah, I agree. You had cake in your tub, which is your $1 million mansion. Get real. True. I need to get real. I used to also drink beer in the shower sometimes. But I was broke back then. But you know, I did that shit. Anyway, so most Twitch viewers don't wash their ass. That's the bougie part. True. So, folks, yeah, Ludwig's event coincides with the DNC. I couldn't be there anyway, but he didn't ask me regardless. My lib friends hate that you're a decent hooper. The envy is loud. Wait, really? Why do your lib friends hate me? Like this is when like liberals come back to this community and wish for like a different me, where at least I'm like so locked in on shitting on Republicans, where like this is the moment where we're supposed to be united. Or are they that upset about like even mild criticisms of Kamala Harris? I think liberals like me right now. Liberals around election time love me. Anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh, personal news. This morning I played some ball. I woke up. I did a bunch of stuff for Twitch. I like shot a bunch of stuff. Had to repurpose when my like Twitch backed like one-off show that we're gonna be doing for a fundraiser. When that's gonna be. So that's we're gonna be doing that. Nice fit there, boss. Thank you. Yeah, Twitch has a show. Like I have to do a show for Twitch. And wait, what is this? Oh, Leslie got cooked. Leslie got fished. I woke up this morning with a text from USPS saying my order was being held at a distribution center due to an incomplete address. I clicked the link to update the address and it told me it needed to enter my card info to pay for updated shipping. So I did that. It didn't work. So I did it again with a different card. It failed again. So I tried again with another different card. Only then did I get suspicious and realize the website it linked me wasn't even USPS. And I'd just been scamaz. So I spent the next hour canceling all my cards. So now I have no cards. How's your morning going? What a boomer. She got boomed. That's some straight boomer shit right there. Happens to everybody though. A presidential candidate should unironically run on abolishing that and punishing that, in my opinion. Like literally. State Department responded to the Sedate mom posts. Okay, we'll get to that. So yeah, what was I saying? What was I talking about? Dick Cerdo glazed me. That was weird. Yeah, I saw that. But like the entire comments section is just like fucking yelling at me, except for Dylan. That's my goat. That's my homie. Hot labor summer is in action. Wait, what was I gonna say? Personal news wise, god damn it. I'm all over the place. I shot something for Twitch. I think you guys will like it. And then also after that I was like, I still have to go ball a little bit. And I did. I balled up. I went late. There was one guy there. I mean, he was a younger dude. He thought I was 40, which, obviously sparked some anger in me, some frustration, which I kind of took out on him. Not gonna lie, I cooked his ass. We did 3 dribble twice, 3 dribble, make it, take it. Just destroyed him on the 3 dribble. Then he was 23 years old. Then he wanted to do, unlimited dribbles, like whatever, regular 1v1. Destroyed him again. He was shocked. He was like, how is this reality? He's like, you have gray chest hairs. You know what I mean? Oh my God. Ratio Tim Pool, masculine progressive is an oxymoron. I mean, this is like one of those, I feel like this is one of those things where he's just basically begging to be ratioed, huh? The AI pig with the rabbit. Anyway, let me blast off first and I'll find something to ratio him with. Do you ever get sad sometimes? Rarely. You can't convince me as a humiliation fetish by now. I agree. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I mean, look, that's it for personal news. That's all I got. I balled up. That's why I'm late though, because I was like, I need to still take Kai to the park. I need to still ball up a little bit, get it out of my system. You know what I mean? Otherwise I get agitated. Real socialists are sad all the time. Maybe sell your house. Sure, got it. Okay. Why are you bullying the proletariat on your time off? Bro, I'm sorry. My man said I was looking like I was 40. I had to show him. I don't ball like I'm 40. Maybe a picture of you and Temple next to the same person if possible. Yeah. Yeah, you're like my dog getting agitated if there's no walk. I agree. I am like that. It's close. We saw you ball. Man, this is another one of those like Elden Ring moments where motherfuckers will be like, bruh, You suck. You suck a ball. I'd probably do the same thing that I did to all you motherfuckers when I played every single one of you in Elden Ring, 1v1 to all of you in duels, 30 in a fucking row. Okay. Also, LeBron is 40 and he balls his face off better than everybody else. You know? You still haven't beat the DLC. I know. So, your twin and nephew discussing slurs without you?
Whatever you do, though.
Oh, I saw this. I saw this on my TikTok For You page. Hold on. Let me blast off real quick, okay? Trump poorly defends JD Vance. Hogwatch weirdo edition. Republicans double down on weird shit. Israel updates. Venezuela updates and more. Get in now. Do we have a blast off meme chat? I know the Disney workers won. Don't worry, I got it. I got that on the docket. Do you see the badass Olympic shooter? They're all badasses, bro. I saw a post that was like, every Olympic shooter looks like a Valorant agent and is so real. I didn't even know, like, we have so much hog drip, right? In terms of like shooting drip in the United States of America, in terms of like shooter drip in the United States of America, it's all hog adjacent. It's like tactical, but it's like very lame. And I didn't know that there was an entire fucking lane out there, an entire world out there where like you actually have incredible shooter drip. Motherfuckers are out here looking like Kojimbo bosses, dude. Look at this shit. Look at this shit, dude. Yo, this is crazy. In America, what do we got? We got Duck Dynasty ass fits. You know what I mean? Like all of our shooters either look like, all of our like gear surrounding like lifestyle gear surrounding shooting looks like this, right? It either looks like this or I don't know, like what's a SEAL Team 6 like Gravy Seals fit? Yeah, or just like this, right? By the way, I think this guy literally was at the Virginia Capitol like this past weekend, right? It's always like this shit. It's always just like Gravy Seal shit or Duck Dynasty shit. Sometimes a combination of both. Like, and I never imagined a world where you could have incredible drip like this, like shooting drip. And it's not just her. I mean, the aura coming off of this, like the Olympic shooters is crazy. Okay. Hideo Kojima will be on a Zoom call with her in 30 days. That's what I'm saying, bro. This is like this is so sick. This is so fucking sick, dude. This one photo shoot. No, the one, there's a couple of them and I want to show you a couple of them. Here, let's watch this first.
And it's there. The world record has gone. It was there for nearly 5 years until January this year when Yang Yin came along and broke the world record with 41. And now Kim Ye-ji from Republic of Korea is the new world record holder. What a week it's been for her here in Baku. We can't forget, of course.
Bro, straight up, like, there's a bunch of them. The China shooters cooked us. When I saw the chart, I laughed out loud. Yeah, Olympic shooting target is like the size of a dime. It's actually insane precision. Yeah, I know. It's also insane that like we in America are supposed to be so good and like we're not fucking number one. Like we're not even ranked. Like what the hell? Is that too much? Hacky joke? I mean, it's true. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I won't post it. But yeah, look at this shit. They're pooping on us, bro. They're farting on us. Countries where like guns are just completely fucking banned. How is that possible? How is that fucking possible, dude? Look at her, hands in her pocket for a record shot. Yeah, I mean, yeah, she's incredible. There's also, but like, there's more. Does anybody have the, also this Russian sharpshooter in the past Olympics? Does anybody have like the photos of all the shooters in a row? Because I saw so much. I saw like a bunch on Twitter. I saw a bunch on Twitter where like they have not just these guns, but also the rifle one too. Is this the one? Yeah, dude, look at this, bro. This is like straight Valorant agent shit, dude. This is crazy. Like these people are out here showing how it can be. Like they literally are pooping and farting on us. They have cooler they have cooler gear than I didn't even know existed. Like it's just like, it's very frustrating as an American. It's very frustrating as an American to see like how much cooler the shooting garb can get. Reminded that the reason the Olympic ski shooting is gendered is because a Chinese woman cleared all the men so hard it made them look bad, so they gendered it and lowered the bar for the female contestants so they would seem weaker, you know, like they do in every sport. Wait, really? China's rising shooting star Huang Yuting bagged both the individual and team golds in the women's 10-meter air rifle for the Asian Games on Sunday. China wins the first gold medal of the 2024 Olympics in mixed team air rifle shooting. Bro, come on. Look at these outfits, bro. That's crazy. Please don't yell at me. But did you cover Venezuela yet? Just interested in what your take is? No, I haven't, dude. I haven't covered Venezuela yet. I have not. Women are better shots. I mean, in Russia, in the USSR, there was a bunch of fucking women sharpshooters. Women sharpshooters still very much exist in like Kurdish militias too. Like it's not a meme. It's not like DEI or whatever. Like there is definitely a precedent for female snipers throughout history. Like, and they're pretty fucking good. So that does make sense. That's also kind of cool and kind of funny because it's like what did the Republicans say about that? I feel like the Republicans, if they find out that like women are actually pretty decent sharpshooters, they're gonna be so mad. We need to do DEI, brother. Those ultra skins give them 5+ accuracy bonus, not fair pay to win. I agree. We got LeBron though. New nickname just dropped. Dude, LeBron is Captain America. Captain Lamerica? I mean, I like it. He is Captain America, straight up. It's not a joke. It's 100%. He is Captain America. Fuck it. He's cooler than Captain America. God, this photo I have is saved. I might actually change my background to just this photo. I might be one of those guys for the first time in my life because I've always had a silly, normal background, like one of those like basic ass backgrounds. And I might actually put this on. Don't say generational glazing, dude. This is one of the coolest photos of all time, bro. Are you fucking joking? He is straight up the GOAT. Come on now. You don't know Ball? Please stop. Dude, I don't need to know Ball to know that he is the greatest of all time. He is the GOAT. Okay? Unsubscribe. LeBum is a fraud. I think you guys are not only white supremacists if you're hating on LeBron right now, but you also hate America. I, on the other hand, have never felt more patriotic in my goddamn life. Okay? Watching LeBron go coast to coast on like a Serbian 6'4" basketball prospect is one of the fucking coolest things. Okay? It's just like, it makes me feel like, God damn it, this is the United States of America. I feel like all of the fucking anger and resentment I feel towards like American imperialism is out the window. Okay? I forget about it. I literally am like, if you catch me in a moment like that, it's like right after I watch Band of Brothers or something, I'll be fucking standing up and saluting the flag and shit. It's not even a joke. It's not even a meme. I guess so. Like I see LeBron highlights on my For You page from the Olympics and I stand and I start belting out the fucking national anthem. Like I don't even know the lyrics to it and I'm still singing it. I'm still singing because it just makes me feel live and alive. It makes me feel like I'm an American. Hasan, you're like capping right now. All I'm saying is he deserves it. He deserves the title of Captain Lamerica because he is Captain Lamerica. He's incredible. He's phenomenal. He's the GOAT. I also love Anthony Edwards just having the time of his fucking life. I really like him a lot. I think it's like watching him at the ping pong game after talking about how after Steph Curry said, Anthony, you can these ladies will smoke you. Just he's having the time of his life in Paris, dude. He's the man. He's so awesome. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. How do you not feel some type of way, dude? What will you say when the US loses versus South Sudan? Honestly, South Sudan is awesome. It's a fucking phenomenal story. If that happens, it happens, you know? People taking NBA bias into the Olympics is cringe as fuck. Yeah, how the fuck do you have no sense of loyalty to your country? Y'all are that white supremacist that you just hate LeBron that much that you just like end up hating America? Because I will get gross. I will get gross and sweaty about it so quick. Your head will spin. You'll be like, Hasan, you've talked about 800 military bases. Like, shut the fuck up, you stupid commie. Are you fucking kidding me? It's Lagoat playing right now, okay? That's Lagoat. By God, that is Lagoat's music, okay? Do you hear that? Do you hear the drums of liberation? Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Imagine carrying your silly ass, petty ass NBA biases into this conversation. Imagine carrying your white supremacist opinion, denying LeBron GOAT status when you know it to be true. All that socialist shit out the window when Braun is dunking on Serbians. Yes, dude, straight up. Anyway, Aiden Ross trying to pivot now that he realized grifting isn't for him. What is this? Literally, it's 100,000 unhinged weirdos in that fucking community. Aiden Ross called out his community for how they treat a sketch. Bro, what do you mean? Bro, you literally were belting out the F slur on a regular fucking basis. Like, what? He says he's joking. 5 seconds later, oh, they clip chimped him. Emma is already on it with a Tim Pool ratio fan cam.
And strong, high testosterone with beautiful teeth and all that stuff. You know, life's not fair. Nice beard, chiseled jaw, thick full head of hair, tall man.
If hot women won't have sex with ugly men, then why did my mom have sex with HasanAbi? That's a wild thing to say, because not only did you say I'm ugly, but you also said your mom is hot, which is weird.
There are some men who are just beautiful and strong.
Yeah, I need to post like a sexy ass photo to posterize Tim Pool's idiotic tweet, by the way. Anyway, we talked about Olympic drip. We talked about all this shit. It's dope. It's dope as hell. We talked about how, you know, China and South Korea are just farting on us in terms of shooting drip and also shooting skill. It's actually unacceptable the way that they're just fucking so much better than us at our own game. Why are your delts so developed? Holy, I don't know. Anyway, here we're blasting off. Either you're real gold or Pyrex. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to post the fucking Creator Clash where I'm looking brolic as shit. That's the one I'm going to post. What is this, Tim Pool? World's worst guesser? This 1 hour and 44 minutes of Tim Pool. I might just fucking watch this, honestly, because he deserves a little bit of smoke. Hold on. I'm going to post this shit. Hold on. I'm going to post I gotta posterize our boy real quick. He's feeling real confident with this 13,000 likes on this shit. Masculine progressive is an oxymoron. I'm just going to say, sure, bud. And then just post this.
Say that.
Where is it? Where'd it go? What do we think? Don't listen to the chatters and ignore Tim's bullshit. Flexing your body / muscles to prove something is very cringe and immature, not gonna lie. Okay, well, I'm fucking cringe and immature then. Like, what do you mean? Like, shut up, nerd. Yo, blast this shit. Like, why do you think I hit the gym, nerd? To be healthy? Okay, fine. That's one reason. But it's also to flex on my fucking haters. You feel me? Like, what? I should be flexing more frequently, in my opinion. I need to, this is like figuratively shoving Tim Pool's baby ass in a goddamn locker. Okay? Flex reading the Bible and accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Yeah. Why didn't you use one of the cool pics though? What do you mean? This is a fine ass pic. No longer a Hasan Twitter account. They're taking your swag.
On them.
I saw this.
On them?
It's spelled Anem, but it sounds
How
like
is our mother's name spelled? Tell us.
Oh, Anem.
Good.
Sick de la vorige.
I would never say that to my mom.
Are we good at streaming?
That's all we know how to do.
Fire, place.
Dude, Israel bombs South Beirut City Center and Hezbollah is about to retaliate. I thought you'd be ballistic right now. Yeah, dude.
Oh, what we should do, we should open a Hasan video and walk away.
On
there.
Smart.
On there.
That's what I do. Yeah. Aussie's using your outro as a placeholder outro. Yeah, I miss the boys. They can't be doing fucking streaming, Twitch streaming while simultaneously not being here though. It's like kind of fucked up. You know, I miss them. They had feet cam. Oh my God, they're so much better than me. Oh, fuck off, man. I told you that multiple times. Why'd you respond to that chatter instead? Wait, what? Important info on Bashar. I saw that. You were getting cooked in YouTube comments for disagreeing with my take about Kamala's cringe TikToks. They're fucking YouTube comments. You think this is any kind of victory for you, Jojanite? It's, if anything, it 100% goes, it 100% proves once again precisely what I've been saying. You know what I mean? You just you really came here and you thought, yes, just like when I told you to start watching Godzilla -1 in theaters and you said nah. No, but just like when I told you that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break and you thought you could bait me with a triple bait, okay? And also I haven't watched Godzilla -1 yet. I still haven't watched it. I watched like parts of it and it was good, but I haven't finished it yet. Anyway, but what you need to be finishing is the process of subscription right now at the top of the hour. Okay, we need the ratio, Tim Pool, by the way. This is crazy. We only got 3K likes on this shit. Come on now. But like I said, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. We are going to be talking about Israel targeting the Hezbollah chief in Beirut strike. Hey, any suggestions on a good couch? It's for a friend. Is it for JD? Because I don't know what the most fuckable couch is, honestly. This article works incredibly hard to avoid making clear what these protests are actually about. It's kind of amazing to read. A day of chaos in Israel as right-wing protesters storm military bases. What were they storming military bases for? Israel experienced hours of chaos after far-right protests encouraged by ultranationalist politicians from the governing coalition broke into a military base where Hamas militants were detained and another base hosting the IDF military court. For 12 hours, Israel was immersed in unrest as television network broadcast live from the scene, and defense establishment and political system dealt with the unfolding events. The country's military leaders were forced to turn their focus from preparing a possible strike against Hezbollah that could spark war on another front to protecting their own base from domestic turmoil. The incidents are likely to deepen the divides within Israeli society and weaken its military. Oh no. It was the most serious political violence in Israel since October 7. Dude, where... Driving the news. The incidents began when the IDF military police Monday detained 9 reservists who served in the Force 100 unit at the Sdei Teiman military base. Sdei Teiman was used as a detention facility for Hamas militants involved in October 7 attacks, and suspects arrested by the IDF in Gaza have also been brought into the base for questioning. It's crazy because it's crazy because he doesn't mention that 40% of the people are immediately released from detention. Well, not immediately, after a couple weeks of torture. Several reports in the Israeli and international press focused on alleged human rights violations. Alleged human rights violations at the base. Some human rights organization called the Israeli Guantanamo. Haaretz reported more than 30 detainees died. Wait, what's this about? What is the IDF began to shut down the detention center in recent weeks after facing significant international criticism. The military police investigation into the actions of 9 reservists began several weeks ago after a Hamas operative who was detained at the facility was rushed to a hospital after bleeding from one of his intimate parts in his body. Oh, talk about burying the fucking lead, dude. Talk about that. Talk about burying the fucking lead. Holy shit. Zoom in. The military police investigation into the actions of 9 reservists began several weeks ago. How did that, dude, how do you do passive voice when talking about a guy that was fucking brutally gang raped by 9 IDF soldiers in a fucking facility with a metal prod? By the way, the doctor who examined him concluded he suffered injuries he couldn't have inflicted on himself. The reservists were detained in connection with abuses of prisoners that included sexual assault and rape, Israeli media outlets reported. Wow. Yeah, the protesters literally arrived as a pro-rape protest. Okay? Just for the record, this was a pro-rape protest. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's wild to me that this Barak Ravid article, he is like one of the most reliable sources in Western media for IDF related issues. Okay? Like, it wasn't like this is a contested situation where they're like, did it happen? Did it not happen? Like, it literally happened. There's eyewitnesses. And the reason why the government had to take action is because there's currently an active ICC trial happening. Okay? So, in order to use the principle of complementarity as a shield to try and thwart efforts from international organs of justice to claim that they're actually like going through a legal process themselves, they literally arrested and detained. They tried to detain 9 soldiers. Okay? 9 fucking soldiers. Benjamin Netanyahu's own party, in an emergency Knesset meeting that was held, openly said it's okay for soldiers to rape Palestinian prisoners in detention. Like literally, they said it's justifiable. There were members in Benjamin Netanyahu's governing coalition, Knesset members, okay, that were at these fucking protests. The protests were actively to try and let these soldiers go. They wanted them released. They stormed the facility where they were being held. Okay? Israeli lawmaker defends alleged rape of Hamas prisoners as far-right protesters rage over IDF troops detention. There are no arguments here. I'm telling you, man, they're doing freak shit, and they're getting freakier by the fucking day. Erdogan said we'll go to Israel like we went to Libya and Karabakh. What do you think, bro? Do you think Turkey should get involved? First of all, Turkey will not get involved. I would be very shocked if Turkey did that. I think Erdogan is just trying to fucking flex. That's it. The lawyers are also claiming self-defense. You thought you were making a joke, but this is actually what they're arguing. The investigation into the soldiers was launched after a detained terror suspect was brought from the base to a hospital with signs of serious abuse, including to his anus. He was arrested by the IDF in the Gaza Strip several weeks ago. The right-wing Hanenu legal aid organization, which is representing 4 of the reserve soldiers, claimed on Monday that its clients acted in self-defense in the incident. Yep. Dude, it's one of those self-defense rapes, dude. Anyway, yeah. We'll get to that. But before we do, let's start the day off with some domestic stuff, okay? Some domestic news. Trump forces the demise of Project 2025 and his mastermind. We're going to be talking about that. They're getting actively very comfortable about it. And also, Republicans are being weird. Tim Pool being weird about Republicans. I'm a liberal. It's hard to find masculine men to date. This is an article from fucking June 9th. Tim Pool goes, masculine progressive is an oxymoron. Okay? The notion that, like this right here is exactly what I mean. Okay? This type of shit is weird, brother or sister. Like, oh yeah, let's go. You said white power. Okay? Like, that's odd. You're being weird. I don't think you understand it, though. I don't think you'll ever understand it. Even this is also another one. Left-winger Hassan Piker is soft babe with low-key daddy vibes. Right-winger Sam Hyde is my father. Mexican guy who saw Rush Hour for the first time. Check it, Chan. It's so funny. Like, that's an old-ass tweet. But even then, it's just like, even invoking this fucking weird, like, Nazi pedo's name is like an odd thing. Most people don't know who these people are. Most people don't know who I am. Okay? They just don't know. But before we get to the Republicans being weird shit, here's some massive gains. TW Amtrak on-board workers just won the largest raises in Amtrak history with wages rising 34%. Amtrak workers are a critical part of our nation's transportation system. This contract advances their economic security and includes quality of life wins. Okay? There it is. That's number one. Number two. Where the fuck is it? Hold on. I had it here somewhere. $6 an hour pay increase at Disney. That is $12,000 a year for full-timers. That's an increase of $12,000 per year for full-timers. 14,000 Disneyland workers just won a 31% raise after threatening to strike. It's their biggest ever wage increase. Most workers will see $6.10 hour bump, and minimum pay is rising to $24 an hour this year. Strike threats work. Hot labor summer in action. You guys literally saw one of the union members on the stream when we went to Disneyland Gay Night. She was the one who gave us access from the other side to the Indiana Jones ride. Hillary, another one of you guys came up to me afterwards as well, after the stream was over, to talk about the union efforts. So yeah, I know there's a fucking Democratic donor billionaire that wants to fire Lena Khan. That guy can suck me, okay? Costco workers in Norfolk, Virginia have also authorized a strike in a near unanimous vote. They've been trying to negotiate a first contract for 8 months, and Costco won't bargain, Okay. Costco Teamsters nationwide are gearing up for contract negotiations next month. The national contract covering 18,000 Costco workers expires January 2025. So that's some good news on that front as well. But yeah, also, Dick Cerdo hit me with we weren't familiar with your game, Hasan, which is kind of wild. I've never been glazed by Dick Cerdo. The fan base is still going crazy over it and going 6'4" should be getting higher than that. I mean, it's off. It's literally, that wasn't like my full jump. But yeah, my vertical is not great. But he's so cringe, better than Bronny. Oh, you were the other Churro 9028 was the other employee at Disney. Here's the Knesset meeting. I already covered it yesterday. You're hitting a layup, not a dunk. Yeah, it's a layup putback. It's not a dunk. But, people that don't know how to play basketball are going to have some opinions regardless. Did I cover the top of the hour ad read or no? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. 12 minutes ago, as a matter of fact. All right. Well, we're moving on. Yeah, we're going to get to Venezuela news. There's a funny one here. There's a funny update here. Urgente, el comunista gringo Jackson Hinkle está en Venezuela para lavarle la cara al régimen asesino de Nicolás Maduro. En ex pueblo de Venezuela, identifíquenlo y denle una calurosa bienvenida como los venezolanos sabemos hacerlo con los amigos del tirano Maduro, says Eduardo Menoni. Never do that again? Okay. I do like the El Comunista Gringo, Jackson Hinkle. Did you see the update on the Trump shooter? Yeah, I did. Okay. Harris campaign reacts to Project 2025 head stepping down. We'll talk about the Project 2025 drama happening on the Republican Party side in a second. I'm going to skip the Israel stuff first and Venezuela stuff first and start off with domestic politics. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper has withdrawn from the Harris VP consideration.
Developments in Vice President Kamala Harris's search for a running mate. One of the leading candidates has taken himself out of the running as speculation grows about her pick. Nancy Cordes is at the White House with the details. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning, Vlad. That's right. And it's someone who was seen as a leading contender from a battleground state. It's North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper. And I was told he took himself out of the running because of politics within his state. More on that in a minute. But there still is a large field being considered for VP, and many of them were out on the campaign trail yesterday.
Vice President Harris has been battle-tested.
Hitting the campaign trail in his home state of Pennsylvania, Governor Josh Shapiro, a top VP contender, rallied the troops against Donald Trump.
The chaos that he injected into our lives, we don't want to go back to that, gang. We don't want to go back to hell no, right?
Several other VP contenders joined a massive fundraising Zoom call last night. It was billed as White Dudes for Harris and raised more than $4 million.
Donald Trump's unfitness for office is clear.
How often White Dudes for Harris is like, I don't know what the fuck the Democratic Party's doing, man. Austin, you hit a fucking omega lol, except I didn't see your ass in the White Dudes for Harris call. I feel like this is exactly your lane here. You're libbed up. You're a white dude. You're fucking for Mamala. You're feeling the Mamala-mentum. I didn't see your ass on that fucking Zoom call. I was there, of course. I was there raising funds.
In 100 days, you get to change the trajectory of the world.
North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper spoke on the call, too, even as the news broke that he had taken himself out of the running for VP. A source familiar with his thinking says Cooper was concerned that North Carolina's controversial lieutenant governor, Republican Mark Robinson, would, quote, cause chaos whenever Cooper left the state to campaign.
We know that this country needs Kamala Harris more than ever right now.
Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer told CBS Mornings that she asked not to be considered either.
I'm going to stay as governor until the end of my term at the end of 2026. So
you have
I am not a part of the vetting.
But another Michigander, Senator Gary Peters, may be getting a look at the urging of organized labor.
Vice President Harris has a lot of great candidates to look at, and we respect the process.
The Harris campaign has said she's looking for a governing partner who has the experience to step into the job and be effective on day one.
They are creating an anti-family and anti-child society.
President Trump defended his own VP pick, Senator J.D. Vance, Monday after Vance said people should pay more in taxes as punishment if they don't have children.
He's not against anything.
I fucking love these. I love these hits, dude. Hit after hit with JD. Our boy is cooking, okay? Linked to numerous Project 2025 partner organizers, may have fucked the couch, can't confirm nor deny. Weird shit about dolphins, don't really understand that part either. Obviously super wishy-washy. Been a liberal most of his fucking life, prominently. VC guy, has a mountain of Oppo research, looks gross, has a beard, which is like an L, wears guy liner pretty aggressively, don't know why he does that. Adult convert to Catholicism, immediate red flag. Like immediate red flag. Obsessed with making sure that, you know, parents stay in relationships, like an advocate for an anti no fault divorce advocate, which is wild. Like consistently has talked to every fucking right-wing groiper podcaster about how, you know, women that don't have children ain't shit and they should get back into the kitchen to cook up babies. He's just so bad. He is so bad across the board. He is so gross. Everybody fucking hates him in Ohio. Think about that. Think about how awful you have to be that people living in Ohio are like, that's awkward. That's going to be a yikes for me. Don't really want to. A male TikToker allegedly went on a date with JD Vance after meeting on a gay dating website before he changed his name. I wonder why. He says Vance gave off serial killer vibes and has a sock fetish. Yeah, I don't know about this. Come on now. I mean, that's just like anybody can say some shit. And while everyone is celebrating Andy Bashar, source in Kentucky informs you that Governor Andy Bashar has gotten additional security detail protection, which is a sign of good news. There's also some bad news. There's something that I did not know in Andy Bashar's background that I'm kind of upset about, that Zaid Jilani brought forward, that Central Committee Michael from Pennsylvania is also talking about in the chat, because he wanted to flex on me because Bashar was my guy, whereas Michael from Pennsylvania was a big time JB Pritzker boy. I'm a JB Pritzker boy as well. I'm Pritz out for Pritzker as well. But he's posting in here, flexing, being like, see, this your boy. And he's also a Waltz warrior too, which is funny because, like, God, I hope that isn't true. I'm really against him. For the record, I also like Waltz as well. I like Waltz. I like Pritzker. These guys I would not be upset about at all. I just think that my pick was Andy Bashar. I did not know this. It's from 2021. Maybe the calculation has changed a lot, but like they're calling him a friend of Amy Teresi. Wait, what? Wait, oh my God, maybe he did actually go on a date with him.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What? Wait, what the fuck? Oh my God, dude, if JD Vance is actually gay, or at least like bi or questioning, oh my God, what an awful pick for Trump. Oh, that's so awesome. Oh my God, it's Gay D Vance, dude. Oh my God, it's Gay D Vance. Oh my God. First ever all gay ticket for the Republicans. They're pushing boundaries again. Remember, first ever Republican president was a bisexual man, Abraham Lincoln. And the last ever Republican president and the vice president might literally be photos cropped. Okay, I'll look into the fucking TikToker thing now. God damn it. I didn't know Ludwig and Slime met JD. Bro, what is he doing? Okay. I think it's more likely that Trump is ace. Yeah, Trump is ace, but like I think he is like bisexual adjacent. I mean, he's talked about kissing boys, dude. I'm sorry, like too many fucking times. Too many times. Okay. Adult convert to, I mean, he wouldn't be the first nor the last gay man to do adult convert to Catholicism. Didn't Rod Dreher literally do that? and he's gay as fuck. Like, he is so goddamn gay. Holy shit. Or wait, no, he actually was Catholic and then like converted, I think. I think he was Catholic and then converted to like Greek Orthodox. Adult convert. Wait, Rod Dreher is gay? Did you just say, wait, Rod Dreher is gay? Did you just ask me if this man is gay? Who literally went to Hungary to hang out with young men? Are you for real? Where's the fucking... There it is. You're saying, like, do you think this man is... This is what you're saying? You're asking me? Didn't he perform an exorcism on his wife? I feel like there was a Chapo episode on it. Yeah, he did. I think they also broke up. Anyway, let's continue.
But he loves family.
Or no, that was his friend. That was Rod Dreher's friend did an exorcism on his wife. Rod Dreher didn't do it.
And new this morning, the Harris campaign has launched their first media ad buy. Their first ad just about her. It's worth $50 million across battleground states, and it's being aired ahead of the Democratic National Convention. We also learned that Harris will have a special guest in Atlanta today. That's rapper Megan Thee Stallion, who announced that she'll join the vice president at her rally in the battleground state.
That's pretty fire. I mean, not gonna lie, that's
Vice President.
Okay. Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to name VP pick by August 7th. So she's actually going to pop off before the convention.
President Kamala Harris hits the campaign trail.
It's probably a solid choice in my opinion to do it before the convention. That way, then you get one media hit there, then you get another media boost after the convention. These are pretty solid. These are pretty solid moves. What about Bashar? You completely skipped that. I'm gonna get back to it, man. Hold on. Hold the fucking door. Hold the fucking phone. We're literally moving on to Kamala Harris's VP pick as a story. This is the time. This is where I'm going to talk about it. Okay? Holy fuck, dude. Holy moly. Calm the fuck down. Jesus Christ. Relax. So fucking impatient. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Kamala Harris is expected to name a VP pick by August 7th. We're going to revisit my VP pick slot.
In Georgia today.
Because there are some new revelations specifically about Bashir. I mean, Waltz has had some sussy shit on sticking the police on protesters as well, pro-Palestine protesters as well. That's just like, unfortunately, the Democratic Party. But let's see.
As she closes in on her pick for a running mate. Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce has the story. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, with her campaign jolted into hyperspeed, Kamala Harris is now on a very tight timeline, giving herself just a week to announce her VP. And this morning, that list is narrowing. Overnight, one of the leading contenders to be Kamala Harris's running mate pulling his name from the shortlist. Governor Roy Cooper saying this just wasn't the right time for North Carolina and for me to potentially be on a national ticket. With the clock ticking, Harris expected to announce her number 2 by August 7th. Potentials like Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro are out stumping for Harris and auditioning.
Please not Bashar, Pete, Shapiro, or Kelly. Wait, what? Why not Bashar on there? You can't put Andy Bashar on the same wavelength as Pete Buttigieg, Josh Shapiro, or Mark Kelly. Like, Andy Bashar has had significantly better policy positions than all of those other people in terms of like being in the diametrical opposite front, in terms of being pro-union, pro-labor, anti-charter school. These were the reasons why I was rooting for him, beyond the fact that he is a deep red state governor that is the most popular governor in the fucking nation, most popular Democratic governor in the fucking nation, who has who has a Republican supermajority in his state legislature, unlike Waltz, who has been carried by the Democratic Party apparatus in his own state. Okay? Waltz was the most normal on the uncommitted vote. Governor Waltz says Minnesota's 45,000. No, you're right about that. He did say that. He actually had a really good take on this specifically. He had the take. He had the best take. I showed this as well. Central Committee fucking hates him. I don't think Mike hates him. Bashar? No, I just say that as a joke. But there is additional stuff on Bashir. in terms of like his like weird ass Israel takes that I was not privy to all the way back from 2021, where he adopted the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which I think is like unacceptable, obviously. And he was like years ahead on that front. There's also the tax thing. The Democratic governor signs GOP-backed tax in Kentucky. But once again, this could be chalked up to the right-wing legislature. Republican-backed tax cut bill saying he hopes it provides relief for Kentucky struggling with consumer prices amid stubbornly high inflation. Bashar's action on the measure, which lower the state's individual income tax rate, comes after the proposal drew Democratic opposition as it moved through the GOP-dominated legislature. But he has literally been a fucking veto Andy. So he could have easily vetoed this as well, even though he went along with it. Okay? Not only did he go along with it, but he also said he hopes that this will help with the, like, he endorsed it. The governor is facing a tough re-election campaign this year in a Republican trend in Kentucky, announced in a social media video that he was signing the tax cut measure. I hope as we get through this period where, again, groceries cost too much, that this helps everybody out there at least a little bit. The governor's action ended days of suspense over whether he would sign or veto the measure. A top Senate Republican openly dared the governor to veto the bill as the Senate debated the bill. Responding to the governor's bill signing decision Friday, the state GOP accused Bashar of trying to take credit for the Republican-backed policies. This is one of the only policies where he has aligned himself with the Republican Party. He's pretty straightforward on fighting for both social issues on the progressive front and even economic policies on the progressive front as well. To be fair, they have a veto-proof majority, but still should have vetoed it out of principle. Yeah, he's been doing that. That's what I'm saying. Bashar on campus campaign stop met with pro-Palestinian protesters during a campaign stop on UK's campus. Bashir was promoting early voting as a part of his bus tour outside of Gatton Student Center today. Protesters held up the Palestinian flag signs that read Free Palestine. Another read that 11,211 civilians murdered, 4,553 children murdered. When Bashir's speech came to a close, the group began chanting Free, Free Palestine and continued when Bashir shook hands and took pictures with the students. Emma Curtis, president of the Fayette County Young Democrats, said she questions the effectiveness of showing up to an event and suggesting that Bashir has acted out of turn in regards to the conflict. I understand the fear and frustration of the Palestinian community in Kentucky is feeling right now, Curtis said. However, I don't think that Governor Bashir is in any particular position power to do anything to resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The country has freedom of speech in the First Amendment, and they have every right to be here, so I fully support their right to be here, but question the efficacy of their methods, Curtis said. This is a developing story, and the Colonel will update. I see a lot of POC say they don't want to vote for Kamala because she locked a lot of black men up. Is there any convincing them to vote? Wait, what? Also, he created an anti-Semitism task force. This is correct. He did do that, which is fucking bullshit. We're never going to agree with the candidate 100%. No. This is, and Michael from Pennsylvania, also known as Central_Committee, is absolutely correct on this issue. Okay? Him and I are in 100% agreement on this issue in terms of Josh Shapiro's takes on specifically Palestinian protesters. I think that's a massive L. The bigger L in terms of domestic policy for me, with the way that I analyze Josh Shapiro's positions, is his backing of, in a state like Pennsylvania, his backing of a Republican bill pushing for charter schools. That is my red line. Okay? And part of the reason why I liked Bashir, whatever, is specifically because he is anti-charter school and has aggressively shot down charter school measures like over and over again. He is pro-labor. Charter schools are not just on the issue of school choice, no matter how Republicans try to present it. Charter schools are anti-union, okay? This is another way for the Republican Party to try to attack unions. Yeah, this was a massive L for me. This was my red line for me with respect to Josh Shapiro's positions. I think that in terms of foreign policy, all of these fucking Democrat governors and most Democratic Party members in general are always going to be adopting the party line, especially if we're looking at like earlier stuff, pre-2020, pre-October 7, 2023. Most of the Democratic Party is just like unconditional loyalty to the state of Israel. If you say anything about Israel, fuck you, you're going to jail, okay? To a certain degree. and we're going to give Israel multiple gazillions of dollars. Post October 7, 2023, depending on how close we are to today, the Democratic Party has dramatically shifted their positions on this issue. Think about it this way. You have a shit ton of Democrats in both the Senate and the House of Representatives that didn't even go to the fucking Benjamin Netanyahu speech on partisan lines. That is a big change. They almost doubled the numbers of people who did not attend the speech from the last time Benjamin Netanyahu sidestepped President Barack Obama and was invited by just the Republicans at that time to attend Congress and deliver a speech to both the House and the Senate. So that, in my mind, shows a legitimate change in attitude overall. Having said that, however, this does not give me any confidence whatsoever. Bashir creating an anti-Semitism task force post-October 7 is, and here's more details on it as well, while simultaneously, all the way back in 2021, all the way back in 2021, doing an adoption of the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism is bad, is really fucking bad. Israeli diplomat thanking Andy Bashar for pushing Kentucky to adopt a definition of anti-Semitism that includes a broad swath of criticism of Israel. If you guys recall, I talked about this before. Okay, Kentucky to become the first U.S. state to adopt the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism. It is an internationally agreed classification of anti-Semitism, which also provides examples of how anti-Semitism too often plays out in all realms of public life. The IHRA anti-Semitism bill is a unimaginable misstep. Like, it's not even a misstep. It's just like completely unacceptable. It's so fucking unacceptable. It's so unacceptable that the person who wrote for the IHRA the definition of anti-Semitism himself retracted the definition and said this must not be used for legislation. Think about that. The guy who fucking wrote it was like, you cannot use this for legislation. Like, you're out of your fucking mind. Okay? I'm sorry, but did you actually think Bashir was going to be good on Gaza? No. I would at least expect him to be a little bit more progressive. A little bit closer to like at least the liberal Zionist position. You know what I mean? Because the most you can expect from a middle of the road Dem, especially from a fucking red state, is that they will be at least somewhat more reasonable, like Waltz has been. Like, this take right here is unimaginably solid. Okay? This is it. This is the take. Waltz recognizes the demographics in his own state. He understands exactly what's going on in his own fucking primaries. Okay? He has openly stated this, not just in NPR News, but also on MSNBC and CNN. Okay? Now, having said that, however, it's not like Waltz is great on the issue of pro-Palestinian demonstrators anyway. He's not. None of these guys are. It's a matter of how bad do they get, okay? It's a matter of how bad do they fucking get on the issue of Palestine, okay? This at least is a genuine recognition. This at least is a genuine recognition that the situation is untenable at the time during the uncommitted voting campaigns. Waltz called the National Guard on George Floyd protests. Yeah, of course. And not only that, but I think he also did a bunch of shit to Palestinian protesters as well. Hold on. Let me look this up. 14 protesters calling on Waltz to divest from Israel, cited for trespassing at his residence. Hold on. That's one, but there was more, I'm pretty sure. Hold up. Let me see this. That's not it. Like, he's at least been, it seems like he's at least been more quiet about it in terms of, like, not chirping or even actively saying, like, this is bad for the election and you have to change it. Like, you have to change course. But yeah, he did activate the National Guard in response to the George Floyd protests in Minneapolis. All right. I agree with what you're saying, but don't you think we need to keep Dems in the governor position that will most likely flip? Obviously not talking about Pennsylvania here. Wait, what? What's the problem with Pete Buttigieg other than being another minority gay, being part of the current government? Liberals are so funny. Like, no, Pete Buttigieg being gay is not a problem. Okay? The fuck? Like, not even electorally. But it's pretty funny that, like, liberals only operate on these calculations. No, just because he's a good speaker doesn't mean he gets to be the fucking vice president. Okay? Like, he is a McKinsey consultant. He speaks good, but that's it. So if they're both pro-Israel, then Bashar is better than Waltz, in my opinion? No. Bashar is worse than Waltz in terms of his statements about anti-Semitism or Israel in general, in terms of his actions about Israel. And Waltz is literally better than Bashir in terms of pushing an economically progressive agenda. Okay? However, there is a significant difference between Bashir and Waltz. Waltz operates with a Democrat majority state legislature. Waltz or Bashir, on the other hand, has a Republican supermajority, a veto-proof supermajority in the Kentucky state legislature. Now, while Waltz's majority is slim, it doesn't matter. With that slim majority, they've done a fucking unimaginable number of good things for the state, and I've covered it extensively. Okay, I've covered it extensively. They are the method. The problem, however, is that the calculation changes dramatically. Completely unrelated, but since we're on the VP talk, I wasn't around in 2016. What was the reason for Hillary literally picking Tim Kaine for her VP? Boring white guy. It's true that Waltz flipped back the state leg when he won his re-election. He did a ton of stuff, which is likely what DC will be like. He has the confidence to push for progressive policy with slim margins, which is what we need. I agree. I like Waltz. I would not hate a Waltz push at all. Okay? I don't think it's bad. Sorry, not Waltz. I do. I like Pritzker as well. I want a fighter. The reason why I like Bashir is because he is a fighter in general. Like, he's uncompromising on a lot of shit. A lot of shit that matters. Hold on. What is happening here? The problem with Pete being gay is that it defeats the straight white guy strategy. No, that's fine. Pete doesn't read gay. It's fine. Like, that's not the issue with Pete. Pete is a bloodless sociopath and a McKinsey consultant. Okay? What's more important, having good progressive values or delivering a key swing state? Having good progressive values. That's the easiest answer of all time. Having good progressive values and being known as a fighter that is uncompromising literally will deliver states for you. Anyway, but yeah. Where was I? All right, let's look at the contenders on this article, and then we'll go one by one.
For the job.
Vice President Harris has been battle tested. She's not only ready, she's damn ready. And you know who else knows she's ready?
HasanAbi watches Central Committee confirmed. Lol, I love it. What are you talking about? He's in here right now. I'm talking to him directly.
Donald Trump knows she's ready. And you know how I know this? Because he's afraid to debate her now.
Donald Trump this morning still waffling on his agreement to debate in September, but insisting overnight that he's not afraid.
Chatters are weird as fuck. Not only is Mike in here, but also you motherfuckers love trying to spark drama between us too, like all the time. When Mike has a position that's like even like 0.1% different than mine, you come in here and you carry it in here and you go, oh, Michael actually disagrees with you. You have to address this right now because you guys are fucking brain broken and stupid. Okay? It's so dumb. It's the puppet master effect. Yeah, it's like Twitch watchers can't fucking stop themselves. Like, it's their worst instinct and they always lean on it.
If you're going to have a debate, you got to do it, I think, before the votes are cast. I think it's very important that you do that. So the answer is yes, but I can also make a case for not doing it.
But privately, his running mate, J.D. Vance, admitting to donors over the weekend that running against Harris instead of President Biden is more challenging, according to audio.
Pete worked for McKinsey for like a year post-graduation. Crazy how some folks are perpetually harping on this, like it was a Mitt Romney being the CEO of Bain. Yeah, in his 1 year of working for McKinsey post-graduation, he still worked on a fucking company that was actively fixing bread prices in terms of his, analyst position in Canada. So it's cool that he was able to. It's cool that he was able to really fucking make an impact that way. Oh my God.
Video obtained by the Washington Post.
All of us were hit with a little bit of a political sucker punch. The bad news is that Kamala Harris does not have the same baggage as Joe Biden because whatever we might say, Kamala Harris is a lot younger, and Kamala Harris is obviously not struggling in the same ways that Joe Biden did.
Out on the trail, Harris summing up her opponents in just one word, calling them out as weird.
And you may have noticed Donald Trump has been resorting to some wild.
I refuse people in this community like Pete. It's not even sock dams. We have straight up CNN libs. No, it's people that don't have any kind of like real world view that is like solidly grounded. I think it just comes from people reacting to the aesthetics. Pete is very good on camera, and in a very nerdy way too, in a way that really like autistic politics enjoyers like ourselves in this community love. Okay, they love that shit. It's just so funny to fucking be in the bag for a dude who was the mayor of South Bend, Indiana, who was elevated to transportation secretary because he's like the Democratic Party's, he is a Democratic Party operative through and through, a rugged neoliberal through and through, who has like no real positions or whatever, but he reads well on camera, so people love him. He's like, oh, he's such a handsome man. Everybody turns into like 65-year-old Deborah's watching CNN when it comes to aesthetics, okay? He's just good. He's good in interviews, and that's it. That's all these people care about. They're like, oh, but imagine if Pete Buttigieg was just like intelligently cook in the vice presidential debate and like destroy JD Vance. It's like, bitch, destroy JD Vance? Are you fucking kidding me? He is JD Vance. He's just more charismatic JD Vance, which is obviously not saying too much because JD Vance is the least charismatic motherfucker on the planet. Like, no. He got the job as transportation secretary because Obama made a fucking call. Yeah, he's straight JD Vance, dude. JD Vance is gay. Peter's straight. He's the straight version of JD Vance. What am I doing? All right, let's just continue.
Lies about my record, and some of what he and his running mate are saying, well, it's just plain weird.
And she's leaning into the issue she hopes will define the choice facing voters come November, abortion rights. Speaking out against the new 6-week abortion ban that went into effect in Iowa Monday, placing the blame squarely.
Gramsci and Wine Mom, what a perfect time! What perfect timing! Gramsci and Wine Mom gifted 5 gifted subs, both at the top of the hour, but also gifted subs right as we were talking about Pete Buttigieg, which is funny because Pete Buttigieg's father is literally the guy who translated Gramsci's works to English. So he was also he was a bit of a Marxist. Both Pete and Kamala have Marxist parents. Being a Wine Mom, I suspect that you would be very much in the pocket for Pete. Gets nothing rubbed off. Dude, nothing can rub off on this man. You got yelled at in 2020 for calling Pete Buttigieg, and now you're going to get yelled at for calling JD gay full circle. Yeah. Austin laughing at white dudes for Harris, but tweeted this 3 hours ago. Wow. Spittin' Nichols, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifts to subs as well. Reminding me that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. I forgot to run it, and I'm going to now. But that's right. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, unless you get gifted a sub, in which case you don't have to personally subscribe. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Chatters are simping for this guy. Yeah, Pete Buttigieg is a huge resource and mineral map of Afghanistan on the wall of his living room. Anyways, I'm sure his work on economic stabilization in war zones while at McKinsey and in naval intelligence before that was totally above board and 100% ethical. Yeah. No shot, dude. No fucking shot. Okay? No way, no how, no shot. That man is a federal agent. Okay? No way, no how, no shot. Oh my God. Yeah, I saw the JD Vance Soviet Union shirt. I know. He's beyond evil, and some of you chatters will hopefully learn fast. No, they won't. I'm Team Pete now just because it pisses you off when people say they like Pete. Okay. You think Bashar having a red supermajority makes him a stronger candidate, but it does also not affect his approval rating that you see as an advantage? Yeah, having a fucking red supermajority while constantly fucking vetoing right-wing bills with the exception of the tax cut is literally what led me to like him originally. And it's also the same reason why Walz is good too, even though obviously Walz is in a different circumstance. He's not in a red supermajority state legislature, but he's also a guy who is a fighter, who stays on message and talks about policies. Anyway, Florida voters, I can't find the post anymore, but it was like average Florida election, Senator reanimated Hitler, Banky McModerate, ballot question, institute full communism, yes, 62%, no, 38%, yeah. That's a classic Florida joke. New Florida poll, UNF rating. Donald Trump, 49%. Kamala Harris, 42%. Rick Scott, 47%. Debbie McCarsel Powell, 43%. Legalize recreational marijuana amendment. Yes, 64%. Limit government interference with abortion amendment. Yes, 69%. Florida is the most insane fucking state, dude. I don't want to even cover Florida. I feel like it's on a different planet, and Ohio is next on that front too. Okay? With protests flaring in the state and nationwide, with some turning violent overnight, Kentucky Governor Andy Bashar on Thursday affirmed his call for State Attorney General Daniel Cameron to release evidence of the fatal police shooting in Breonna Taylor. Yeah, he did this shit too. In 2020 elections, Florida minimum wage was more popular than Trump and Biden. Yeah, I know. And also, felon vote restoration was more popular than both. Do you understand? Florida is just insane. Please don't bring up Florida numbers on anything. It is not replicable in any other part of the country. They are on fucking crack cocaine out there. Every single person, I don't know what the fuck they got in the Florida water, but every single goddamn person in Florida is the most insane fucking person on the planet. Okay? That's it. It's weird as fuck. And I lived there. I'm telling you. Okay? I don't know what it is. It's meth in the water or some shit. I don't know. Harris wipes out Trump's lead in battleground states in the Bloomberg poll that just came out. Michigan at 53% for Harris, 42% for Trump. Arizona at 49% for Harris, 47% for Trump. Nevada at 47% for Harris, 45% for Trump. I've never felt more vindication in my entire fucking life for actively telling you that this would happen, and it literally did. And every single motherfucker in the chat was chirping at me like, oh, but like, isn't it too late? Well, not every single motherfucker, but the Brandon Dead Enders were in the chat being like, oh, well, isn't it too late to do a swap out? Georgia goes into a tie with Harris at 47, Trump at 47. North Carolina, Donald Trump is at 48 and Harris is at 46. People were incredibly upset about how old Biden was. That was a major issue for Biden. Okay? Honeymoon cupcake polls, those numbers will go down. Those numbers will go down if Kamala Harris doesn't use this momentum to her advantage. Okay? And part of that absolutely has to be changing course on a bunch of things that separates her from Biden. If it's just like she needs to stay on message when it comes to economic policies that Biden was advocating for, all that stuff was really good. Okay? Maybe push even harder. Straight up. But in terms of like Israel Palestine, which by the way, these numbers in Michigan will go down if she comes out and swings in the direction of Israel. Okay? Especially in times where, yeah, here it is. IDF top Hezbollah commander Fuad Shukr was killed in the airstrike in Beirut. They said this is coming out just now. But I thought that Hezbollah did not confirm it. So we'll see. Like, when the situation in Lebanon is reaching a crisis point and it's boiling up, you need to understand, in terms of Biden's immigration policy, she needs to at least like change the trajectory, change the message. Hezbollah sources, according to Al Jazeera, and this was at 12:30, so I don't know, but Hezbollah sources say that Mohsen Shukr, Israel's intended target, has survived the airstrike, so we'll see if that's the case or not. But regardless, is this another El Shiva hospital moment? I don't know. I don't know what has happened yet. I'm waiting. Okay? But if Kamala Harris comes out and swings for Israel, the numbers in Michigan will change a little bit. Like, obviously, there's plenty of voters in Michigan that were not interested in Joe Biden due to his age, due to the way he presents himself, but there's still a large enough constituency that is actually looking to see what she will say and do about Israel. Okay? There is a large enough constituency in Michigan that wants to understand what Kamala Harris is going to say and do about Israel. And apparently, it seems like VP Harris says Israel has the right to defend itself against a terrorist organization like Hezbollah. That being said, we still must work on a diplomatic solution to end the fighting, which is like basically just Joe Biden shit. I mean, it's just Joe Biden 2.0 so far. It comes down to whether Americans will be swayed by the aesthetics of progress in the form of a black woman that is much younger than Joe Biden, okay? Or if they genuinely want change. The aesthetics does work. Marketing does work. What do you mean if she has and will continue to support Israel? I know. It's a matter of what her support for Israel looks like. I don't know what this model is. I don't understand. A new model from Nate Silver. Electoral college probability with Trump 61%. Popular vote 53% goes to Kamala Harris. How do I explain to leftists that are hard on voting that I won't vote for her unless her stances in Israel change? I don't know why you just constantly try to find yourself at odds with other people where you like have to explain your positions. I genuinely don't get it. Like ultimately, I don't know what this conversation, like, I don't know how people have to have this conversation. Maybe it's weird, but like, maybe I just don't have a lot of fucking like diehard liberals or diehard leftists even on that front that are constantly being like, what are your takes on this? Are you in the pocket for Kamala Harris? Are you going to vote for her? Like, I find that to be concerning. I've never been a person who thinks like you have to vote for the Democratic Party. I understand the harm reduction arguments, especially in prior years, but in terms of like harm reduction arguments, it's like the candidate has to win your vote. They have to earn your vote. That is democracy. That is how democracy works. Okay? We need to call it something different if that's not how democracy works. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? What's the point of even theoretically claiming we are a democracy if you're just going to constantly hyper-focus and clue in on like an ever-shrinking group of like rights for a group of marginalized people that consistently gets smaller and smaller. Last election cycle, it was immigration, right? Oh, dude, you want fucking immigrants to be murdered? Like, that's crazy. I can't believe that you don't want to vote for the Democratic Party. And at that point, Joe Biden was at odds with Trump's immigration policy. Now, that time has passed. It's long gone. 4 years of Joe Biden, he actually adopted Trump's 2020 immigration policies, literally, and tried to push a bill for it. Okay? He did. And now people can't say, oh, you don't care about immigrants no more. So they say, what about trans people? I guess you just don't want I guess you are voting. I guess you don't care about trans people. That's why you're not voting for the Democratic Party. And it's like, dude, how many times are you going to play this fucking song and dance? Okay? Yeah, man, the tiny minority that are, let me check, women. Yeah, my bad. Such a tiny minority for me to try and look out for. Man, suck my fucking dick, okay? Yeah, man, the tiny minority of women. Shut the fuck up, bitch. You're literally doing this dumb shit right now as I'm in the process of talking about this shit. Like, 4 years of a fucking Democratic leadership and women's rights were fucking cratered in the process, okay? The fuck do you mean? Like, what commitment do you have to women at all? And I'm not even talking about just like women in Gaza, which are being fucking slaughtered with our endless support for an apartheid state, okay? The fuck are you talking about? I hate this fucking argument. I don't want to blast a lot of like young people who are, or even old people who are firmly committed to the Democratic Party right now, but you are fucking begging for it if you come in here with this fucking energy, okay? Like, the idea that like this community or myself don't care about fucking women's rights. The fuck have you done, dumbass? We've raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for specific groups in red states that work with women, like underprivileged women that desperately need medical procedures such as abortion. And you're in here being like, then that happened under a Democratic leadership, by the way. God damn. I'm not out here saying vote for the fucking Republicans. I would never say that. That's dumb as fuck. I'm simply saying that the Democratic Party's posture changes year over year, and the ratchet effect is very real. And it's directly a consequence of this two-party duopoly, where one party consistently capitulates to the right-wing framing on issues, and the other party keeps pushing the needle further and further right, regressing people's individual liberties. And you're left with a smaller margin of issues that you can say is different than the Republicans. Anyway, well, tough for you because I live in Wisconsin, so should I just not vote for Kamala? Did I say that? I said vote for whoever the fuck you want, as long as it's not Donald Trump, okay? Suck my fucking dick. You can hate it, but if you want to try and tell me there's zero consequences for women if Donald Trump gets elected, yeah, nice one. You're arguing with someone who is not, like, you're shadow boxing with someone, okay? You're not arguing against my positions. If you want to vote for Kamala Harris, go vote. Vote illegally, okay? Vote 10 times, 20 times if you want to. I don't give a shit. Like, what are you talking about? You just want a fucking argument to feel good. You want someone to tell you you're a good boy or a good girl or a good MB for going out and doing your civic duty. That's what you want. You want to feel good about your vote. And I'm not going to fucking sit here and lie to you. So that pisses you off. It's the same dynamic since 2016 and far before 2016 as well. Okay? It's always the same shit. It's not your vote, and your confidence in the Democratic leadership is not sufficient. Okay? It's not sufficient enough. I'm over here abiding by a very obvious democratic principle, okay? Which is that your elected representatives need to earn your vote. If they simply rely on the aesthetics, or if they simply rely on harm reduction arguments, as the Democratic Party does all the fucking time, they are not going to garner enough support to actually eke out an electoral college win. This happened in fucking 2016. This literally happened in 2016. That's not how most people vote. At the end of the day, no matter how dumb the median voter is, the average American still votes on vibes for the most part, but they also want to vote for something. The only way that you can actually get a commitment, a firm commitment to go out and vote in a country where it is literally as difficult as physically possible, like the process is completely fucking made difficult in an effort to ensure that people don't go and fucking vote. You're over here being like, oh no, yeah, in a country where the plurality historically doesn't fucking vote, of eligible voters don't fucking vote as a consequence of the Electoral College and the way that it's designed. You're over here talking about, do you think Harris will change course on immigration? No, I don't. Joe Biden had a majority in both the House and Senate for 2 whole years and didn't protect women's reproductive rights. Yeah, I mean, Hasan, I lost the cringe argument. How would you have won it? Proceeds to argue with you. Yeah, I know. I did talk about Trump saying you never have to vote again. Sounds very fascistic to me. Sorry, I just got here. I know. He's out of control. I'm literally a gay person of color, MB, and this lib stuff won't make people like me like this lib anymore and give them awards. I wish they would understand that. It's weird to act like this and need to push this lib narrative. At least you're yelling at him. Yeah, it's just like so weird. It's so odd. Why would you make demands for more progressive politics when an election is right around the corner and they need your votes? It would be much more civil and courteous if you voted for Harris and then asked nicely. Exactly. That is unironically the argument that some of these people make. Like, they're just hysterical too. They don't even make it like that. They make it in a hysterical way where it's like, if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, if you don't fucking offer your undying loyalty to Kamala Harris right now, that means you want women to be murdered. You want trans people to be murdered in every corner. They can't say that about immigrants though. Notice how they can't say that about immigrants any longer? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that strange? How at least in 2020 they could say that about immigrants too, but they can't say that about immigrants no more. I wonder what happened. Oh, that's right. We all went out and we fucking voted for a dude, okay, in terms of harm reduction. And that dude turned around and was like, yo, fuck immigrants too, but democratically. Like, so you can judge Trump voters, but we can't judge non-voters. I mean, I judge all voters, okay? But I certainly will judge Trump voters because Trump voters are unironically fucking delusional. Okay? What the fuck could a Biden done with the Supreme Court clown? Yeah, you're right. What could the president do? Then why are you voting? Hey, can you explain to me why you're voting for the president if they can't fucking do anything about anything? Because this is also the other side of the Democratic Party defense brigade. When they always go, yeah, actually, Why do you have these expectations from the president? Why do you have any expectations of the president? Okay, then why the fuck should people vote for the president, dumbass? The fuck do you mean? Ultimately, it comes down to this. You just want to feel good that your team won. That's literally it. If your goal is not to actually get some kind of serious demands from the elected representative that you're going to go out and vote for, if you don't want any demands from them, then you just are voting to feel good. You're voting like you did your part. You're voting like you're saving the country or some shit. It's so weird. And you're yelling at someone who doesn't give a shit. Like I'm not going to fucking be like, don't vote for Kamala Harris. It's insane. Okay. I don't care. Vote for Kamala till the cows come home. Okay. But don't fucking sit here and act like you're actually doing something revolutionary. Like you're doing something unimaginably fucking progressive when you also simultaneously turn around and go, well, what could the president do about the Supreme Court? Then why are you voting? It's set, you know, it's set in motion. Nothing we can do about it, I guess. Feel like a left-wing argument on the issue of immigration won't work as well coming from a person of color compared to the average old white dude. Unfortunately, no, that's bullshit too. Young libs know nothing but defensive voting for 8 years now. I miss being excited about voting. I mean, it's just, for most people, it's their first or their second election. By the third one, they'll know, you know, every 4 years, we have this back and forth. That's what it is. It comes from youth. It comes from the naivete that comes along with like thinking that things will change for the better. It's fine. I like that, you know, go out kings and queens and dempers. Okay. Being a lib in Alabama will eviscerate any hope you have in your vote. Civic duty, my asshole. Crazy that a rich white dude doesn't care about who wins law. Yeah, no. And then these lines of attack come in. It's like, yeah, that like I'm so privileged. That's why I don't care. You know, you on the other hand, you're the least privileged. You're a gay, non-binary black person in a wheelchair, and your rights are at odds with everyone else's, and that's why you're voting for the Democratic Party, because voting for the Democratic Party is a defensive measure. No, you're right. I've never heard that before. Thank you. And you're also, but you're no longer an undocumented immigrant. Once again, remember, because you were, you know, a gay, non-binary black person in a wheelchair that was also an undocumented immigrant, but you're no longer an undocumented immigrant. You're documented now, because obviously, fuck the immigrants. You know what I mean? I definitely have privilege, but I'm not going to act like a dick to people who want to vote, lol. I'm not being a dick to people who want to vote. I said, go vote for Kamala Harris. I am a dick to people who want to vote for Donald Trump. You're once again arguing against a position that I don't have. Okay? You kind of are. You're saying they're being naive. Well, they are. People are being naive if they think that voting for a party without getting any assurances or demanding any assurances is naive, and assuming that the party will actually do their bidding is naive. When has that happened for them? That has not. And it's not like I'm saying there's an alternative out there. There's like a fucking communist alternative that you need to vote for. I mean, I joke about PSL Andy's Tuesdays in the chat chirping till the fucking cows come home about voting for PSL all day, every day. I make jokes about that too. Okay. But if you take it super seriously and you get like really upset, then yeah, I'm going to make fun of you, because it does stem from naivete. Anyway, let's get back to the actual issue at hand here. Okay. People come into your chat and act like you haven't been against Trump and say, why are you bashing Trump voters? Yeah, that's always awesome. I mean, that's good. That's good. Those guys can be convinced potentially. Okay. The ratio is official. 14K likes, 13K likes. Let's go. We did it. Electoral politics is a distraction to people who want real change anyway. My hackles get raised every time someone tries to use my community as a trans woman to bully others into ignoring the very real and pressing things the DNC is ignoring. Yeah. Matt Descartes, thank you for the 50 big ones. New JD Vance in 2021. We have to go to war against the idea that women don't have to have kids. He really wants to lock women up and turn them into fucking baby incubators straight up. New poll drop. Yeah. Harris has wiped out Trump's lead across 7 swing states in the latest round of the Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll. The poll found a big damn lead in Michigan, a more modest Trump lead in Pennsylvania, and close contests everywhere else. Dead heat. Every 4 years, you'll be getting a new crop of youth voting, and you'll perpetually have to explain the same busted-ass electoral system forever? Potentially. Anyway, if you don't want me, I will say this again. If you don't want me chirping about Kamala Harris, okay, or chirping about fucking ride or die Dems, because my issue with Joe Biden isn't just that he's fucking old, okay? There's plenty of other things that I had issues with Joe Biden and openly said I would never vote for Joe Biden, okay? But if you think that that was the only reason because he was old, you're wrong. If you come in here and chirp at me for not being sufficiently pro Kamala and being in the tank for Kamala, I'm gonna fucking criticize Kamala Harris. Did you vote for Brandon in 2020? I did. That's the issue. Many people's problem with him was, and that's crazy. It's not that crazy. It's a pretty big issue that like the fucking person who's running for president's mental faculties are not in order. Don't you know that not voting for Kamala will cost her the election in California? No, it's not even that. I'm not even saying that. Even if I lived in a fucking swing state, I would be saying the same shit. Straight up. It doesn't matter where you live. What matters is your politicians making assurances to earn your vote. This is a fundamental principle in democracy, okay? You make this calculation. I think it's fucking insane to be like, no, shut the fuck up and vote. Put your head down and vote. And that's not how people vote anyway. Even if you do, even if you fucking vote that way, okay, other people don't. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how hard I chirp. If I could swing votes in any direction in a meaningful capacity, if I had that fucking power, okay, if I could go up against multi-billion dollars in campaign fundraising and multi-billion dollars in free and earned media from mainstream media, okay, right now Bernie Sanders would be president. And we would have abolished term limits so that he could be president again. I do not have this power. If I had this power, Hillary Clinton would have been president in 2016. You know, I recognize the writing on the wall with Donald Trump in 2016, and I urge people to go out and vote for Hillary Clinton. Okay? It didn't fucking work. Didn't work at all. I was with her. I'm still with her. Fuck it. Make Hillary Clinton the nominee. Looks like the polls in Michigan reflect what I stated about the undecided voters. Nothing. Noting making the same statement in the general election. What? Yeah. I'm not in the fucking tank for the Democratic Party across the board. I need you to understand. I'm not a vote blue no matter who guy. I'm not in the fucking tank for the Dems. I have my own positions, and I have never shied from criticizing the Democratic Party, even if it's an election, even if it's not an election, just because you're paying attention to shit that's happening right now because the election cycle has started and now you're interested again, doesn't change my positions. Okay? That's it. Like, why is that such a radical position? Why can't you be on the inside wondering why shit is fucked up? Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know why people are just so, I don't know. People are just, have you ever voted red? No, fuck no. Come on, man. My criticisms of the Democratic Party stem from their proximity. And by that, I mean their closeness to Republican Party positions. Okay? That's insane. Unless you meant red as in like communist red. All I'm saying is not voting does not count as activism. Wait, what? Did I say that not voting does not count as activism? The only time it counts as activism is in the primaries or the uncommitted campaign, which is still voting, by the way, was a phenomenal opportunity for people to show the Democratic Party that they were not happy with what things were. So technically you are blue no matter who. Wait, what? Every single argument that people are making in the chat, they're basically making against like an enemy that they've propped up in their minds. Okay. This is not a position that I've had. This is not a position that I've maintained. This is not a position that I've ever advocated for. That's it. I'm not an accelerationist by any means. Not at all. I don't want Donald Trump to win. That's why I fucking advocate for the things that I advocate for, because it's sound policy and it's good politics. And it's kind of wild to come in here and chirp at me when like the Democratic Party seemingly has maybe not heard my talking points, but has like genuinely done a bunch of the things that I actually said must happen. And now you're looking at the fucking polls on showing exactly what I've been saying, nonstop, and you're still chirping at me. Okay? As someone who is not that into politics overall, I genuinely don't understand how people can misunderstand you so frequently. Even if they disagree, you're explaining your position in a way that even I understand. Yeah. Them say you're anti-Biden because you're anti-labor. Yeah. Famously, I'm so anti-labor. Anyway, Show this to the coconut heads. Why Democrats never get anything done? We'll do it. Okay. Let's get back to where the fuck we were at. Okay.
On Trump after
We've done 2 videos so far, dude. North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper dropped out. Kamala Harris is expected to pick a vice president by August 7th.
3 of the Supreme Court justices who overturned Roe versus Wade.
This ban is going to take effect before many women even know they're pregnant. And what this means is that 1 in 3 women of reproductive age in America lives in a state with a Trump abortion ban.
One of those states, Georgia. Harris today heading to the critical state where abortion is sure to be a top issue. Biden won the state by just 12,000 votes in 2020, but the president had been trailing Trump in recent weeks. The Harris campaign now hoping to build off her momentum to put the state back in play. Now, Harris tonight will be holding a big rally in Atlanta, expected to be the largest event of the race so far. And this morning, her campaign is out with their first ad, spending $50 million to blitz the airwaves as they reintroduce her to voters. Robin.
All right, Mary, our thanks to you.
He made a statement having to do with families. That doesn't mean that people that...
Ooh, let's get to Donald Trump's VP pick. Oh, boy. Okay. J.D. Vance, just a charisma suck. Just absolutely awful. Another lock, by the way. Here, Edinger Mentum and I had this conversation before Donald Trump went with J.D. Vance, talking about how fucking bad it was. We've had this conversation after Donald Trump went with J.D. Vance, talking about how fucking bad it is. Here's the Trump campaign statement on Project 2025's demise. President Trump's campaign has been very clear for over a year that Project 2025 had nothing to do with the campaign, did not speak for the campaign, and should not be associated with the campaign of the president in any way. Reports of Project 2025's demise would be greatly welcomed and should serve as a notice to anyone or any group trying to misrepresent their influence with President Trump and his campaign. It will not end well for you. They're actively pushing against their major think tank. Okay? That's so awesome. And by the way, this was a gift delivered to the Democratic Party by TikTok and YouTube. Okay? Independent media. Independent media. They posted you on here. What the fuck is this? Nice. It says 776 likes, man. Says you're saying you don't want Trump to win, but isn't the only way for Trump not to win is to vote for Kamala? I don't get it. Yes, but you do understand, I hope, that there is nothing I can do personally, okay, unless, I guess, like, seemingly the Democratic Party listens to the things I'm saying, which is laughable. It's not going to happen, okay? My point has always been that politicians have to earn your fucking vote, okay? And if they don't do that, if they actually operate on this idea that, like, it's just lesser evil voting, it's just harm reduction over and over again, in every election cycle, they will not work to earn your vote. And therefore, many people, a plurality of voters that don't go out and vote, will continue to not go out and vote, okay? That's my point. This is the most important election for our lifetime, just like 2008, 2012, 2016, 2020, 2028, 2032, 2036. Yeah, it's always the most important election. I've never had a fucking situation where it was the least important election. You know what I mean? Nobody ever comes out and says, this is the least important election of our lifetime. Okay? That was the Hillary problem. Just vote for me. I'm the only choice. Exactly. And it was objectively a bad way to run a campaign. And it failed. I think 2016 legitimately was the least consequential election. I think it was actually a very consequential election. I think that's what you're saying, right? Because it was. I don't think you understand the influence you have on your viewers. Man, shut up. The influence I have on my fucking viewers. Yeah, I'm going to swing votes, dude. Even if I had the capacity to swing votes, if that was real, then the Democratic Party would listen to me, okay? But they do not. And therefore, or if I have the capacity to literally change the trajectory of a fucking election, then don't you think it's idiotic for the Dems to not listen to me then? Because if I'm this all-powerful being, let's say 37,000 people are currently watching me, every single one of them is an American who's registered to vote in a fucking swing state, okay? Which is not the case. I have an international audience as well, but let's say they're all over the age of 18. They're not. And they're all swing state voters. Okay? Every single one. Right? Don't you think that if that was the power that I held in my hand, that the Democratic Party should listen to someone so powerful? Obviously, that's not the case. and I do not have that capacity. Okay? Sounds like Jimmy Dore. Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not like Jimmy Dore at all. Because a lot of people have peasant brain. A lot of Americans have peasant mentality. Okay? We fancy ourselves to be revolutionary figures that dump tea. Okay? We think, no, we're all fucking big, bold, brave patriots at the end of the day. We're revolutionary figures at the end of the day. But a lot of us have fucking peasant mentality. The idea that you resort to, my lord, my vote is for you, my lord. If not, the other leader will be much, much worse, my lord. You can do whatever you want. That's undemocratic. That is not how democracy works. That's not how it should work. The entire principle behind the democratic process is that politicians are supposed to come to you and say, what do you want? I got you. But a lot of people operate on the assumption that, like, no, there's nothing we can do to change. There's nothing we can do to change the trajectory of American politics. And therefore, we just vote for one God King over the other. That's not how this works. Feel me? You smell me? You understand me? If you hold no influence on your audience, then why bother doing what you do? You must think you have some kind of positive impact on people. Absolutely. I do believe that. Okay? I do. But it's not about altering the trajectory of the Democratic Party. I can't do that. I can only arm you with the belief that you have in your fellow workers to be able to make marginal changes in your immediate life. I can only arm you with the confidence to go, and I can only arm you with the confidence to go out and organize in your workplace, go out and run for office, local elections. Like, that's all I can do. And that's what I try to do every day. Bro, Donald Trump is literally the smartest and most effective president since Abraham Lincoln. I have plenty of examples, and you're literally brainwashing people to become anti-Republican and therefore ruining democracy of the land of the free. Oh, come on. This is a fake. This is not a real... No actual Republican writes like this. Okay, this is a liberal LARPing as a Republican. They're baiting. Come on. No, come on, dude. Anyway, let's get back to John Don Vance.
Aren't a member of a big and beautiful family with 400 children around and everything else. It doesn't mean that a person doesn't have, he's not against anything, but he loves family. It's very important to him. All he said is he does like, I mean, for him, he likes family.
He likes family. Donald Trump defending his running mate, J.D. Vance, as he continues to face backlash over his now viral remarks aimed at Kamala Harris and supporters of her.
We're effectively
Maybe I'm crazy, but I never fucking hear Republicans running around and being like, if you don't vote for Donald Trump, you want America to be homosexual. If you don't vote for Donald Trump, you want every American to be raped by Guatemalan migrants or whatever. They don't do that. No, they don't. They don't do that. You want to know why they don't do that? Because Republicans do actively try to brainwash their fucking audience and also simultaneously like run on positions that the captured audience members are actually advocating for. They're so fucking clued in on their base that they literally do things that hurt them politically, including banning fucking abortion. Like, they're so captured by certain parts of their base of voters, like the evangelical Christians, that they've literally launched like 40-year fucking projects that successfully rip bodily autonomy from women. Okay? They do say that, but they are being so clearly manipulative and dishonest that it doesn't ring in the same way. My justification for voting for Kamala is her undying support for unions as well as her stance on healthcare. I'm a FedEx driver. Wait, what? Making around $50K a year. I hope for a union future. As for Palestine, I truly hope that her stepdaughter can somehow get through to her. Wait, I don't know if you know her stance on healthcare, but I think she literally walked back her support for Medicare for all recently. You're right about hogs usually, but you're way off on the mark on this. No, okay. I didn't represent my position appropriately. Okay. The Republican Party actively gets their agenda done, no matter how awful it is. The Democratic Party doesn't, no matter how good it is. Okay? you're misunderstanding, but that's my fault. I will take ownership over my lack of effective communication on this. Okay? The Republican Party listens to their base, and no matter how fucking ride or die or how insane those policies are, they will push for it. Think about it this way. There are enough people in the base of support for the Republican Party that are so aggressive on the issue of arming Americans that the Republican Party will actively push for legislation that like allows ammunition vending machines near fucking schools. Or the Republican Party actively was running on arming teachers after the Parkland school shooting. It was the Parkland one, right? There's so many goddamn school shootings. Like, the Republicans literally look to their base, or the Republicans literally look to their base and go, oh, these guys are fucking crazy, but we'll give them what they want. Fuck it. Who cares? Do you understand? They give their different constituencies. They give their different constituencies. Yeah, they did it after Uvalde too. They give their different constituencies what they want, and they push for it. And they don't just campaign every 4 years. They campaign every day. They campaign every day for 4 years. They campaign constantly. They're always on message. Democrats completely cast aside all this shit when they're in power and only remember that, like, oh shit, we are running for election. We're running for re-election. Oops, time to fucking dial it up a little bit. And then a lot of people just eat it up. A lot of people in this community even seemingly eat that shit up. And then they turn around and posture like a vote for the Democratic Party is actually going to make abortion legal in the country, or somehow simultaneously defeat the Supreme Court supermajority. And it's odd. And I don't want the Republican Party to win, which is why I keep saying that the Democratic Party needs to do more, especially because when they do things, when they do progressive legislation, then the reactionary Republicans fight against that. Okay? Here's how it works. I'm going to pull up paint. I'm going to pull up paint and try to explain this visually. Okay? Let's say this is the American political spectrum. Okay? This is max communism, maximum commie, and this is Nazi. Okay? If this is the peak, okay? This is the peak of like where you can go in American politics. You push further and further right, you inevitably arrive at Nazi policies. You push further and further left, you inevitably arrive at, you know, full-blown false dichotomy. It's not. It's reductive, but it's not a false dichotomy at all. Okay? Your handwriting kind of sucks. I know. Don't let the horseshoe theory idiots get a hold of this. Yeah. So here's how this works. Okay? Here's how this works. The Republican Party, let's do that with red, is like around here. And every year they go, maybe 5 years ago, 6 years ago, they were here, and now they're here. Okay? And they keep pushing the needle. They keep pushing it over and over again. The Democratic Party can respond to that when they are in power. If the Democratic Party is like here, okay, the Democratic Party could pull back and potentially take back some of the reductions in civil liberties that the Republican Party has advocated for and successfully carried across the finish line. All right? They can do that. But if they want to do that, they have to literally go here so they can pull the Republican Party more to the left. Okay? The issue, however, is that the exact opposite happens. The Republican Party goes further right, and the Democratic Party goes further right alongside them. The greatest example of this in terms of domestic policy is on immigration. The Democratic Party in 2020, under the leadership of Biden, ran to the left of the Republican Party on immigration. They said that they were going to change. They said that they were here. They said that they were going to change in the first 100 days of Biden's agenda, that they were going to change immigration, change the course of immigration, and actually actively pull the country and actively pull the Republican Party to the left on immigration. They were going to fix the processing issues and whatnot. They didn't do that. Okay? they actively did not allow, they actively did not counter message against the Republican Party. The Republican Party never stopped pushing the narrative that immigrants are rapists and murderers and drug dealers, and maybe some of them are very fine people on both sides. Okay? So the country went further and further right, and it's an untested, uncontested narrative. So what did the Democrats do? The Democrats turned around and went more right on immigration and arrived here at the 2020 position of the Republican Party. What the 2020 position of the Republican Party on immigration, what the 2020 position on the Republican Party on immigration was, building the wall, you know, and being more restrictive on immigration, literally became the Democratic Party's position in 2024. Okay? This is what is known as the ratchet effect. This is why you don't hear from the vote blue no matter who chirpers about how if you don't vote for the Democrats, you want kids in cages and you want migrants to be fucking murdered. They don't say that anymore because they can't say that anymore because the Democratic Party changed its position on migrants in cages. They are now pro at least 2020 migrants in cages. The Republicans, but remember, the Republicans even pushed the needle further. Now they're talking about mass deportation. Okay? However, on this front, Democrats could do this exact same thing. Democrats could actively push the Republican Party to the left on certain issues. As a matter of fact, on certain fronts, Donald Trump kind of did do that, where the Republican Party's overarching policy positions were always genuinely anti-social spending. Donald Trump kind of cast that aside. And said, I mean, he gave the stimmy checks during COVID, and he even ran on and still runs on not touching Social Security. Okay? Why? Because the entire country is like, the fuck do you mean Social Security? If you cut Social Security, that's insane. All the voters are old. They're going to fucking lose their minds. So the Republican Party was pulled on Social Security at least in the top of the ticket. Okay? The Democratic Party, and Megaphonics is right on this, focusing on Project 2025 forced the Trump campaign to cut Project 2025. The Democratic Party actively advocating against what the Republican Party has done on the issue of abortion has caused at least some of the Republicans at the top of the ticket to try to moderate their stances on abortion. This is because right-wing reactionaries are reactionaries. That's it. They react. So you have to give them something to react to. If you don't give them something to react to and you let them fucking ride on their narrative that is uncontested, like on the issue of immigration, then they will go further and further right until they're here. Okay? And when 2028 comes around and the Democrats have now gotten here, they will be the ones advocating for mass deportations. Okay? The Dems will move here. That's where the Republicans are right now on 2028, where they are the ones who are advocating for mass deportations, and the Republicans are the ones who are advocating for mass murder. Okay? So one of my active criticisms on this issue has always been that the Democrats don't launch a strong enough opposition to the Republican messaging on this front. And that is how they allow the Republican Party to push the conversation on things that are pivotal, things that are very important, like immigration, to become completely captured by the right. They capitulate the right-wing framing on immigration. And it's not just the Democratic Party that does this. Liberals across the board in the Western world do this all the fucking time. Labor Party did it as well. Okay? You could say the same thing in the other direction, too. The Republican platform will need to change if they lose the Dems every time. Yes, that is correct. That's why I like fighters like Waltz or even Bashar to a certain degree. Uncompromising Dems that are objectively popular in their states as governors who have consistently advocated for better leftist economic policies are popular for that reason. Because people do believe in them. Why does the Democratic Party work against itself? 2024 isn't different from 2020 or 2016. We know how the Republicans operate, and that hasn't changed. As much as they may dislike it, the Republicans are unified as a party and no, they're not unified as a party. You're wrong. And consistently campaign, whereas the Democrats are divided and forget that campaign is necessary, yet act surprised when they're losing every year. And this isn't just a 2020 thing. It's happening in local elections, too. The Republicans are not exactly unified either. I mean, that's why Joe Biden was able to actively campaign for the mythical moderate and independent voters that are living in the suburbs and whatnot. Because Donald Trump is so gross and so weird in the way that he advocates for crazy shit that he was repulsive to a lot of people living in the fucking suburbs. A registered Republican shot the Republican nominee, that too. Democrats are manipulated by corporate interests. That's why they don't do shit. I mean, I agree. Okay. What a really good explanation on the ratchet effect. Dude, this is so nerdy and so boring. I'm sorry. I was going to link that, but it's a good read from 2005. Well, things have not changed. What is this? This is where the VP will take the stage this evening. Her first rally in this battleground state is launching her campaign. I mean, dude, I'd go to a fucking free Megan Thee Stallion concert too. You know what I'm saying? Like, the thing I wonder is what happened to the so-called rhinos? Is there like opposition to MAGA Republicans within the party? Not necessarily.
We need
leading Virginia Senator GOP candidate Hung Kao. No one in the United States is like, oh my gosh, I will die if I don't have health care.
incentives, right? So doctors will innovate and do things better just out of incentive, and that's where we want to be able to have choice for everybody. To you know, if you want to pay more, then pay more and get better health care. It's just the way it is. But no one in the United States is like, oh my gosh, I will die if I don't have health care.
No, they do say that. Like, a lot of people say that. They literally, that's crazy. And they do. It's like healthcare, $5 a month subscription to the HasanAbi broadcast. These are like immediate necessities for the average American, because no American should watch a 3-minute ad break at the top of the fucking hour. Okay? Which is precisely the reason why you should subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Okay? Here's a 3-minute ad break now. I mean, this energy is pretty good overall. Not sure if this, like, you know, pushes the needle to, far enough for Georgia to be winnable again, but let's continue.
Run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies.
New reporting this morning by CNN's K-File indicates that Vance has a history of making disparaging remarks about people who happen not to have children, including this comment he made in an interview in 2020.
There's just these basic cadences of life that I think are really powerful and really, really valuable when you have kids in your life. And the fact that so many people, especially in America's leadership class, just don't have that in their lives, you know, I worry that it makes people more sociopathic and ultimately our whole country a little bit less less mentally stable. And of course, you talk about going on Twitter. Final point I'll make is you go on Twitter, and almost always the people who are most deranged and most psychotic are people who don't have kids at home.
I mean, all right, my panel is back. David, sociopathic if you choose not to have kids or can't have kids or happen not to have kids? Explain.
Well, I can't. Look, I want to go to the politics of it is easy. I don't think people are going to vote on either of the vice presidential picks. I think this is going to be a race between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. That being said, I think as a party, we need to reassess how we talk about issues. And look, that's out of line. It's not how we should approach these issues. It's not, by the way, not just from a voting standpoint, an electoral standpoint, from a common sense standpoint. And I think, hopefully, as a party, we learn lessons from watching, you know, these types of hits, especially in conservative media, where we tend to get loose and relaxed, to take a more nuanced approach and, frankly, focus on the issues that matter. And right now, the issues that matter in this country are immigration. It's the economy. And it doesn't matter whether you have kids or you don't, whether you're a Democrat, Independent, or Republican. We should talk about those issues in the way that we view them from a philosophical standpoint, not from a more radicalized language standpoint.
Okay, is it loose and relaxed and honest?
It's just honest, right? I mean, that's when you're loose and relaxed. You're like conveying what you really think. And I mean, that's, and also, I mean, this is not like a one-off, he made a sarcastic comment and then he was like, that's not really what I meant. I mean, we've seen this repeatedly. He has continued to make these comments. He also, in his first attempt to sort of clean this up after he became the vice presidential nominee, he apologized to the cats that he offended, but not the women. So I think that was pretty telling. So, it is incredibly divisive. It is, as I was saying earlier, I mean, I think it is part of a larger problem that this ticket has with women, as they should, in my opinion. But it's also going to continue to drive the conversation, and to David's point, is going to prevent the Republicans from being able to get to the issues they want to get to, which I have to imagine is driving Donald Trump crazy.
So, I mean, the other point is, I mean, he's even made the case, right, that people with kids should have more votes and be able to vote for the kids. So there's a policy element to that as well.
If we pay for Amazon Prime, is it really free? Maybe you could say you get 1 monthly Twitch subscription included with your Amazon Prime membership. What are you talking about? Like, I literally... What am I doing? What am I doing? I need to stop reacting to people who are like, actually, no, Twitch Prime is free as long as you have an Amazon Prime account, which you can connect to your Twitch account. That's what I say.
I mean, so the other issue for Vance is his past very, very strong criticism of the former president and current candidate for president. I'll give you a couple. These come from the New York Times, excerpts from J.D. Vance's emails to a classmate of his from Yale's Law School. October 23rd, 2014. I hate the police. Given the number of negative experience I've had in the past few years, I can't imagine what a black guy goes through. October 4th, 2016. Speaking of Trump here, he's a bad man, a morally reprehensible human being. That, by the way...
Yep, there it is. I mean, look, dude, you're fucking woke your whole life. You're a libtard your whole life. You're going to have some libtard takes, some libtard tendencies. You know what I'm saying? With the exception of this one very weird thing. He's awful on every front. Like, he's a weak candidate on every front because he both simultaneously has like libtard tendencies. So that makes him look weaker. That makes him look weaker on the issue of being like a solid, real Republican, right? But he also has a lot of insane takes in terms of like what to do with women and shit. He's just awful on both sides. He's not even remotely manageable. So awesome to do after getting a VP who wrote the foreword for the director of the project's book and keeps babbling about implementing a monarchy. Yeah. Donald Trump is so cooked on this front, so absolutely unimaginably cooked on this front, because he is trying desperately to run away from Project 2025. He's trying to constantly run defense for his VP's litany of different sound bites that just keep coming. And there will be so much more, by the way. You need to understand something. When you are trying to be one of the cool girls and going on every fucking right-wing groiper podcast and saying some of the most unhinged shit, in that super sheltered echo chamber that you are leaning into, you might come across like a based groiper, okay? But the average American hears that shit and goes, what the fuck are you saying? That's it. He's like a super liberal incel just repelling from both parties. Yeah, it's so bad. Look at this.
All of us were hit with a little bit of a political sucker punch. The bad news is that Kamala Harris does not have the same baggage as Joe Biden because whatever we might say, Kamala Harris is a lot younger, and Kamala Harris is obviously not struggling in the same ways that Joe Biden did.
Candid comments there, and they may just be an accurate assessment of how much Biden dropping out of the race has shaken things up, truly. But compare what you heard from Senator Vance there to what former President Donald Trump said publicly just a few moments ago on Fox.
I think she's a worse candidate than him. She's far more radical left. She is younger. I mean, she's 60 years old. A lot of people, I didn't realize she was 60. I thought she was a little younger.
Joining me now is the reporter who broke this story, Isaac Arnsdorf, who is a national political reporter for the Washington Post. And it's great to have you, Isaac. I mean, this is the first time we're actually getting to listen to what Senator Vance said during that fundraiser. You obtained this audio. You reported on it earlier, but now tonight we're hearing it for the first time. And it's just notable given Trump was on Fox tonight just a few moments ago saying that he actually thinks she's a worse candidate. What do you make of what you heard in this audio from a private fundraiser compared to what we're hearing from the Trump campaign publicly about her viability?
Well, that's exactly right, Caitlin. I mean, it's not exactly an earth-shattering insight that Harris, in just a short week since taking over the Democratic ticket, has raised a ton of money, energized a lot of Democrats, brought out a lot of new volunteers, and has been able to make speeches and draw crowds and land attacks in ways that Biden was struggling to do. I mean, we can all see that for ourselves. The thing is that the Trump campaign had been publicly, including Vance himself, had been publicly taking this line of, nothing to see here, nothing has changed, and that's different than the message he had for these donors behind closed doors.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess you're right. It makes sense because essentially they're saying, they want to act like everything's fine and that it hasn't changed much. Obviously, it has changed. We all know that, and people do concede that. But the question is, what does this attack look like on Harris? How are they going to go after her since they do have a new opponent? And he also talked about that on this audio that you obtained. I want everyone to listen to that.
We wonder, how is the world caught on fire? How is there a new war in seemingly every continent in the world? And it's because Kamala and the Democrats lied about Joe Biden. It kind of leads into the good news because no person in the United States of America owns the disastrous Harris-Biden agenda more than his own vice president of the United States.
What's interesting is, part of this audio is they did seem to have concerns about shaping perception of her because everyone has a fully formed opinion on President Biden, on former President Trump. He thinks from that audio, it sounds like that it's not that case with the vice president here.
Right. There's another part in the remarks where he basically says, love him or hate him. Basically, everyone already knew Joe Biden and Donald Trump, and most people had their minds made up. And Harris is just a lot less well-known, a lot less well-defined. And so it's a race between both campaigns to try to shape Americans' impressions of her, almost like a reintroduction. And the Democrats are out with their story of how they're trying to.
Yeah. Whoa, what the fuck? Why did it get weirdly dark in here? I will say this, and now it's getting weirdly lit. The camera's fucking up. I will say that I personally think it's really funny that every time you call these guys weird, they just double down on being weird and say some of the weirdest shit. Okay? They're called clouds. No, the camera got, okay, stop. It didn't actually get dark in here. It was just the camera that got dark for no reason. Tires cooking on the 5.
It just makes no sense. And what if we had black dudes, black brothers for Trump? Well, we'd all lose our blackness.
Wait, what? What do you mean? You do? There is that. That is a thing. Blacks for Trump is literally a thing that has been around since 2016. What? Remember? That's my African American over there. That's that's what it is.
As soon as we showed up for the meeting. So, I mean, or what if we had white guys for, I don't know, Nazism? Where do you draw the line?
What the fuck? Dude, this is awesome.
Well, Democrats have found a new way to rally support.
I love Fox News Tires suggests white dudes for Harris could lead the support for Nazism. I love how they just keep being weird as fuck, okay? Yeah, let's have the wrestling guy come on to say some really unhinged shit. We will definitely defeat the we're not weird. We'll definitely defeat the you are weird allegations, okay? We'll do so well. This is why I was confident. This is why I was confident when chatters were like, dude, why aren't you Hassan, why are you fucking saying this? What if the Republicans listen to you and then they stop being fucking weird and gross? And I was like, no, that's not. That's the one thing that they know. They don't know anything else. They legitimately think this is how everyone thinks, and they're secretly hiding it. You understand?
And I heard the scientists say the other day that when a man votes for a woman, he actually transitions into a woman.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, that's what the science says.
Yep.
That's kind of how you're thinking, when you think about the way that you put out content and the way that you think about growing your media empire.
Here, this is a blowjob.
What? I don't know what.
Oh, I've been on this tip for so long. You guys know this. I've been a massive fucking advocate for this. Republicans are weird shit for so long. So this is me receiving my flowers. Okay.
For Kamala Harris with virtual safe spaces. Last week, the campaign hosted various Zoom calls with titles like "Win with Black Men," "South Asian Women for Harris," and "White Women Answer the Call 2024." Last night, it was time for "White Dudes for Harris."
So much of politics is just vibes. Having said that, the vibes right now are incredible.
I was brought to the party not so much as being white, and I certainly am, but because I'm a dude. I'm white, I'm a dude, and I'm for Harris.
The idea that men can gather to talk about how we feel, interesting, powerful concept.
What a variety of whiteness we have here. It's like a rainbow of beige.
What do you think about that? Rainbow of beige.
Sounds like a fun day to me. So racist. It's the polite racism cracks me up. And Jesse's supposed to be the embodiment of conservative racist face, but it's never. It's never the Republicans who ever bring up race. It's always the same thing. White dudes for Kamala. Awesome. So now I'll start setting up.
It's never the Republicans that bring up race is so funny. Yeah. Conservatives, I'm weird. How about I show you 2,500 anti-trans memes I saved on my phone? Still think I'm weird? Are you fucking kidding me? I've got about 100 videos of leftists, I'm not going to say the word, in their car crying because someone misgendered them. That's weird, man. Why do you have that on your phone? You're an utterly repulsive person. Yeah. Conservatives never bring up race. They just say CRT and DEI or woke, advocate to change history.
Up white dudes for Tyrus. Like, it just makes no sense. And what if we had black dudes, black brothers for Trump? Well, we'd all lose our blackness as soon as we showed up for the meeting. So, I mean, or what if we had white guys for, I don't know, Nazism? You know, like, where do you draw the line? You know what I'm saying? Like, why is white the issue? It should be men, since and according to them, everything's gender fluid, and you could literally be in a meeting and realize the whole time you're in the white dudes for Kamala that you really should be at the black women for Kamala meeting next week. Like, this is pathetic, and this is what they do. And I'd just like to point out, there wasn't one regular dude on there. It was all guys who haven't done movies in a while. And none of them looked the camera dead in the eye. They all looked to the side, which is acting for, I need to check. None of them looked in the camera and said, I'm light skins for President Trump. Our meeting's tomorrow at 4 p.m. I won't be there because I don't believe in this stuff.
They're doing a great job. No, they're doing a great job being normal. This is very normal stuff, man. Thank you.
It did feel a little bit like the struggle session, right? There's a lot of feelings were being discussed.
Yeah, they're pussies. Like, that's actually a better line. Like, saying that these dudes are pussies is like a better line than just being like, you turn physically into a woman if you vote for a woman. You're trans now. You're a trans woman now. I also have no feelings ever. I've never felt. I'm so manly. This is great. If I'm a shitty ass former wrestler, is he still currently a wrestler? I don't know. I probably wouldn't be chirping about how like not famous the actors were on the white dudes for Kamala Harris call, especially considering that like the Republican Party is not exactly flush with hot talent. You know, it's like they got John Voight, Clint Eastwood, and I guess now they have Kid Rock. I mean, they've always had Kid Rock, and now Hulk Hogan.
Position her as a prosecutor and as an optimistic voice for the future. And you're seeing the Trump campaign kind of try a lot of different things right now. And in the Senator Vance was talking about that in the clip we just heard, you know, some of the ways they're trying to pin some of Biden's record on her, make her responsible for that, accuse her of covering up for Biden's health. And then you also heard in the clip from former President Trump talking about some attacks that are specific to Harris, you know, making her out to be a San Francisco liberal. So it's kind of a grab bag at this point still. They are seeing what kind of message they can drive that's going to connect.
Yeah, they're still coalescing around that line of attack. And I do want to note that the Trump-Vance campaign put out a statement tonight on this audio, and they said poll after poll shows President Trump leading Kamala Harris as voters become aware of her weak, failed, and dangerously liberal agenda. Her far-left ideas are even more radioactive than Joe Biden, particularly in the key swing states that will decide this election, like Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Wanted to make sure we noted what their response to this was. Isaac Arnsdorf, great reporting. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, radical liberal Raphael Warnock. That was pretty successful. That's why he's not a senator. All right, let's continue with J.D. Vance.
Not a singular comment. I mean, he referred to Trump as America's Hitler here. How does this play for him among Republican voters here, right? Because I mean, to the extent that Fox News is playing this kind of stuff, I mean, some of them are going to see this.
I think what we're seeing here, the fact that Trump came out and cleaned that up shows how uncomfortable members of the party are. But I also think that we don't know this party very well as it is now. In 2016, the party that Trump took was one that was against him, and he was constantly fighting the forces of the establishment and traditional side of the party. And now he kind of owns it. Yeah. But even he does not know exactly what does that mean and how far can I and my men go in making these kinds of attacks. And they're finding that those lines are interesting, but also we have no polling right now of how he will do against Kamala and how these kinds of comments, when you have a woman running for president, how those resonate. I think it's really interesting. It's 98 days out. We don't actually know from just data how this is playing out.
Yeah, and I mean, as you see Trump struggle there to explain some of these comments, you get a sense that even he sees the political sensitivity, potential damage from this.
Some newly resurfaced emails tonight between J.D. Vance and one of his law school friends. Sophia Nelson says Vance called Trump a bad man, morally reprehensible as well, and he worried about Trump's rhetoric and that it could endanger Muslims. He said that the more white people vote for Trump, the more blacks will suffer. CNN's Aaron Burnett spoke with Nelson tonight in an exclusive interview.
What I've seen is a chameleon, someone who is able to change their positions and their values depending on what will amass them political power and wealth. This isn't someone who evolved on one or two issues and with new information. This is someone who has changed their opinion on literally every imaginable issue that affects everyday Americans in this country and change the way they speak about people.
Back with my panel here, I think one of the most problematic of these messages is this one from 2014, where Vance says, "I hate the police. Given the number of negative experiences I've had in the last few years, I can't imagine what a black guy goes through." If Kamala Harris had said that, it would be a whole other conversation, I think.
Yeah, I think that J.D. Vance certainly has the right to change his opinion. I think that that's what happens in politics all the time. Donald Trump certainly has changed his opinion as well. But I find it interesting that he talks about he can't imagine what a black guy would go through. No, you can't imagine what a black guy would go through. No, you cannot imagine that at all. And so I think that, you know, from the standpoint of somebody who's changing their opinion and changing what they really think, I think that J.D. Vance is going right along with Donald Trump and what he's done on abortion and a bunch of other issues as well.
Look, this was a private correspondence between him and someone who was at the time a very close friend of his. They used to text and email about, you know, everything going on in the news, and they would disagree because Sophia was more liberal and Vance was more conservative, and they had really thoughtful, intimate conversations about all these topics. I think this is why you have to understand the way he speaks to a private friend, really talking heart to heart, is a lot more unguarded than something I think any one of us would say if we were suddenly now public figures, right? Sure. So I don't think you can necessarily say that because that rhetoric is so pointed, I hate the police, and make that one-to-one with like if Kamala had said the same thing publicly.
I mean, the reason I say that is because I think you know as well as I do, if there were any private, public, it doesn't matter where the messages were, if any Democrat were caught saying, I hate the police, that would instantly be attached to them as a political attack.
And your point,
whether or not they
the
change
point
their
that you
view
just
or not.
made is that in those intimate emails, those private emails with his friend is when he was actually being truthful. So I'm kind of marveling at the lack of vetting that seems to have gone on in the Trump campaign that had a lot of time to pick their vice president. They had a ton of time. And I've been, amazed at just all of the things that came out. Look, and I think, to me, it's very funny when I hear J.D. Vance talk about Kamala Harris as a DEI hire, because I think he got a book deal, and I think he got a TV contract, and I think he got a movie deal, because he's a DEI hire. You want to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion? He came on, and he was supposed to be the hillbilly translator, which was something that was sorely lacking on national TV and in the movies. And so if we're going to talk about hiring somebody because of
the hillbilly translator, libs are like, we made you, we can break you, basically. Also, fuck Anna Navarro.
They represent, and the color of their skin and where they come from? Let's start with J.D. Vance.
In the 9 days since Kamala Harris replaced President Biden at the top of the Democratic ticket, she has essentially tied Donald Trump in many polls, really across the board. Some suggest that whoever she picks up as her running mate could help give her the edge. The pool of VP candidates is starting to thin out now as of this morning, and I guess it should because they're kind of out of time. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer saying she's not part of the vetting process. North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper withdrawing himself from the candidate pool just last night. That is where CNN's Harry Enten comes in. Talk to me about these VP candidates and some of the top candidates, if you will, how they do electorally in their states.
Yeah, so, you know, nationally, a lot of these guys aren't particularly well known, so I think it's important to look at their home states, the people who know them best, to get an understanding, of how popular these guys can potentially be. So this is how much they outperformed Biden's 2020 margin in their last election. All these guys ran in 2022. And the one name that just stands out on this list is Josh Shapiro from Pennsylvania. Look at this. He outperformed Biden by 14 points. My goodness gracious, look how large that is. Sometimes I think an answer is just staring you straight in the face. And in this particular case, Josh Shapiro is looking at you right in the face. Look, Mark Kelly's not too bad either, right? He outperformed Biden by 5 points. And keep in mind, he was running in a federal race, which isn't quite apples and apples, right, with a gubernatorial statewide race. But still, 5 points, not bad. Outran all the other Democrats in Arizona. Tim Walz, who seems to have been picking up some sort of momentum on social media. But look at this. He only outperformed Biden by 0.6 points. Very much on a different planet.
Okay, now I'm fully invested in Waltz. No, the way that Harry Enten just shit on him subtly, I've been negatively polarized to ride with Waltz. Nope, because like he is. Look, Josh Shapiro sucks, but he makes Pennsylvania a lock. That's it. So on that front, he's not wrong. He's not wrong when he says, like, when an answer is staring you right in the fucking face. Like, I get why you would make that calculation. I get it. But you can still win Pennsylvania even without him.
And let's say a Josh Shapiro, who's the clear runaway winner on this particular.
Is Shapiro just as conservative as Fetterman? No.
Metric.
Is there proof that the VP candidate can help him carry a state?
Right. So we look at all of this, right? We go, okay, what does this exactly mean? There is one proven effect for a VP, right? And it is, in fact, this home state effect. Look, it's not necessarily particularly large. It's 0.5 to 2 points on average added to their running mate's margin compared to the baseline. But you know how close
I was
elections.
to say that's how much they're going to win.
This is the whole ball game. I mean, Pennsylvania last time was decided by 1.2 points. You look at Arizona; it was decided by 0.3 points. If you're able to add 0.5 to 2 points, that could all of a sudden help you capture a state like Arizona or Pennsylvania, especially when you got guys like Shapiro who outran Biden by 14 points, or Mark Kelly who outran Biden by 5 points. They could definitely be the types of candidates who could help put one of those two states over the top.
Which of the top candidates' home states is most likely, maybe most important for Harris or Trump to win?
Yeah, there you go. So if you, let's say you're choosing between a Mark Kelly and you're choosing between him and a Josh Shapiro, which of these two states is the one that you actually want to provide that boost to? So this will give you an idea, all right? The chance that this state puts either Harris or Trump over the top in the Electoral College.
It's not a question.
Once again, look at Pennsylvania as the clear runaway winner here. A 30% chance that is the state that puts you over the top in the Electoral College. Arizona, it's just a 4%. Minnesota's less than a 3%. Why is Pennsylvania so important? Well, it has so many electoral votes. It has 19 electoral votes, right? So if you're able to put that in your back pocket, all of a sudden your electoral map for Kamala Harris becomes that much easier, and it makes Donald Trump's map a lot more harder. Or a lot harder, I should say.
Not a lot more harder is also a way to say. Not leading us to any conclusion, though, of where she'll end up, but interesting nonetheless.
Interesting nonetheless. I don't know which way she'll go, but the math points in a very clear direction in my mind.
It's good to see you.
Nice to see you.
John.
All right, with us now, Democratic Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois, the second highest ranking Democrat in the Senate, and the chair of the Judiciary Committee. Senator, have you received your...
I mean, they love Shapiro. They're right. That analysis is sound. It's correct. They're not just cooking up the charts. That analysis is correct. If you're simply looking at it on a one-state basis, it's correct. Pennsylvania is a must-win state for the Democratic Party. And the reality of the matter is Josh Shapiro literally fucking locks it down. Josh Shapiro will lock down Pennsylvania for the Democratic Party. Shapiro is not popular in PA. It doesn't matter. Josh Shapiro literally won against Doug Mastriano, a psychopathic right-wing MAGA Trump supporter who was Donald Trump's pick. He won by 16 fucking points. You can't say that he's unpopular. He's literally tested. He's literally tested, battle tested in front of MAGA supporters. He won because Doug Mastriano was insane. Wait, what? Why is this data relevant? It is relevant. It's relevant because Donald Trump is on the ticket. Donald Trump is literally currently on the ticket. He'd be running against Donald Trump and JD Vance. Why do we hate Shapiro except for Zionism? He's more conservative than the other top of the leaderboard contenders. Him and Mark Kelly are the two that are actually kind of ass. Mark Kelly is responsible for, there was one of the Democratic senators that literally had a make or break vote on the PRO Act, and he fucking destroyed it. And Josh Shapiro has worked with the Republicans in his fucking state to push for charter schools, which is anti-union. Ultimately, though, they're both ass, but Astronaut wins you more points, and it'll win you PA as well. No, Mark Kelly fucking sucks. Fuck Mark Kelly.
Your vetting materials for the vice presidential pick?
What's my top VP candidate? I mean, it was Gretchen Whitmer, but obviously that's not going to happen. There's no two women. There's no two women fucking Democratic Party ticket. But I like Pritzker, I like Waltz, and I like Andy Beshear. I like all three of these people. I will take any of these three people. I don't have like a super strong preference over one over the other, especially as new information has come to light about Andy Beshear's attitude towards pushing for the IHRA anti-Semitism definition bill. I find that to be really fucking gross. I find that to be really bad in general. You get what you get and you don't throw a fit. Wait, what? I mean, I get to do that. Literally, I'm a political commentator. I definitely get to do that in front of a massive audience, as a matter of fact. An audience that people think could literally change the trajectory of the election, it seems. Not that I believe that, but that's what some people seemingly believe. So, yeah.
I'm taking a pass on that. I enjoy being senator from Illinois.
Do you care to lobby for your Senate colleague Mark Kelly in this process this morning?
Well, we have a lot of good people in the race, and it sounds like a politician's answer, but it's true. I mean, I listened to...
That's also dumb as fuck, bro. Why would you literally take out a Senate seat? Like, have it even be remotely contested or at odds is so stupid. Anyway.
The analysis.
I mean, he has to run again, but still.
The arguments can be made for J.B. Pritzker of Illinois, a very successful governor who has shown some real leadership and loyalty to the ticket. I mean, you can go through a long list of possibilities, but the bottom line is the decision has to be made, and soon. Just a few days remain before the ballot names have to be submitted to the states.
Senator, the Trump campaign and its associates have started running ads against Vice President Harris. And the New York Times this morning has noted how she has shifted some of her positions since she was first running for president in 2019 and 2020. I'm just going to read you a paragraph from the Times article. She changed her position on fracking in Pennsylvania. She released that just Friday. And the Times says, in addition to changing her position on fracking, campaign officials say she now backed the Biden administration's budget requests for increased funding for border enforcement, no longer supported a single-payer health insurance program, and now echoed Mr. Biden's call for banning assault weapons, but not a requirement to sell them to the federal government, which she had apparently backed before. How do you think voters feel, Senator, about a candidate who does shift positions?
Well, the issue may be so central to the campaign that it makes a significant difference. But I think the bottom line is the voters judge these candidates in their entirety. They have an image of Donald Trump. They have an image of Kamala Harris. And that propels them to make a decision on how to vote. Take a look at what's happened since Joe Biden stepped out of the race and Kamala Harris stepped in. There's been a dramatic shift of young people, for example, in their opinion of whether this race is important. So it's in the entirety of the career of these individual candidates as well as all of the positions they take. It's seldom that one position is going to decide a vote.
Because the Republicans in the Trump campaign are now trying to label the vice president as a...
This man is so old, he's about to die on camera. Excuse me. Put some respect on the Senate whip, okay? A man who is so asleep on the job, it blows my mind. Dick Durbin is so bad. And Chuck Schumer, too. Like, at least Nancy Pelosi has some fucking balls, dude. Nancy Pelosi. I don't like Nancy Pelosi. I hate Nancy Pelosi. Put some respect on Nancy Pelosi regardless. I absolutely despise these fucking dickheads in the Senate. They are so bad. They are the laughing stock. They are legitimately so, they're just allergic to doing anything. Like he could have had countless hours of Senate committee hearings on the motherfucking Supreme Court. Like, oh my God. I don't even want to think about that. If Mark Kelly got selected in Arizona, they have time to replace the individual with someone from the same party. No, I know, but doesn't he have another re-election coming up? Now you're putting someone that's less tested on that place when he's already popular in the Senate. Yeah, in the midterms. Anyway, I hate this motherfucker.
Liberal. What will it take to keep that from staying?
Megan Thee Stallion is live? Oh, shit. We interrupt our broadcast for Hot Girl Summer. Politics nerds when they see someone dancing and singing. Yes! People do not care about this at all. This is crazy. Okay, we're not watching this. This is embarrassing. I'm sorry. We're moving back to Dick Durbin.
Dicking.
Well, they're going to beat her with it as long as they can possibly do it, try to make an impression. But I think they're going to find that a former prosecutor, state attorney general in California, who served on the Senate Judiciary Committee with me, has a lot more to her background than just this simple labeling.
One thing that may have backfired on Republicans are comments from Senator J.D. Vance. He made them in 2021. K-File, CNN has reported that he actually made them over a period of time repeatedly about people who don't have children, suggesting that people who don't have children, the word he used, can be sociopaths. And then he used the phrase childless cat ladies at one point to describe then Senator and Vice President Kamala Harris. I want to play you what former President Trump said about this last night. Listen.
All he said is he does like, I mean, for him, he likes family. I think a lot of people like family, and sometimes it doesn't work out. And you know why? You don't meet the right person, or you don't meet any person, but you're just as good, in many cases a lot better than a person that's in a family situation.
So Trump is saying maybe being single makes you better than being in a family situation, but why do you think these comments have been so resonant?
Because an effective candidate for president should not be saying negative things about people who are childless. Some of them have made the decision to be childless, and some.
Dude, this man is like basically the crowd. This man is the white guy who is just not moving at all. As Megan Thee Stallion is, oh my God, look at, like, it's, oh God. She's just blessing this fucking crowd with her ass, okay? And they are not appreciative enough. The reason why I went to Dick Durbin is literally for this reason, okay? I cannot sit there and watch this performance be wasted on an entire crowd of people who are not there to appreciate it. She's singing. She's not giving positions. Like, look at this guy. Get out of here, man.
Some have tried very valiantly to raise a family, and they've just been physically unable to do so. Both childless and families deserve representation from the very best candidates for president. J.D. Vance's comments are troubling at a minimum.
Senator, you're going to hold hearings today on the Secret Service and their response or lack of response to the assassination attempt on Donald Trump, including, I believe, testimony from the now acting Secret Service director. How has your faith in the ability of the Secret Service changed over the last few weeks, given that attempt?
Listen, we hear lots of theories about international assassins and terrorists and their threat to highly elected officials in the United States and elaborate schemes and technology. This was a 20-year-old community college student who defied the best expertise of the United States and the Secret Service and law enforcement in Pennsylvania and locally, and came within an inch of killing a former president of the United States. You'd say to yourself, what in the hell happened here? We're supposed to be better than that. We have thousands of people who are in government and responsible for keeping these elected officials safe.
As much as I hate Dick Durbin, he's been one of the biggest allies for DACA recipients. That, and also he was like one of the first high-ranking Democratic Party officials to call for a ceasefire. Fun facts with HasanAbi. I still hate him though. But it's like similar to Dianne Feinstein. I used to shit on Dianne Feinstein all the fucking time. Except Dianne Feinstein alongside with Dianne Feinstein, fun fact, alongside Bernie Sanders were some of the only fucking senators in the entire goddamn nation that were actively actively criticizing BDS legislation on First Amendment grounds, which they should. Why do you hate him then? What do you mean? Because he's a fucking incompetent little freak and an Illinois politician in general. It's going to take a lot for me to like someone from Illinois in politics. Dick Durbin is a soulless husk who is genuinely incompetent. You're literally from California, law. Dude, the one fucking place where the Democratic Party is just like openly corrupt is Illinois. Like worse than California. California Democratic Party officials are awful. They're ass cheeks. They're fucking institutionalists. They're really fucking annoying. I mean, I hate Gavin Newsom. I'm literally advocating for the Illinois governor to be the vice president, okay? And not my own. I have actively said Gavin Newsom sucks ass and should be nowhere near a position of power. The fuck do you mean?
That's why we're having this hearing this morning.
What do you hope to find out?
How we failed, and we did fail, and whether we can avoid that in the future. And I take it personally. We're 20 days away from a Democratic convention in not my hometown, but the town I represent, Chicago, and I'm proud to represent it. We want to make sure we do everything to keep every person safe who visits our city.
Senator Dick Durbin from Illinois, thanks so much for being with us. Appreciate your time.
Moments ago, I sat down with former President Trump for a wide-ranging interview, telling me things that he has never told anyone in an interview before. Enjoy. Mr. President, first, I would like to say a belated congratulations for retiring Joe Biden, at least from the campaign. And now the polls are coming out for his replacement after a whirlwind positive press for Kamala Harris. But the Real Clear Politics average shows you up at about 1.75%, 7% over her. But before the debate, Biden was 1.5 points behind. So you've actually slightly grown your lead on the national poll. So how do you keep Republicans?
RCP is literally the one fucking pollster aggregate that was wrong on the red wave momentum. Given the way that they weigh certain polls, RCP is literally the one poll aggregate that actually said that the red wave was out of control and it was going to happen. And that's literally what Joe Biden points to. RCP is, if you're an annoying little poll nerd, is very right-wing skewed. Yeah. Here it is. Battle for Senate RCP projection was a net change of +3 GOP. They were completely fucking, off base. That is the actual one right-wing aggregator that like Biden points to say, everybody said there was gonna be a red wave. So yeah, not best, not the best. Not the best aggregate to point to.
It's positive and not buying into kind of the negative publicity that they're saying.
I think she's a worse candidate than him. She's far more radical left. She is younger. I mean, she's 60 years old. A lot of people, I didn't realize she was 60. I thought she was a little younger, but she's 60. She is talking a big game, but her game is pretty bad. I mean, she was the border czar. She's trying to pretend that she wasn't. You know, it's an amazing thing that's happened too, because we did a long time ago.
It's an evolution, Mr. President, that yes, she was more progressive in 2020, but that she's moved to the middle on a number of these issues, and they're making a concerted effort to.
Remember what I told you about Kamala Harris and how she will hurt her own momentum if she doesn't separate herself from Joe Biden on immigration and other shit? if she doesn't actually separate herself from Joe Biden in a meaningful way, and if she does the worst possible thing that she could ever do, which is capitulate the right-wing framing and immediately get scared by right-wing attacks and lean on your centrist bona fides, I think she's going to do that. It seems a new Kamala immigration ad just dropped on the timeline.
On the
Let's take a
border,
look.
the choice is simple. Kamala Harris supports increasing the number of Border Patrol agents. Donald Trump blocked a bill to increase the number of Border Patrol agents. Kamala Harris supports investing in new technology to block fentanyl from entering the country. Donald Trump blocked funding for technology to block fentanyl from entering the country. Kamala Harris supports spending more money to stop human traffickers. Donald Trump blocked money to stop human traffickers. Kamala Harris prosecuted transnational gang members and got them sentenced to prison. Trump is trying to avoid being sentenced to prison. There's two choices in this election. The one who will fix our broken...
Controlling the border is insanely popular, though, despite reality. This is what a lot of people want to hear. First time analyzing campaigns. Welcome. Must be your first time, I guess, because you're saying this, because this is pure delusion. Okay? Nobody thinks the Liberal Party is the pro-border control party. If you are the Democratic Party, you are pro-immigration. If you are the Republican Party, you are pro-killing immigrants. Okay? No one is going to turn around and be like, you know what? I've decided that I'm going to vote for the real border control party, which is the Democrats. They're not. All you will do is get people to go, oh shit, even the Democrats are agreeing that the border is a massive fucking problem. I think I'm going to go with the party that's been saying that for years. Good luck. Good luck. Have fun.
An immigration system and the one who's trying to stop her. On the border?
That's pandering to swing voters. No, that's not. You're literally doing the opposite pandering. No, you're wrong. You get a fucking moment of hypocrisy, but the much broader issue that you are now capitulating on is the notion that the Republicans were always right when they said immigrants are rapist drug dealers. Don't come in here with some foo-foo shit if you're new. The salient part of this messaging is Republicans are right on immigration. Immigrants are fucking rapist drug dealer murderers. And we in the Democratic Party want to legitimately try and stop them from raping your children. This community hates this message, but the 40-plus parents in my suburb, Michigan, literally said to me that they're happy Kamala, she could fix the border for once since they heard Trump block a fix. I was fucking floored. No, it doesn't matter. Your parents, I suspect, in your Michigan suburb are still libbed up the fucking wazoo, though, right? Did this actually change the dynamic for them? Were they like, oh, I was actually going to vote for Donald Trump, but I believe Kamala will be the one. I am 40 plus. I am the parent. These are other parents. Oh. Okay, those other parents, were they actually voting for Donald Trump and now they're voting for Kamala Harris? Did Kamala Harris actually win them over on the border front? Because if they believe that, they're already liberals. So they're already a given. They're already a vote to take for granted anyway. My argument is for those in the actual fucking margins, for like people in the middle that are like, oh man, I don't know. I don't really want to vote for Trump again. He's really fucking gross and weird. For those people, this is a push. They see this and they go, most of them are probably already liberals. I get your point. Just sharing these people fell victim to the right wing, to the R framing. And I think it was the media. Yes. Weren't you just saying candidates need to earn your vote law? Yeah. That's why I think Kamala Harris needs to change her sentiment on immigration. The reason why she has to do that is because people that personally are invested in the notion that immigrants are like drug dealer rapists and they must be dealt with strong border control are voting for the Republican Party. They are. If you don't message against that front and show no distinction, wait, what am I missing? You said I'm missing the whole rally, but like it hasn't even started. Yo, some of you chatters are so fucking weird. Like, what am I missing? You're missing the top of the hour ad break. That's what you're missing. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, if you want to miss the ads at the top of the hour, that's all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free. Bro, would you really vote for Kamala if she gave lip service to immigration in Palestine? She's not going to change in any substantial way and will govern exactly like Biden and Dems in general. Brother, you think it's my vote that I'm fucking talking about when I have these conversations? I don't believe, even for a little bit, that the Democratic Party will actually push the needle on these issues at all. When I talk about messaging, I'm talking about actual voters and what actual voters respond to. Okay? Hello? What do you mean, Quavo? Why are you guys saying Quavo on stage? Are you watching a different rally? What's happening? Oh.
If y'all don't know me, I go by the name of Quavo. Born on the north side of Atlanta, home of the Migos.
Okay, that's kind of sick.
This city has always been home to me, from playing in the streets and, you know, nurturing me and teaching me how to be the man I am standing before you. So, I mean, one of these issues that I care about is resolving the gun violence issue.
I didn't miss Megan Thee Stallion. Shut the fuck up.
And you
Shut
can't
up.
understand
Shut
the
up.
struggles
Shut
of
up.
gun violence if you're not in the field or in the heart of it. So one thing I learned about working with Vice President Harris is she always stand on business. From inviting me,
I didn't miss Megan Thee Stallion. I just didn't watch it deliberately.
To the White House last year to discuss these solutions to passing the biggest gun safety laws to date. So it's only right in the birthplace of the culture. It's also the same place to launch the first African-American woman to run for president. Yeah, we changing the culture again. So if you never voted before, make sure you get out and vote right now, because it's the real one. And in the words of my brother Takeoff, let me get a Kamala. I'm going to hand it over to Tyler Green. Let him talk about his vote and introduce the next president of the United States of America. Yes, sir.
He said, so what did they just say? Never did I think I'd ever see a Migo, a singular Migo, advocate for a Democratic president.
Tyler Green, and I am so honored to be introducing the next President of the United States of America, Vice President Kamala Harris. Just a second. Listen. As a proud Morehouse man, I couldn't be more excited to welcome a fellow HBCU alum back to the beautiful city of Atlanta. I first met the Vice President at the White House last year, where I shared my story as a young black entrepreneur. I talked about the challenges that I faced, the importance of investing in entrepreneurs of color, how we can work together to fight the climate change crisis, and the positive impact that the Biden-Harris administration has had on my communities. And it means so much to me to see a vice president leading with the same values of excellence,
I know him,
leadership, and service that our institution.
I literally know this man. That's not a joke.
Vice President Harris has spent every day of her career fighting for working people just like me. From her service as a district attorney, attorney general, and the United States
No, not the speaker.
The Senate. Not yet.
He's a nice guy.
To her leadership as vice president, she has served and spent every day of her career serving and fighting for us, the people. To name just a few of these accomplishments, she's fought for historic investments into HBCUs. She's fought for student debt relief. She's fought for reproductive freedom. She's fought for entrepreneurs and climate leaders like me. And I know that when Georgia sends her to the White House again, she will continue to fight for us. There's so much at stake in this election. We know that we can't afford to let Donald Trump...
It's funny because he straight up tweeted about rearranging his, he didn't tweet, sorry. He posted about how he rearranged his afternoon meetings when he saw the Rolling Stone article saying Megan Thee Stallion will perform at Kamala Harris' Atlanta rally. It is him. The hot girl right there.
We have a champion here with us tonight, and she is going to lead our country into the future. Now, it's my honor to introduce the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
God damn, people are so stoked on the not corpse president, dude. Holy shit.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
I'm with her. Chill.
Very much. Thank you, everybody. Oh, it's good to be back in Georgia. Thank you, everyone. Can we please hear it for Tyler? I want to thank Tyler for that incredible introduction. I invited him, and
Do you think this makes Georgia a lock for Harris? No, because while Georgia has a lot of black voters, Georgia also has increasingly become more racist. Like, it was already pretty racist, but it's gotten more racist as time has passed. Like, it's kind of wild.
So it is so good to see everyone, and let me also thank our incredible members of Congress who are with us this evening: Senator John Ossoff, Senator Rafa Nakima Williams, to Mayor Andre Dickens. Thank you for welcoming me back.
Dude, the whites in Georgia are nutty.
And thank you to the great Stacey Abrams.
The whites in Georgia have gotten way more racist in the last couple of years.
So Georgia, it is so
and not even just like anti-black.
And I am very clear. The path to the White House runs right through this state. Let's win in 2020, and we're going to do it again in 2024. So let's get right down. So I'm gonna get into some business now. Okay, I'm gonna get into some business now. All right. So Georgia, as many of you know, before, and have a seat if you have a chair. As many of you know, before I was elected vice president and before I was elected a United States senator, I was an elected attorney general and an elected district attorney. And before that, I was a courtroom prosecutor. So in those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women. Fraudsters who ripped off consumers. Cheaters who broke the rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type. I know the type, like him my entire career. For example, as Attorney General of California, I took on one of our country's largest for-profit colleges that was scamming students. Well, Donald Trump ran a for-profit college that scammed students. As a prosecutor, I specialized in child sexual abuse cases and sexual abuse cases. Well, Trump was found liable for committing sexual abuse. And as an attorney general, I held the big Wall Street banks accountable for fraud. Donald Trump, guilty of fraud, 34 counts. So in this campaign,
Bro, libs are going crazy, bro. Libs are screaming, lock them up.
in this campaign, I will proudly put my record against his any day of the week.
It's wild, bro. Holy shit. You have a younger black woman candidate who's just like speaking to a massive crowd here comprised of black Georgia voters, and they're fucking celebrating her track record as a prosecutor.
I prosecuted them in case after case, and I won. Donald Trump, on the other hand,
This would never happen if Donald Trump wasn't Donald Trump, by the way.
game about securing our border, but he does not walk the walk. Or as my friend Quavo would say, he does not walk it like he talks it. So look, the administration worked on the most significant border security bill in decades. Some of the most conservative Republicans in Washington, D.C. supported the bill. Even the Border Patrol endorsed it. It was all set to pass. But at the last minute, Trump directed his allies in the Senate to vote it down. Right. He
Still better than Hillary, though.
tanked the bipartisan deal because he thought it would help him win an election. Which goes to show Donald Trump does not care about border security. He only cares about himself.
Like, you're talking to an entire audience of liberals who are pretty young. Why are you fucking saying this to them? Like, that's insane, okay? That's an insane speech to deliver.
It's my pledge to you. As president, I will bring back the border security bill that Donald Trump killed, and I will sign it into law. Donald Trump, what real leadership looks like.
I'm Brian Kilmeade. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
But make no
I'm Brian
mistake,
Kilmeade.
This campaign is not just about us versus Donald Trump. Truly, this campaign is about two very different
Oh my
visions
God.
for our nation.
She's literally running on passing the border
One
bill.
focused on the future, the other focused on the past. We believe in a future where every person has the opportunity to build a business, to own a home or generational wealth, a future with affordable health care, affordable child leave, and all of this is to say, building up the middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. We here all know when our middle class is strong, America is strong. To keep our middle class strong, families need relief from the high cost of living so that they have a chance not just to get by, but to get ahead. And yes, it is true that by many indicators,
They should pass mass deportation signs. No, that's next election. Because Republicans are pushing for it this election. That means the Democrats will capitulate to that position next election. And we'll be like, Donald Trump claimed he wanted to mass deport migrants, but he was too pussy to do so. Vote for me and I'll mass deport migrants. Yeah, no, it's becoming incredibly clear to me that she is just Biden, but young and a black woman. That's it.
and surprise late charges that banks and other companies use to pad their profits.
Because like all this stuff, a lot of the stuff that she's getting to now is good. But it was good when Biden, it was good policy for Biden too. The problem was the messenger. But she had an opportunity. She had an opportunity to move away from some of the bad policies of Biden.
Our plan will lower costs and save many middle-class families thousands of dollars a year.
Like it or not, black people care about the border. Man, shut the fuck up. Black people care about the border. I don't give a fuck what black people care about or what you think black people care about, okay? I'm talking across the board. The Democratic Party literally is going to fucking lose. And even if they don't lose, move the country to a significantly more right-wing position, okay? Oh, black people care about this. Black people care about that. Like, shut the fuck up. That's not how politics works, okay? I hate that. I hate this, like, shield, okay? I hate this fucking idiotic shield, okay? Oh, well, Hasan, how dare you? Like it or not, black people care about this issue. It's like, it's such a fucking stupid stance, okay? It's such an idiotic stance. Nobody operates like this, okay? Black people don't operate like this either. Shut the fuck up. Stop using this as a fucking shield.
Children with asthma, breast cancer survivors, grandparents with diabetes. Georgia, America has tried these failed policies before, and we are not going back. That's right. And we are not going back because ours is a fight for the future, and it is a fight for freedom. Across our nation, we are witnessing a full-on assault on hard-fought, hard-won.
Babes, why so angry? Because the white nativist immigration border bill is unimaginably fucking right-wing. And dumb motherfuckers in the chat are like, black people are unimaginably right-wing on the fucking border issues, as though they don't recognize that that's white nativist anyway, and that will inevitably harm black people as well. And by the way, it currently does harm black people as well. There are black fucking undocumented migrants that are crossing the fucking border. It's one of the dumbest ways that the Democratic Party operates on a regular basis. I had Ested on specifically to talk about this. It's this shield that like, oh, if you're advocating for the Democratic Party, that means you are actually a black person. Even if you're a white person, you're actually advocating for the needs of black people. It is this gross and so transparent race peddling that Democratic Party defenders engage in, so much so that they literally did that to defend Joseph Robinette Biden, a white man, as opposed to swapping out Joseph Robinette Biden, a white man, with a fucking black woman by the name of Kamala Harris. They were like, oh, you want to change the president, but black people love Biden. Black people want Biden. What are we doing here?
And so, we who believe in the sacred freedom to vote will finally pass the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement.
26 month subscriber, bro's never seen me angry. Christ, you're angry.
To live safe from gun violence will finally pass universal background checks and ban.
Why being black is so political? As a young black guy just getting into politics, I find it really gross and upsetting. I hate being seen as a black, if that makes sense. Being black is political because America's white supremacists.
Congress passes a law to restore reproductive freedoms, as President of the United States, I will sign it into law.
America is a white supremacist nation.
So November 5th.
America is such a white supremacist nation that we literally have black people in leadership positions advocate for white supremacist principles. Okay? That's how fucking aggro of a, that's how solidly, fundamentally white supremacists of a country we are. Okay? Black faces in high places that still end up reiterating their commitment to white supremacy. And I'm not even just talking about fucking Clarence Thomas, man. I'm not. I mean, look at Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is a black woman. Her parents are immigrants. Her dad is literally from Jamaica. Okay? An American success story. And she just said that she is, if you elect her, she is going to push a right-wing border bill, an unimaginably anti-immigrant border bill. Okay. Edgar Allan Poe, 420. I don't know why you just keep saying that.
He pulled out of the debate in September he had previously agreed to.
You just cited my principal researcher's grad advisor. Oh my God, black faces in high places. I'm so poorly side up right now.
Here's the funny thing about that. So he won't debate, but he and his running mate sure seem to have a lot to say about me.
Yeah, they keep saying that you're going to run the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour at 4:25 because you forgot to run it. Oh, yeah, that's right. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
I do hope you'll reconsider to meet me on the debate stage, because as the saying goes, if you've got something to say...
I don't get what is bad about protecting the country. Protecting the country from what? Yeah, for the record, that's what Nazis said about the Jews. I don't get what's so bad about protecting the country against the Jews. Okay? The fuck do you mean protect the country? There is no, like, border security is a non-issue. Immigrants are not responsible for a larger share of the crimes. They actually commit crimes at a smaller rate per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens do. Okay? It is completely fucking overblown. It's a lie. It's a hysterical lie told by the Republican Party.
So, Georgia, in the next 98 days, we have our work cut out for us. And this is not going to be easy. This is hard work, but we like hard work. Hard work is good work. So, Georgia, today I ask you, are you ready to get to work? We believe opportunity. Do we believe in the promise of America? Are we ready to fight for it?
Doesn't the border bill tackle drug crossings too? Yeah, that's a fucking lie. Drugs come in through regular points of entry. The border bill has extra protocols, supposedly R&D, for CBP to actually develop better measures of, like, tracking down drugs. Not so certain on how they're going to do that. Not so certain how they're going to fucking upgrade their infrastructure. But ultimately, you're talking simply about, like, drug sniffing machines, right? Like machines that figure out when a car crossing over the border has drugs or not.
Following that
What the fuck is
incredible
this?
rally we all just watched in Atlanta.
God, I can't. Democratic Party operatives make me so angry, so unreasonably angry. Anyway, outside of that, border tangent was good. Yeah, but the border tangent is important because that's what I'm looking at to see if she deviates away From Donald Trump, your criticism is so stupid. How can you both say that America's a white supremacist country because then Kamala would fucking win by a landslide by being xenophobic and racist? You fucking tanky. What? There's no way liberals are literally saying America is not a white supremacist nation. We had a black president. Like, that's got to be bait, right? Because that is straight up what, like, Steven Crowder says. That's what Ben Shapiro says. Your position is identical to Ben Shapiro and Steven Crowder. Liberals are fucking racist. Okay, he was just memeing around, I guess. Anyway, she's also open being more pro-crypto and is reportedly out to prove she won't be economically progressive. Yeah, it's my biggest fears that are coming to light, which is that I said that immediately the only fucking sticking counter narrative against Kamala Harris is that she's a liberal because of her track record in the Senate, okay? And that I fear that she's going to do the classic Democratic Party shit that Joe Biden didn't even fucking do, which was to recenter her messaging on how she's not a fucking liberal. Their logs are them hallucinating a position you do not hold. Wait, what? You are so fucking stupid. She's talking to all the racist and xenophobic liberals. Your criticism is so fucking stupid. Wait, what? Liberals are fucking racist? Oh, I thought this guy was joking. You seriously think there are no racist liberals? No, I think that there are a shit ton of racist liberals. What is wrong with you? Take your fucking meds, man. Listen, if you were Trump, how do you counter this? Get shot in the other ear? No, you just keep saying Kamala Harris recognizes that the border is a fucking problem. Why didn't she do anything for the 4 years that she was the border czar? There you go. I wrote it for you. Okay? Oh, even Kamala Harris now recognizes that the border was a problem. Why didn't she do anything? She was the fucking border czar for 4 years. Don't say she wasn't. Yes, she was. She wasn't the border czar. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Liberal media so perfectly has the capacity to fucking make liberals hallucinate things. Okay? First of all, she literally was. She went to Guatemala to tell Guatemalans to not come to the United States of America because Brandon was putting her on shit duty, okay? Brandon, in the most selfish way possible, knowing full well that he still wanted to fucking go and run again and be the president again because he was a fucking spiteful piece of shit old man, literally, one, picked Kamala Harris, who was not exactly an energizing candidate, who was objectively a loser in the 2019 primaries, okay? That's number one. That's why he picked her. And then he literally fucking put Kamala Harris on all the worst possible jobs that a VP can do, one of which was the border. Why do you think there was so much goddamn back and forth about Kamala never going to the border, even though she's the border czar? Okay? That's literally the point of a VP. No, it's not right-wing propaganda. MSNBC and liberal media is now running defense to say she wasn't the border czar. That's bullshit. That's not bullshit at all. Kamala Harris was put on the border. I don't care what fucking now PolitiFact says. Biden tasked Harris with stemming the migration on southern border. There it is. March 24th, 2021. But she wasn't the border czar. What do you guys think the border czar means? It means a person appointed to work on the border. You guys are so fucking stupid. That's just what that means. Okay? It's not like an official sanctioned position. We are not in a fucking emirate. Okay? It's not literally like an official sanctioned position, guys. It's just what people say when someone is tasked with that duty. They'll say, oh, this person is in charge of the border. They are the border czar. Okay? Oh, my Lord. Czar isn't a real title. Why are you using right-wing language? No, I'm not using right-wing language. I'm using what was colloquially utilized early on by everyone. Only now it is seemingly politically not great to say so because the right wing are pointing to that to be like Kamala Harris was tasked with the fucking border. We're having the most idiotic semantics argument currently. Okay? She just openly endorsed the right-wing legislation and we're circle jerking over semantics of her role as VP. I know. And the reason why liberals are doing that is because they are coping. Okay? So she fucked up as on the border as the borders are. Dude, she can't deviate from Joe Biden when she was literally her vice president. That's why I said it was shit duty, okay? They put her on literally cleaning up shit, okay? They did that deliberately. They did that so that, you know, all of these like unpopular things, Hasan finally realizing how stupid his chat actually is, yeah, as opposed to what, right-wing fucking chatters? Shut the hell up. If anything, right-wingers do this all the fucking time to a worse degree. It's fine if a big chunk of my community disagrees with me on this. My job is to explain things, okay?
Vice President Harris was not a border czar.
Meantime, Vice President and border czar Kamala Harris facing some backlash.
What he said about Harris and immigration was not true. She was never appointed border czar.
And this will be her first visit to the U.S.-Mexico border region since she was appointed as the border czar by President Biden.
People gonna have to counter the misinformation. You already hear folks talking about the border czar. She wasn't the border czar.
President Biden tapped Kamala Harris by...
The border czar is not an officially sanctioned position, you dumb fucks. It's simply colloquially said about a person that is tasked with a specific part of the administration's agenda. Okay? That's it. That's precisely the reason why liberals were saying border czar, as everybody does. It's normal. Like, it's not a fucking... Like, it's so stupid. Then why say it? Because... Wait, what? Now you're making up words? Because that is what the colloquial adoption of the word is. That's what it is. That's what it is. When someone is fucking tasked with a job in the administration, you say, oh, that's the drug czar, that's the border czar. Like, that is a normal fucking term that people utilize. It doesn't mean anything beyond the fact that they are tasked with that role in the administration. The fact that there is now a semantics argument back and forth in this circumstance is so stupid. It's an informal term, exactly. Is employed in media and popular usage to refer to high-level executive branch officials who oversee particular policy field. There has never been a U.S. government office with the formal title czar. Hasan, I love you. Just say this is the term people have been using for decades for these positions. Then move on again. Love you. I am Brian. Kill me. Though at chat getting you off on this bullshit. Anyway, whether you like it or not, this semantics argument over Kamala Harris was never the official border czar. That's not a real position. And the media never referred to her as such, will only allow you to look like a fucking dumbass on this issue by the absolute, like, sub 10-point IQ Republicans who are fucking remembering to breathe manually because of how stupid they are. They can just point to this compilation and make you look like a fucking asshole. My job here is to be fucking honest, okay? And let me tell you, I haven't been wrong so far. I told you the Kamala swap would be good. So just listen to what I have to fucking say, shut the fuck up, sit down, and maybe, I don't know, take advantage of the amount of experience I have in this fucking issue as I've been professionally covering politics from a leftist position for the past 10 fucking years. I know what I'm talking about. Shut the fuck up. You don't. I'm sorry. God damn. Sit the fuck down and listen to what I have to say. The only thing the Republicans have to do in this situation is basically turn around and go, Kamala Harris is the border czar. Liberal media is now lying and claiming she wasn't when they openly said she was the border czar, which is, by the way, again, an informal position title. It's not like a real title, but like she was tasked with the immigration position, okay? And she lied about how big of a problem immigration is for the first 4 years when she could have done something about it. And now when the election comes around, she openly recognizes that the immigration problem is a massive issue. Well, guess what? We've been saying immigrants are rapists for years. Who are you going to vote for? These fake-ass phonies who are advocating for shutting down immigration now? Or the real ones who've been fucking advocating to shut down immigration and is running on mass deportations? That's what the Republicans are going to do. It's a fucking gift-wrapped, basically a fruit basket to the Republican Party. Joe Biden was significantly closer to Donald Trump on the issue of immigration in terms of the percentage points, okay, when he ran to the left of Donald Trump on immigration in 2020. Joe Biden running to the right of Donald Trump on immigration, trying to be the real fucking immigration is actually a matter of national security and not like a problem with the economy, that immigration actually has to be processed through this lens of national security. That kind of hysterical pandering is never going to work to win people over to your side. It simply makes people on your side also regurgitate right-wing positions on immigration, positions that are not born out of reality, positions that are born out of the hysterical pandering of right-wing charlatans. Oh, don't you think Trump blocking the bill is good for the Dems to expose? Okay, let me put this in terms that you might understand, okay? If you like Medicare for all, let's say, okay, and let's say Donald Trump, as a last-ditch effort, puts together a Medicare for all proposal in the year 2020 as the election is nearing, okay? If Donald Trump turns around and says, I'm pro Medicare for all, and I want to fucking push, and I want to push the country to the left, and I care about Medicare for all, and I actually am the Medicare for all candidate, do you buy in to the idea that Donald Trump is now really officially the Medicare for all candidate? Or do you go, well, what the fuck are we talking about? There's literally a guy who is not, who has been saying they're pro Medicare for all. You go for Bernie Sanders. It doesn't change your mind at all on the issue. You are now more committed to fucking Bernie Sanders. You go, oh, well, there's a guy out there who has been openly advocating for Medicare for all for many, many years. Anyway, all you've done now is basically legitimize the position that Medicare for all is a real popular idea, okay? And the difference between obviously being fucking Medicare for all, being, you know, pro Medicare for all versus pro right-wing border is that the border issue is born out of nothing. It's just made up. Yeah, PolitiFact. Mostly false. Thanks, PolitiFact. Anyway, here, they can just run this video till the cows come home.
President Kamala Harris to be the border czar.
Now, she wasn't the border czar. That's what Republicans labeled her.
They were very critical of Kamala Harris, especially in her role as border czar.
Now what she's up against is folks lying about her border record, calling her a border czar.
Kamala Harris, who was appointed as the border czar.
The Biden team didn't declare her the border czar. They wanted her to work on kind of the root causes of immigration.
There has been so much criticism against Kamala Harris. You know, she was the border czar.
Calling her sort of the border czar, which wasn't necessarily the case.
So the border, if they weren't planning to address it in a major way, do not make her your border czar. She met with some of the Northern Triangle countries, but nothing has effectively changed.
This is a fucking MRC Newsbuster video. They're low on the totem pole in terms of like Republican Party operatives. And even they were able to fucking scrape together this like very obvious notion that like liberals are fucking lying to you. This also ties back to liberals. Remember how they lied to you about Joe Biden being mentally equipped? Remember how Joe Biden, everyone in mainstream media told you that Joe Biden was totally fucking with it and mentally equipped to run the country? It perfectly plays into that. You can just turn around and be like, oh, yeah, there it is. In the fucking tank. Liberal media in the fucking tank for whoever the liberals are, whoever the liberal candidate is. I've never heard the word border czar before. No, dude, you've never heard it because Republicans didn't use it as a landing point against the current person running for president before. But yes, of course, the term czar is just a colloquial term applied to a person in charge with whatever fucking executive role that they are tasked with by the administration. Oh my God. It's like saying Bernie was never known as the Amendment King because we don't have kings in this country. Yeah, it must be Russian disinformation. Bro, you're still on this shit? I am still on this shit because this seemingly is a position that liberals want to fight on, which is very stupid. No, second Bush didn't start it. FDR started it. Anyway, the messaging is easy. The Republicans are politicizing another informal thing. That's weird again. No, it's not. They're not politicizing an informal thing. The point of contention here isn't what Kamala Harris is called. The point of contention is what Kamala Harris's task was. This will be used against her.
Started with the last administration, but it's our responsibility to deal with it humanely and to stop what's happening. And so this increase has been consequential, but the vice president's agreed, among the multiple other that have had her leading, and I appreciate it, agreed to lead our diplomatic effort and work with those nations to accept the returnees and enhance migration enforcement at their borders. We're already talking with Mexico about that. She's already done that. We're going to be dealing with a full team now that we have to be able to deal with the problem here at home, but also to deal with it now in terms of in country. And I can think of nobody who's better qualified to do this than this is a woman who ran the second largest Attorney General's office in America after the United States Attorney General in the state of California, and has done a great deal upholding human rights, but also fighting organized crime in the process. So it's not her full responsibility and job, but she's leading the effort, because I think the best thing to do is to put someone who, when he or she speaks, they don't have to wonder about, is that where the president is? When she speaks for me, doesn't have to check with me, she knows what she's doing, and I hope we can move this along. So, Madam Vice President, thank you. I gave you a tough job, and you're smiling, but there's no one better capable of trying to organize this.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and for having the confidence in me. And
He's so coherent now. Guys, this is from 2021. This is terrible on every level, raising the salience of your worst issue, muddling the threat you claim to believe Trump represents, tethering yourself to an objectively awful policy package. Exactly. In this cycle, Dems have simultaneously been messaging that Trump is a Hitler-like figure about to do concentration camps and supercharged deportation, and also that he's a total phony, and if anything, not tough enough on migrants, unlike Dems, who will crack down more seriously. If you're going to do this kind of doublespeak, do it via super PACs on TV in like 6 states where it maybe plays around the margins. Don't have the candidate embrace this ill-conceived posturing herself as a rally applause line in fucking Georgia in front of an entirely black young audience. Hello! What do you want? Do you want everyone in the Democratic Party to also be like, yeah, you're right, immigrants are fucking rapists, drug dealers, and we got to put an end to that? Do you want that? Why are you helping the Republican Party? How is the entire Democratic Party just completely so broken, fundamentally, so insane on this issue, on every issue, really? Oh my God. Please end this unlock with a video of the Aussies on stream poking fun of you. No. Oh, it's not just the media. Democratic Representative Val Hoyle is saying Harris wasn't a border czar. I don't care. They're fucking stupid. The Democrats are stupid. They have the capacity to be stupid. As a matter of fact, they're very rarely not stupid. Okay? You have to remember something. The swap out from that old man to this dynamic younger candidate was the one instance where they weren't fucking stupid. And instead of leaning on the fucking advantage that they get from that, they're still running with training weights on for no reason. It's so wild. Like, you have a unique opportunity. You have a unique opportunity in this circumstance to just like unmarry yourself from some of the worst instincts of the prior administration, an administration that you're still a part of. But instead, you're just literally running the table and being like, no, dude, this Hitlerian Republican is actually not Hitlerian enough. We are the real Hitlerians when it comes to fucking dealing with these goddamn barbaric rapist monsters that are Mexicans coming over the fucking border. And now these dumbass liberals are going to run around trying to posture on this fucking, oh, well, that's weird, this is weird, that's weird. And they're going to fuck that up too. Bro, why be so disingenuous? What? It seems literally everyone but you is stupid. Curious and interesting. I wonder why. Yes, the word czar has existed to mean someone in authority. Literally has nothing to do with a hog buzzword. Check Google Trends. Dude, what are you talking about? I'm not being disingenuous at all. You're currently watching, in 2021, the motherfucking president assign Kamala Harris a task force to deal with the border crisis using right-wing framing even at that point. You're so fucking locked and loaded that you've forgotten that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. Stop getting stunlocked and give us a solution. I already have 1,000,000 times over. Immediately cut the shit with the border. Never talk about it whatsoever, and hammer on the issues where you have none of that has anything to do with the use of the word czar, Lamau. What? Yeah, because the Twitch streamer knows more. I do, actually. I literally do. I don't know what to tell you. I do know more than you. Okay. And I'm not feigning stupidity and confusion. The only person who's stupid and possibly confused is you, chatter. What the fuck is going on? You're smarter than all. God, Emperor, Hassan. No, I'm a fucking idiot. Okay. I'm an idiot. I always say that I'm a fucking idiot. But even as an idiot, I can see certain things. Okay. Conceding to your opponent's framing that is completely fucking made up. Conceding to your right-wing opponent's framing on an issue that you're losing on by 40 fucking points is the dumbest thing you can do. It's like being LeBron and wanting to fucking play chess instead of a dunk competition against the grandmaster. The Republicans are the grandmasters at fucking right-wing framing on immigration. Okay? Play your role. Play to your fucking strengths. Bro, LeBron never won the dunk competition? Yeah, but who do you think would win in a dunk competition? Him or Magnus? The fuck? Oh my God. What is going on right now? Here's the 3-minute ad break now, by the way. I'm running it.
There's no question that this is a challenging situation. As the president has said, there are many factors that lead president to leave these countries. And while we are clear that people should not come to the border now, we also understand that we will enforce the law. And that we also, because we can chew gum and walk at the same time, must address the root causes that cause people to make the trek, as the president has described, to come here. And I look forward to engaging in diplomacy with government, with private sector, with civil society, and the leaders of each in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras to strengthen democracy and the rule of law and ensure shared prosperity in the region. We will collaborate with Mexico and other countries throughout the Western Hemisphere. And as part of this effort, we expect that we will have collaborative relationships to accomplish the goals the president has and that we share. I also look forward to working with members of the Congress who I think share our perspective on the need to address root causes for the migration that we've been seeing. And needless to say, the work will not be easy, but it is important work. It is work that we demand and the people of our countries, I believe, need to help stem the tide that we have seen. So thank you, Mr. President, for your confidence.
Biden pledges to dismantle Trump's sweeping immigration changes, but can he do that? Heard on the Morning Edition on September 14th, 2020. Democratic presidential nominee Joe Biden is pledging to dismantle the sweeping changes President Trump has made to the American immigration system if he wins the White House in November. But that's easier said than done. I don't think it's realistic that Biden in 4 years could unroll everything that Trump did, says Sarah Pierce, a policy analyst at the Migration Policy Institute, a nonpartisan think tank in Washington, D.C. Because of the intense volume and pace of changes the Trump administration enacted while in office, even if we have a new administration, Trump will continue to have had an impact on immigration for years to come. The Trump administration has undertaken more than 400 executive actions on immigration, according to the Migration Policy Institute. Those include tougher border and interior enforcement, restricting asylum, rolling back deferred action for childhood arrivals, slashing refugee visas, streamlining immigration courts, and creating Remain in Mexico. What the administration has sought to do is simply turn off immigration and to do it unilaterally by presidential edict without the approval of Congress or the consent of the American people, says Omar Jadwat, director of the ACLU's Immigrant Rights Project. That project should be reversed. That's exactly what Biden pledges to do. His position paper on immigration, 51 bullet points to fill 22 pages, seeks to roll back Trump's accomplishments and reenact Obama-era policies. Okay? If I'm elected president, we're going to immediately end Trump's assault on the dignity of immigrant communities. We're going to restore our moral standing in the world and our historic role as a safe haven for refugees and asylum seekers, Biden said in his acceptance speech at the virtual Democratic National Convention. The former vice president has an exhausted to-do list. Within his first 100 days, Biden says he would implement a wide range of policies, not another mile of border wall. No more separating families. No more prolonged detentions or deportations of peaceable, hardworking migrants. Here is KPBS. Report reveals migrant family separations continue under Biden. This is from July 29, 2024. The border proposal that Kamala Harris just fucking flaunted as a signature policy achievement that she will have if elected president, literally continues building Trump's wall. Biden rescinded the policy in January 2021, yet 3 years later, More than 1,400 families remain separated. The report argues that separations have happened for decades, but under the Biden administration, they are a result of bureaucratic processes, lack of transparency and accountability, not purposeful cruelty. Let's get back to Biden's claims. Okay? Biden also said he would restore the asylum system and support alternatives to immigrant detention, such as case management, that allows an applicant to live and work in the community while their case works its way through the hearing process. Trump has derisively called this catch and release. Okay? And Biden would fully reinstate DACA, which allows migrants brought into the U.S. illegally as children to live and work without fear of deportation. But if he's elected, Biden would face a host of obstacles that could slow his immigration counter-revolution. Okay? They don't want to create such a chaotic situation at the border by welcoming or incentivizing another massive influx from Central America, says Jerry Kramer, who's affiliated with the Center for Immigration Studies. The fucking Center for Immigration Studies being presented as a think tank which favors restrictions on immigration is insane. It's basically a Nazi operation. Okay? The Center for Immigration Studies is literally VDARE, but a think tank. So the fact that like NPR is doing both sides are saying a lot of things is crazy. Okay? Remember, just because something is presented with neutral tone doesn't change that reality that they are still very much advocating for Nazi shit. This is a fucking Nazi think tank. Let's continue. Federal border officials are worried what would happen if Biden cancels bilateral agreements with Mexico that have dramatically slowed the migrant flow. Okay? Why am I talking about all of this? Because I hope at some point in this fucking article they will show what the percentage points Biden was close enough to on Donald Trump on the issue of immigration in this election cycle, because he was performing significantly better than he was before he dropped out on the issue of immigration in 2020. I believe that in 2020, Biden was much closer to Trump. Trump was still beating him on immigration because Republicans are fucking incredibly well equipped to deal with this with reactionary posturing. Okay? Yeah, CIS is literally founded by eugenicists and white supremacists. I know. It's fucking insane. Anyway, where the fuck is it? Biden has not said if he would reverse the order to reopen the borders and jumpstart the asylum process. Biden presidency would likely find itself skirmishing. This was in 2020. Biden was running to the left of Donald Trump on the issue of border control, border policy. Okay? Where the fuck is it? I want to see how does anyone have poll numbers from 2020? How can you criticize Kamala for her politics on immigration if Ursula von der Leyen was just half as good as America's? I would fucking become an EU federalist immediately instead of just saying bullshit on Twitch. It is so easy to be idealistic instead of pragmatic when you don't have any political power. Dude, I'm not even talking about this from the morality standpoint. I'm talking about this from electoral consequences. Okay? Yes, I know European Union leadership is basically Hitlerian when it comes to the issue of immigration. Far worse than the United States of America is. I don't know why you've been so consistently annoying in this fucking chat, dude. Stop chirping. Jesus Christ. You're not saying anything right now. You're just fucking talking about how racist the EU is. God damn. No, this is not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is how Biden running to the left of Trump on the issue of immigration, where he was on the issue of immigration, where Biden was on the issue of immigration, like where he was seen on the issue of immigration alone. Okay, not forecast, nothing like that. He was still losing to Trump on the issue of immigration, but he was significantly better performing on the issue of immigration than he was in 2024. Okay? Anyone to the right of HasanAbi is Nazi shit? No, dude. Like mass deportations or the fucking crime panic born out of like migrants are coming in to rape our children is Nazi shit. There's no other way to fucking analyze it. That's it. It's fucking objectively fascist. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to say? You want me to lie to you and be like, no, actually, migrants are actually interested in invading the country and raping our women, our beautiful white women. Is that what you want me to say? White genocide is Nazi rhetoric. No, this is not what I'm looking for. Or actually, this might be. No, this is not what I'm looking for. Fuck. It's so fucking easy. It's so... I can't believe none of us can find this. Holy shit. I'm simply looking for... You know how they will match up on policies? You know how they will fucking match up on policies? The individual candidates, okay? And they'll be like, Trump is, or Biden is outperforming Trump in the 2020 election by fucking 30 points on the issue of protecting women's reproductive rights. No, this is from 2024, but this will be important in a second because the point I'm trying to make, the point I'm trying to prove to you is that I recall on the issue of immigration. No, this is not it. Oh my God, I'm going to fucking Brian kill me. I'm Brian kill me. I'm fucking Brian kill me. I'm Brian kill me. Oh wait, this might be it. Hold on. No, these are just polling Americans. How sympathetic are you, say, to people who rotated? Very sympathetic, very unsympathetic, somewhat sympathetic or very sympathetic to the people from other countries who travel to the U.S. in an attempt to enter the U.S. No, this is the new, this could be used potentially. Night and day. Okay. Biden to reverse course. No, this doesn't show poll numbers. Huh. Okay, genuinely though, why are you trying to explain it? We know what you're trying to say. She needs to go to the left, not more right. No, liberals need to see the data. Okay? Liberals need to see the data. They need to see that when Biden ran, the point I'm making is when Biden ran to the motherfucking left of Donald Trump on immigration in 2020, not only did he win the election, but he was also much closer to Donald Trump on the issue of immigration. When Biden ran on a right-wing immigration agenda, he is significantly further away from Donald Trump. There's a reason for that. Economy is the top issue for voters in the 2020 election, always, okay? Weirdly enough, immigration was 52, okay? 52% of registered voters saying very important. It was, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the equation, okay? 8. Your post on Kamala is 50 minutes has the most copium liberals in the replies is insane. Huh. Is the 8th most important issue. Why, oh why, I wonder, it became the number 1 most important issue when the Democrat was in charge. It's because right-wingers are the ones who fucking do this shit. Thank you. In 2020, Biden held a 1-point lead over President Trump on the issue of border security. In 2024, President Trump has a 27-point lead over Biden on border security.
Question. Again, take a look at this question. Again, the trend line here is so telling.
Would Biden or Trump do a better job on border security / immigration? In 2020, in one of the most favorable polls, because he was never fully beating Donald Trump on the issue of immigration, but he was objectively closer to Donald Trump on the issue of immigration.
Would Biden or Trump do a better job on border security / immigration? You go back 4 years ago to June of 2020. Joe Biden held it within the margin of error, but still a slight lead at +1 point over Donald Trump on the issue of border security and immigration. Take a look now at May of 2024. Look at this movement in Donald Trump's direction. Now he is trusted on the issue of border security and immigration versus Joe Biden by a 27-point margin. That is nearly a 30-point jump.
I wonder what this means. Maybe we should go further right into immigration. That will certainly help our chances. Oh, what could this mean? On June 2020, Biden was advocating for a significantly more progressive policy on immigration, and he was 1 point higher than Trump in the eyes of Americans on who will do a better job on immigration between him and Trump. It almost feels like right-wing framing on the issue of immigration and not counter messaging against right-wing hysteria for 4 fucking years on the issue of immigration literally made the country significantly more reactionary on the issue of immigration. And now the Democrats are capitulating to the right-wing framing on the issue of immigration, and the Republicans are fucking putting their nutsack all over the board on the issue of immigration. At the very least, you should never bring up immigration ever again. It should be something you run away from in the same way that Donald Trump runs away from abortion. He never talks about it. He rarely ever talks about it. He only talks about it when people fucking slam him in the face with that question. Okay? I wonder why. This is from 2020. New polling. Trump's immigration policy is a clear political loser. New election night polling released today by Public Opinion Strategy shows the president's position on immigration was a net negative with voters, and the administration's positions on providing a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants, DACA and family separation at the border potentially pushed away key voter groups like independent men and women and suburban voters, groups that the president failed to score well with. Exclusive poll from July 27, 2020, where immigration could swing critical 2020 voters. Survey found weaknesses on immigration messaging for Trump among some of the voters, including white, non-college educated men who put him over the top and bare victories in 3 of those 4 states in 2016. It's a vulnerability for Democrats not to talk about immigration, said Tyler Moran, executive director of Immigration Hub, which advocates for immigration and is run by several Democratic congressional staffers. Okay? Ceding it to Trump is leaving votes on the table. Nearly 3 in 10 Wisconsinites would be more likely to vote for a Democrat if shown certain pro-immigration arguments, according to Civi's predictive model. The same is true for a quarter of the Michigan and Colorado populations, but less than 1 in 10 in Pennsylvania. To help determine which voters were persuadable, survey participants were shown 1 of 3 immigration-related ads. 1 from the Trump campaign, 2 pro-immigration ads from Immigration Hub featuring a veteran and an elderly American who relies on an immigrant health worker. Immigration for the Sun Belt, Gaza for the Rust Belt. Those are two signature agenda policy positions that Kamala Harris has to run away from, at least on the messaging front. And she's not doing that. She's just going along with it, which is objectively bad. And because I am the most annoying, stubborn asshole on the fucking planet, I will never be swayed away from my positions on this because I know they're correct. And it doesn't matter if like all of the fucking Mamala riders that leave when I start criticizing Kamala Harris, they leave and look for another fucking independent outlet that will give them the MSNBC style commentary that they want to fucking hear. Make no mistake, I talked about Israel Palestine for fucking 10 months straight. Okay? You will all come back when you find out that I was fucking right. This isn't me saying, oh my God, I fucking hate Kamala Harris. She's the absolute fucking worst. I'm never going to vote for her or anything like that. This is me simply saying that if Kamala Harris, follows Joe Biden's track record on this shit and simply relies on being youthful and younger than Joe Biden, she might still win, but the margins will be far worse. Okay? And there is no reason to stay in these super fucking slim margins. She will also cut away at the momentum that she has. Okay?
The former VP picking up a major endorsement this morning from the Detroit Free Press, which writes, Biden is the anti-toxin America needs. This, as a new NBC News Wall Street Journal poll out this morning, shows after a tumultuous month, the state of the race remains relatively unchanged. Biden leads Trump nationally by 8 points, while 11% of all voters are still up for grabs. We have a team of correspondents and analysts covering the unfolding developments for you. We're going to begin with NBC's Garrett Haake at the White House. Garrett, big welcome to you on this Sunday. So I want to start with the new poll numbers. When you break them down, where does the Biden advantage over Trump come from?
Alex, it comes from a number of categories here. You see Biden with the same or similar top line to what we've seen this whole race here, about an 8-point lead nationally. But when you dig into the numbers, you see strengths among certain voting groups here, including black voters, where he is dominant. If we put up the graphic, 90% of African-American voters say they will go with the former vice president over Donald Trump. Likewise, a massive gender gap here in Biden's favor among women, where he has a 20-point lead. But when you switch things over, it's not like Donald Trump doesn't have his own strengths here. He's got significantly stronger, you see there the numbers, for independents and white voters with college degrees. They're also breaking in Biden's favor. But when you look at white voters more generally, that's where you see the strengths for the president of the United States. He pulls much more strongly among white voters, 52 to 43, and among men, you see a slight gender gap there in the president's favor, 50 to 45. Nowhere near the same gap you see with women. When you break it down, and again, the voters by college degrees, that's consistent with what we saw in 2016, with Trump leading by more than 20 points there with voters with
It's from 2020, guys. Look.
Out college degrees.
Look at border in the article. Trump continues to lead on the economy. Biden holds advantage on coronavirus. Trump is leading 16 points on securing the border and controlling immigration, 49% to 33%. Okay? That's why I said the other poll that we saw where Biden was leading Trump on the border from June was a unique one. Okay? Trump was always leading on securing the border or controlling immigration, especially because it's a right-wing framing. But if asked about like what to do with immigration, how to handle immigration, ultimately, Joe Biden was closer to Donald Trump in 2020 and ended up beating Donald Trump. and specifically helped secure key constituencies that allowed him to win over Donald Trump in all of these fucking states. Okay? But guess what? If you looked at the last poll, as they're showing here, Donald Trump was beating Biden by 27 points. 27 points. Do you understand? 27 points. Because they leaned into, in the most idiotic fashion, first, they never played defense. They never counter-messaged against the right-wing hysterical pandering on immigration, which allowed the entire fucking media apparatus to run with right-wing framing on the issue of immigration. Then they saw that the polls were shifting and the people were desperate for blood in terms of immigration. So then they capitulated to the right-wing framing on immigration and said, oh, we are going to be the ones who actually are going to control immigration. Yeah. Here's a video from
Narrative
2021.
Is incredibly annoying from the media, by the way. They are absolutely feeding into this. And they're going to cause the Democrats to behave in a totally, even in a more reactionary way than they were already going to behave. It is so incredibly manufactured. There's always been a crisis at the border. When there are humanitarian problems occurring at the border as a consequence of the conditions there, 120 degrees they have to traverse in the desert, all that sort of stuff. And then also the American government adding on to the cruelty with the way that they choose to deal with people that are crossing the border, that are seeking asylum. There is an extra crisis on the border. There's always a crisis on the border. It's never stopped. The problem is the way media covers it. You can either cover it like you do under the Trump administration, which is somewhat honestly, from a moral grandstand point of view, like an actual honest point of view, by saying this is really messed up, this is really horrible, the way that we are treating these people is absolutely ridiculous. Or you can treat it in a way where you look at the border and you say, there's a gigantic crisis happening in the border currently, and it's really bad because so many people are coming in. So many people are coming in. So many people are coming in. What are we going to do? Depending on who is in charge, we either deal with it from the point of view of reactionary garbage, claiming that this is a huge issue, not taking an actual stance on it, but just simply channeling the right-wing agitation, as they have done. Just covering it as, many Americans are concerned that the border is turning into a pylon with hundreds of thousands of migrants coming in through the floodgates. Like, that's no different than what Fox News says. No different than what Fox News says. When MSNBC is saying it, or whenever, the Associated Press is covering it in that way, they're doing a disservice. If they truly have a left-wing point of view in the way that, so many imply, then they have to recognize that simply offering contentious coverage on a particular matter does not mean that you're doing honest coverage on the issue. So, House GOP leaders head to the southern border as Democrats ready immigration bills. So Democrats are putting forward some immigration bills right now, and the hilarity here is what Kevin McCarthy, California Republican and House Minority Leader, is decided. He's going to do a news conference about the U.S.-Mexico border policy outside the Capitol on Thursday, or did one, and has decided to do a field trip to the border. Remember, these guys are the same guys that laughed at AOC when she went to the border camps and cried, right? So now they're going to do the exact same thing, but from the Republican side. Now they themselves are going to go and be like, oh my God, a brown person walked through an imaginary border that we had set here. Obviously, this means every American is going to be raped. All white Americans are about to be raped and murdered. We need to literally start shooting people. So that's where we're at right now with the border crisis. And
damn, dude, this guy has sound political instincts. That's crazy. How did he predict that the Republican Party would run on the most unimaginably vitriolic rhetoric on immigrants that would sweep the nation if left unchecked by the Democratic Party? We certainly shouldn't. Oh my God. Oh, wow. Who is this guy? I should have him on the broadcast. Who is this fucking guy? I should probably have him on the broadcast to hear his perspective. And the media is absolutely allowing Republicans to get away with it. This crisis at the border is spiraling out of control, McCarthy told reporters last week, and it's entirely caused by the actions of this administration. He sent a letter to Biden in early March requesting a meeting to discuss the increasing numbers of migrants at the border and work together to solve it. Like what? What are we going to do? What are the Democrats going to do? Work together with Kevin McCarthy? Like what? How are they going to work together? They're already, overflow facilities and all this other cruel shit that Democratic administrations rarely ever scale back. Wait, what's going on at the border?
Absolutely nothing that is different, okay? That's the whole point that I'm trying to make here. Nothing different is happening at the border that hasn't happened in perpetuity in the United States of America. The only difference is an administration is different now, and they're going to do still the senseless cruelty on the immigrants that are trying to find a better life for themselves. But this time the media is going to act as the cudgel or act as they are contentious and pretty much push the administration that was already willing to do reactionary garbage to begin with to immigrants because nobody gives a shit about them. They're going to use the public opinion on immigration as a reason as to why they have to have these detention centers and why they have to do these like dragnet ICE raids and shit like that. That's it.
Recently, Vice was on the ground. Back then, did you think their lies would ever get as insane as they are now? They were saying hundreds of thousands for a while, but now they're just saying 20 million, which is fucking crazy. Yeah, I'm watching myself because everything I said on March 15th, 2021, in terms of how right-wing strategy will be to beef up the immigrants are rapist narrative will not be met with any kind of real counter messaging from the Democratic Party. And if they don't actually counter message against the Democratic Party, if they don't actually counter message against the Democratic or the Republican Party, that they're going to lose on this issue dramatically. And the media is going to absolutely fucking beef up that narrative in an effort to be contentious.
Around at the border, the reality of reversing the Biden-Trump policy. Okay, I'll watch this. So ultimately, the biggest change here with Biden's administration versus Donald Trump so far has been processing asylum seekers and allowing them to come into the country again. Right? The Trump administration was like, nope, it's done. It's over. Because of COVID, we're like totally ending it. And even before that, they were like, if you come here, we're going to murder you. Okay? We're going to lock you in fucking jail for an extended period of time. You're going to have to do slave labor. Sorry, sucks to suck. And we're going to separate you from your children. We're going to do senseless cruelty to you if you try to come into this country. So the big change there is the Biden administration has said, we are processing asylum seekers. So there's still so much more going.
What do you think the media would do for the next 2 months if Kamala came out in favor of the immigration stance you want her to take? Not trying to be snarky, like legit, what's your media analysis? I think Kamala Harris has a very tricky, and I said this already, I said that Kamala Harris has a very tricky situation ahead of her because she can't separate from Joe Biden so dramatically on the issue of immigration. But on the messaging front, she can at least be a little bit more tolerant and drop certain aspects of the Biden campaigning. For example, a fucking right-wing, white nativist immigration bill. Never talk about that ever again. Forget that it existed. Forget that that was a talking point. Forget that the Brandon campaign put that forward. Don't do that. Don't ever do that ever again. Okay? Just move the conversation away from your weaknesses. Okay? Move the conversation away from your weaknesses and redirect the attention back to your strong suits. Okay, talk about how Donald Trump wants to do mass deportation. Okay, walk people through the steps on how mass deportation will happen. Because no matter what, Americans lack the vision. They do not understand. They think it sounds good, but they don't understand how fucking psychotic that process would be. No American, as demonstrated under the Trump regime, likes the idea of children in concentration camps. Explain to them that this is exactly like that, if not worse. Mass deportation implies dragnets. It implies BORTAC, like geared up military style, special weapons and tactics doing door-knocking operations in American neighborhoods that are brown, okay? Donald Trump has routinely brought up Eisenhower's Operation W Word, okay? Operation W Word, I won't say the word, and how good that is. That was 1.3 million Mexicans and Mexican Americans, mind you, being mass deported from this country, put in concentration camps and mass deported from this country. He's brought that up numerous times as a sick fucking policy that he wants to bring back. Okay?
As soon as we grab, perhaps we take a woman with 2 children, 3 children. She shouldn't be here, but she's a nice woman. The children are beautiful. And all of a sudden it ends up being a front page story of the liberal newspapers. And you're right. It's a hard thing to do. Harder than a long time ago with Dwight Eisenhower, right? A lot harder. Nobody complained. In those days, it was, we had a country that was much different.
But would the media eat that up, or would they side with the Republicans on where they go, but the border and the convoys are a problem? No. The media fucking hates Trump. What are you talking about? The media fucking despises Donald Trump. They hate him. They love shitting on him. Do you not remember what it looked like? Do you not remember what it looked like when he was president? The media was talking like they were fucking... the media would literally run coverage on the issue of immigration that was so pro-immigration that motherfuckers, myself included, okay, were running around comfortably saying abolish ICE. Okay, what are we talking about? Like, abolish ICE was like a thing that had momentum. It's crazy. That wasn't that long ago. That was like 6 years ago. It feels like it was a lifetime ago. I thought you were radical for so long, but I still enjoyed your content. But the longer I watch, the longer I've realized your takes are usually pretty on point. Thanks. I appreciate that you never change stances and you've been consistent, and it shows a lot about you. Yeah, a lot of people claim I'm radical because this society is increasingly more and more sick, okay? And getting worse. Anyway, doesn't the border bill tone down that extreme position? No, dude. The border bill capitulates to the right-wing framing at the heart of that insanely extreme position. Okay? You cannot fight, especially because it's also built around lies. That's what makes me so mad. Because the entire story about immigrants being rapists and drug dealers and murderers is a fucking lie. Okay? I'm over here begging that people in the Democratic Party at least say the truth. That's how far gone we are. Like, say the fucking truth about immigration. Say the fucking truth. Yeah, we already read this article earlier. Say the truth. Immigrants are not a burden on American society. When you don't do that, when you don't actually say the truth, when you don't actually counter message against the right-wing framing on the issue of immigration, you're just dropping that entirely, knowing full well that it's always an exit ramp. People make jokes about this. Everybody knows. Oh, it's so... Isn't it weird how every 2 years, whenever there's a midterm election or whenever there's a general election, migrant caravans prop up at the border? All of a sudden, everyone's like, oh my God, there's an invasion happening. Isn't that weird? You know they're going to use this. You know they're going to lie about this. They never stop lying about it. Migrants of the year 2024 are responsible for what? Fucking 24 murders. Okay? Not hundreds of thousands in the way that Trump is suggesting over and over again. Clip this for October when Fox News talks about the migrant caravan. Yeah, it'll happen.
Going on that there's still so much that needs to be reformed on the back end. But even a little bit of that, even a little bit of reform has immediately gotten Republicans to act like, the country is falling apart and they're literally burning it to the ground. And now we're going to be waving Guatemalan flags everywhere instead of the American flag, yada, yada.
It's like Onelia with active.
You look at these cartel members, brother. You don't understand. Cartel members have changed they've changed the way they look, brother. You think, oh, I'm sorry. You think I'm a sexist? You're willing to tell me that you don't think that these are girl boss cartel members right here, brother? Yeah, I fucking know. I know that these cartels are woke. They're SJW cartels. That's why they got women. They're trying to come in here and do queer Marxism. Republicans be like, they got shoes. Why are they coming in? It seems like they're pretty privileged to me. Looking real privileged to me. This one's got an iPhone. Dude, this video covers very little on beyond what's going on with what people are doing. Kevin McCarthy, minority leader in the House, is literally doing what AOC did, but on the other side, create.
How do you show that? You can easily say the Dems want them on our welfare. You can say that they're destroying New York City. You can say they're taking resources from underserved communities that are American citizens. How do you properly message along the lines of immigration? What are you talking about? Just show them the fucking data, okay? You can say that the Dems want them on our welfare. We don't have fucking... What welfare state do we have? Undocumented migrants can't take advantage of a lot of these social safety nets that are already like pretty fucking limited to begin with for documented American citizens too. You can say they're destroying New York City. No, they're not. What do you mean? What are we doing? It's literally, it's straight up just madness. It's like when Republicans claim that Portland was on fire all the time. Republicans also think that every Democrat-run city is a crime-ridden shithole where everything is on fire all the fucking time, including but not limited to my own fucking backyard. I've had Republican chatters try to argue with me and claim that no, I'm actually a pussy and I'm blind to the realities of unrestricted crime occurring in my own fucking backyard. And the dude is signing off from like an Ohio suburb telling me that California is a crime-ridden shithole. Once again, these are all long and hard-fought right-wing hysteria that they have worked tirelessly to cultivate over the course of the past 4 years. Capitulating to that framing only puts you on a defensive posture on a losing issue. This is my point. Showing the data didn't work well on crime. Why would it work well on immigration? What do you mean showing the data didn't work well on crime? The fuck are you talking about? No, once the media started talking about like, oh, actually, the crime panic was like a little bit too much. It literally, you're so wrong. There was never a moment where the Democrats showed data. They literally leaned into the crime panic narratives as well. It almost cost them the fucking New York gubernatorial race. The Democrats never actually turned around and said, no, this crime shit is like absolutely blown out of proportion. You guys are fucking delusional. They literally were just as Hitlerian as the Republicans are on that narrative. And now we're seeing think pieces be like, how did Americans become so incredibly invested in this crime narrative? It's hard to when you see vids of inner city America. Oh my God. Yes, dude, I know. Anecdotes are more powerful than data analysis. I know this. I understand. The job of our leaders is to actually fucking reason with unreasonable people. You can't say Democrats pushing data didn't work when they didn't do that. They just leaned into the anecdotes and they got scared. How do you guys not understand that this way of thinking leads you down right-wing reactionary rabbit holes in general? Well, everyone believes it, so I guess we have no other option but to lean into it, is unironically a losing posture on every issue. It means you're giving the game to the right wing to dominate the conversation and then playing catch up by leaning into the right wing framing on issues. Anecdotal, I use Facebook because I'm old, and a post about her wanting to sign the border bill on there, easily 80+% of the responses are super in support, saying things like about time, and I didn't know Trump killed it. We need this. Not a single person under 35. None of them know what's in the bill, feel helpless. How do you fight against this at the moment? I can't do anything. You can't do anything either. The Democratic Party could try and at least restructure the message around it. Okay? Yeah, I watched a shark attack video. Beaches are no longer safe. Very reasonable internet paranoia these days. Tyler Oliveira pilled. Anecdotes are so strong, man. Exactly. We never even attempted to show the data. We never even attempted the fucking counter message. I did, but nobody gives a shit. People just yelled at me and said, you're wrong. And even your Democratic Party that you love because you're a libtard doesn't agree with you. It broke the brains of people that are closest to me. My uncle's fucking brain got broken by the crime panic. What are we talking about? I know, I'm trying my fucking best, but it's not like people listen to me until it's far too late. And then they arrive at the same positions that I had for fucking years. And then they go, oh, we were always here. They just lie. Scoop. Kamala Harris is expected to announce her running mate by Tuesday when she will hold her first rally pick with her pick in Philadelphia. The two will then hit Western Wisconsin, Detroit, Raleigh, Savannah, Phoenix, and Las Vegas. Oh, God, it's going to be Josh Shapiro. A campaign aide cautioned against reading too much into the first stop, however. Neoliberals will wait to change their minds on immigration until Bortak breaks down their neighbor's door. Oh, anyway. Look at how much I had to use. Look at how much data I had to fucking use to, like, explain such a simple position. That's why it's so goddamn hard. It's so fucking hard to get people to understand what the truth is when there's so much, when there is so much of the opposite narrative in the media.
To show kind of a new Kamala 2.0.
In politics, when you start off saying something, that's where you are. And she was for defund the police. She was for open borders. She was for having anybody come in. Now I notice that they're actually saying they want to have immunity for everybody that came into the country. And they want to have citizenship.
She said that, and she said that she knows that Kamala Harris, she assumes Kamala Harris would support that. That means citizenship for 10 million, 15 million,
or
20 million?
Yeah, or 20 million.
What would that do to the country?
Destroy the country. It's already, I mean, it's in such bad shape. Our country has never been in a position like this, in addition to which we could end up in a third world war, okay? But We have 20 million people that have come into the country. I would say by now it's 20 is probably going over that.
Can you educate me on why the rent prices are rising, and how do I convince someone that immigrants have nothing to do with this? That's so funny. Yeah, man, immigrants are stealing your housing. They got fucking pockets full of dollars that they got from the Democratic Socialist government, and they're using that on your housing. Who's affording housing? Rents increase, and it has nothing to do with fucking immigration patterns. Whether there's an inflow of additional migrants or not, rents just keep increasing.
Number. We have another 4 months to go, but really it's another 5 months, 5.5 months to go. So that number is going to increase very substantially. They're pouring in, and they're coming from prisons. They're coming from mental institutions, insane asylums. I always say that's a step above a mental institution. And we have a record number of terrorists coming into our country, and only bad things are going to happen. Nothing good is going to come out of it.
A big news today is President Biden announced.
Do you agree that the immigrants are utilizing local resources from the government that should be allocated towards its citizens? What? There are no fucking local resources, dude. What are you talking about? No. You see like one school for one afternoon be repurposed as a fucking shelter for a bunch of dudes living in fucking tents otherwise because there's a goddamn hurricane happening, and you think, oh, damn, dude, Guatemalans are just fucking taking. You just linked me a New York Post opinion post. Why don't you just fucking send me directly a Der Strumer article, dude? What the fuck? What are we doing? You are a 10-month subscriber in a fucking socialist community sending me a New York Post opinion piece. Are you fucking insane? No, time for the fucking Daily Stormer, dude. Fuck it. Come on. Go ahead. Start posting Groyper memes, too. We're cooked. We're fucking cooked. What is happening?
Reforms to the Supreme Court, which include not allowing immunity for presidents, and also new ethics rules. Now, a lot of us who used to clerk at the court believe that that's just a naked attempt to start knocking off conservative justices.
It is.
They didn't even consult Dick Durbin or the Senate Judiciary Committee on any aspect of this. What does this mean to you, what Biden is?
Well, it's a typical Biden con. He doesn't want to give up immunity because if he didn't have immunity, look at all the things he did. The $3.5 million from Russia, all the money he's taken in from China, all of the bad things and the evil things he's done, not to mention that thousands of people killed in the border. Look at the Afghanistan pullout with the worst, most embarrassing day in the history of our country. All of the things he's done that are so bad, he desperately wants immunity. There's no way he would write off immunity for a president.
But this is a really upending of our constitutional structure.
He's doing that.
And a common criticism of you from the left is he's the chaos candidate. He's the chaos former
Just the
president.
opposite.
And so what does that do to separation of powers if the executive branch can come along and say, oh, no, even though we have constitutional provisions governing the court, that we're just going to do this, or this is what we stand for?
It's going nowhere. They need 75%, and it's going nowhere. He can't get it. He knows that, too. It's just, I think, look.
Is it a bone
They
to the left,
staged a
hard
coup
left?
against the President of the United States. They went in and they told him, you're leaving. You're way down in the polls, 17 points, I think. You know, it's like you're in a fight with somebody, and you're really winning, and they take him out and they put somebody else in. Nobody ever heard of this before. This is a coup. They took him. They said, even though you got 14 million votes, you're out. And he said, I'm not going out.
But you're saying that's what they're kind of doing with the court as well?
No, what they're doing is they're keeping, they took him out. He was losing badly. They took him out. He wants something to say. He's sitting there with nothing to do, nobody to talk to. They threw him out. This was a coup, the first one, of the President of the United States.
But Harris endorsed this Supreme
They said
Court
you're leaving.
proposal. She endorsed this Supreme Court
she did.
proposal.
She's a
Every
radical
2
left.
years, this is going to change justice.
Well, they're also, the one thing you didn't say, they want to pack the court. What they really want to do more than any of it is pack the court. They want to put in, so I've heard as many as 27. They've gotten up to 27.
That's not in this proposal, but this is a response to their losing on a number of high-profile cases. I mean, not every case has gone your way or Republicans' ways. Did Republicans ever put forward a series of these types of radical proposals? I don't recall.
They haven't tended to, and we've been behind also. We've been behind in justices, and they don't do this. Actually, FDR did it a long time ago, which was interesting, but it hasn't really happened like this. It's never going to happen. I'll tell you, if I'm president, it doesn't happen. We keep it the way it is, and it's been working very well for a long period of time. I mean, basically, they want to create another Congress. They want to have so many people. Let's just go to another Congress.
I haven't seen you since the assassination attempt on your life. How are you feeling? How are you doing?
I feel good.
New information keeps coming out about how this could have occurred, including text messages among some of the local law enforcement, the SWAT teams that were in place. And most recently, we found out that a local SWAT team member actually spotted crooks 90 minutes before that first shot went off. And they kept tracking him. They even saw him at one point, maybe 45 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Kamala Harris fucking hitting right-wing immigration framing does not change the reality that this is what the Republicans are running with. It's just not looking too good for them. Yeah, well. Turns out the Trump shooter was not only a registered Republican, but also a racist, anti-immigration, right-wing, radicalized extremist. Abadi said in his opening statement that the FBI uncovered the social media accounts that displayed about 700 extreme comments made around 2019 and 2020. According to his statement, those appear to reflect anti-Semitic and anti-immigration themes and espouse political violence. We're gonna look at the updates in a second. False flag, brother, is just a government psyop to make the right-wing racist Republicans look right-wing and racist. I hate it when they do that. God damn it, I hate it.
Minutes before, with half hour before the shot was fired, with the rangefinder pointing it toward the roof. What's your reaction to this?
Look, I can tell you this. Once the bullets started coming at me, and I got very lucky, I have to attribute it to God, because if I didn't turn to the right, and there was no reason to turn to the right except I dropped a big sign on what a great job I'm doing on immigration, right? So the signs come down, and
Yes, a racist Republican shot and tried to kill Trump makes so much sense. I mean, dude, I'm not joking when I say this. It is literally more likely for a right-wing person to feel like Donald Trump is not sufficiently Nazi and lap Donald Trump on that front and want to try and kill him than it is for a liberal to pick up a fucking gun and be like, I'm going to take matters into my own hands. Statistically speaking, it is incredibly more likely that you are more likely to fall victim to right-wing acts of domestic terror in this country than left-wing acts of domestic terror in this country. Okay? Would you also say the right wing are more violent than the left in America? There is no left in America for the most part. Okay? But I don't know. Also, if you think that there's a serious left-wing movement in this country, look no further than the last 2 hours. I've served 2 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour in the process of like explaining that Kamala Harris shouldn't form a right-wing white nativist immigration agenda as a talking point to the most criticism that I've faced thus far in the past couple of months. Okay? Where is the left? Where is the left in this goddamn country? Here's a 3-minute ad break now, by the way. Kai's addressing the situation. What situation? What does this situation happen now?
Alright, all that shit is confirmed, and I'm just sick and tired of having to do shit like this, because it's like, damn, my nigga,
When you said it like that, I thought you were talking. Kai's addressing the right-wing shift in the Democratic Party on the issue of immigration.
You feel me? It was just some messages that it's some messages that looks fucking crazy, bro. You feel me? I'm not sugarcoating shit. The shit look fucking crazy, bro. And the shit fucked me up the whole day, gang. Like the whole fucking day. Shit fucked me up, cause like, nigga, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what are you doing? Like, nigga, I have a whole vision. Like, how I need to stop crying and shit. Like, I'm over here crying and shit. Somebody who helped me start my whole shit.
Can someone provide context? I think Kai Cenat's cameraman was exposed messaging a minor sexually. The minor, who is now 19, released screenshots alleging that Chris knew she was 17 years old at the time. Lamafeo, you cool, but respectfully, I'm actually 17. My friends told me to say I'm 19, but you know I gotta let you know the truth. Nah, that's crazy. I respect you telling me no cap. Yeah, I didn't want you to do you like that. You cool, though. Good vibes, lol. I was actually serious, though, if you was 19. Lamafeo, ow. You had me confused, though. What do you mean? That's, like, definitely a pedo, too. Like, people recognize me all the time, but I don't know why it caught me off guard. Yeah, first time I ran into you guys and I have to skip, my friends were like, oh shit, that's Chris. Y'all was on Discord. What do you mean I got Discord? I play video games, so yeah, of course I'm gonna have Discord. So they say normally only girls who are into video games know about Discord. Will you be playing? What?
I have to lock it. I don't want to take no break or nothing because I feel like I have tunnel vision for what I want to do, and I won't let anything like prevent me from like doing certain shit. And I reached out to the person and shit like that, and I made sure to get her shit. She wanted to be anonymous and shit like that. So I'm gonna figure this shit out. I'm gonna figure all of this shit out, and hopefully I
No, it's not Chris Next
put
Door.
the right shit together and shit like that. And it is what it is.
It's not Chris Next Door. Shut the fuck up, chat. This is his cameraman.
Fucking annoying. And I know how the internet is gonna be like. Chat, y'all done see me go through so much shit, and it's always like I don't be doing like chat. I be chilling. I generally just want to stream and just do what I have to do. But it's like every time when I feel like you feel me?
You are a pile of garbage. You have been ignoring the struggle of the Venezuelan people. Yesterday you said you were going to talk about it, but I guess you haven't been able to find the right piece of propaganda.
I don't know. I just want y'all to know that all that shit is things. She lied about her age, yes. She lied about her age in the beginning, but she came out since she was 17, and it continued. Point blank, period. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. Point blank, there's no excuse. There's no fucking excuse, bro. You feel me? So, yeah, I don't know how old bro, trust me, chat, I don't know how certain, like, fucking, how old was he, though? I think he was, like, Chris is, like, 24 now, so I think he was, like, 21 going into 22. It's December. Nigga, the shit's is literally, like, December 15th and then January 1st, like, he's like, you feel me? So it's just like, it's like, bro, like, it's bad. I feel like it's bad, bro. It's bad. You gotta things. And no, it's not AMP Chris. No, it's not AMP Chris. It's not AMP Chris. It is Chris, my videographer. It's not AMP Chris. Okay?
Yeah,
it's not AMP Chris. It's this cameraman. He also filmed with AMP and shit like that. Cameraman, but I'm cutting all of that. I'm cutting all of that. I'm cutting all of that shit. I don't condone it. I don't give a fuck, bro. Shit is whack, bro. It's whack. It's whack. It's disappointing, nigga. That shit is like, what the fuck? But all I could say though, chat, is that that's all I have to say, bro. I have nothing more to say. I don't know what else to say. I don't. Y'all know how I feel about it. I don't fuck with that shit. I don't like it. That shit is crazy. That shit is fucking crazy. Anybody who do shit like that shit is fucking crazy, bro. And this is me being for real, gang. It's me being real. It's me being 100% honest. It's me being transparent with you niggas. It is me being 100% real. So y'all know how I really feel about certain situations. You feel me? Don't be doing that, bro. You feel me? So moving forward, I'm gonna go ahead and we do shit. I gotta lock it even more. So, yeah, I gotta lock it even more, and yeah, I got nothing to say. I got nothing to say. I'm making sure that shit behind the scenes is being taken care of the correct way. You feel me? The correct way. And I appreciate y'all. I'm about to see like what's up. You feel me? Like, yeah, I'm no longer working with him and shit like that. So y'all got nothing to worry about on that. But I gotta just keep doing shit. You feel me? I love y'all though. I love y'all, bro. I'ma just try to see what I can do. I just don't know how much, like, you know, the trolling and shit with the internet and these scenarios and shit. But it's like, I'll figure it out. I always do. You know, I always do. So I love y'all so much. I wish I could have streamed for y'all today even longer. I had something even more planned, but unfortunately, this had to be short.
Who the fuck's defending it? No one is defending it in my chat. I don't think.
Nobody's. And
his cameraman, who's also unfortunately named Chris, was talking to a minor when she was 17 or 16, 17, sexually, and continued talking to her after she revealed that she was 17. She literally was like, "Hey, I want to let you know that I'm 17 years old," and he just still kept talking. He was 22. Yeah, it's just not okay. I don't know why people are even remotely trying to defend it. It's ridiculous. In terms of like what people think, no, he wasn't 19 then. He was 21 or 22. Yeah, she was 17 and is now 19. He was 22 and is now 24. Anyway, chat only capable of comparing to other sex crimes they know of and singing Kendrick lyrics. Grow up. Yeah. As far as the Venezuelan stuff goes, I don't know why chatters are in here thinking that like I'm gonna be like, I love Maduro. He's the best leader for Venezuela, and like that he is the most just, most honest, most glorious socialist leader. I'm not exactly a big Maduro fan. I have been pretty open about my criticisms towards Maduro beyond the memes. Like, I don't even think half of his base are Maduro fans. They're just still Chavistas for the most part. Why is Elon so against it? May have missed it. I don't know, because it's a good opportunity to talk shit. I don't know, and be like it's socialism. What's good, big dog? We spoke about it in this stream from 2 years ago, and I think it's still spot on. But yeah, street clashes turn deadly as Venezuela's power struggle deepens. Fatal violence comes out as both President Nicolas Maduro and the opposition claim victory in the presidential election. More protests were taking place on Tuesday. At least 16 people, including one soldier, have died, and about 750 more have been arrested as a result of the protests in Venezuela following the highly contested presidential election over the weekend, according to rights groups, government officials, and relatives of victims. Election officials declared the nation's autocratic leader, President Nicolas Maduro, the winner of another 6-year term early Monday, saying he handily beat former diplomat Edmundo Gonzalez. But the government has not released the full results, and many countries, including the U.S., have said that the vote was marred by widespread irregularities. Both sides of the country's political divide called on followers to take to the streets, which resulted in deadly clashes on Monday. Demonstrations continued on Tuesday, signaling that the crisis was far from over. Hundreds of people gathered early Tuesday outside the United Nations office in Caracas, the capital, denouncing the official results. We are totally united, said Robert Castellanos, 46, a chef who was an election monitor in his district, where he said Mr. Gonzalez had received 3 times as many votes as the president. This has been the biggest fraud in the history of Latin America. I don't know the exact details, but in prior elections with Maduro, there has usually been third party. There have been outside observers, like third party monitors from the EU. I don't know if they have outside observers in this one. The opposition leader Maria Corina Machado released data on Tuesday night that she says she showed Mr. Gonzalez, the candidate she backed, winning the presidency in a landslide. The opposition's updated results using paper tallies observers collected from 81% of the nation's voting machines show that Mr. Gonzalez had won 7.1 million votes, or 67%, versus 3.2 million, or 30% for Mr. Maduro. So the thing is, I don't trust the American State Department or the Office of the Americas. Okay, OAS, the State Department, is basically never going to be honest about this sort of shit. Historically, they're never honest about this sort of shit. But this actual election does seemingly have a lot of irregularities that are that haven't been present in previous elections in Venezuela even. So we shall see. But if they had third-party observers, National Lawyers Guild electoral observers praised fairness, transparency of Venezuelan election process, condemned the U.S.-backed opposition's refusal to accept the outcome of the democratic election. But like I said, we shall see. Clicking this link is a bad business decision. What, breakthrough news? Here's what the media isn't telling you about the Venezuelan election. They'll probably say the same shit that I said. Well, they might go a little bit further beyond and say that it's actually the best election that's ever happened. Ultimately, I don't know exactly what the details are. I do know that there are obviously people with interests, in a changing of the guard in Venezuela, specifically the American government. Having said that, Maduro is not necessarily a good person, nor a good leader. Let's be for fucking real. He's just not. He is, I would say that he has relied on Hugo Chavez and Chavistas to maintain his grip of power. He's pretty fucking aggressive, to say the least. And ultimately, I don't know what the actual decisions are here that happen, but I do find it rather ironic that so much of the narrative here in terms of in the United States of America, the narrative with migrants are actually Venezuelan migrants, which we have offered temporary protective status to for political reasons, because we want to launch a Venezuelan opposition here in America, like we have one for Cuba. And part of the reason why those people are fleeing Venezuela, aside from the political repression of the Maduro regime, is also the crippling sanctions on the Venezuelan country. Okay? So the irony is, like, we are creating we're creating all of the immigration, the migration patterns into the United States of America, but this one we're directly responsible for. But yeah, Maduro has also, on the issue of foreign policy, alienated other Latin American socialist and socialist adjacent left-wing administrations, including talking about invading Guyana. Classic, just a classic thing that people that are losing their grip of power like to do to galvanize nationalistic sentiment. So there was that. So it's a situation where I think the Venezuelan people are stuck between a rock and a hard place ultimately. But I don't really know what happened. Despite the soundness of the electoral process, the U.S. backed opposition. I mean, a delegation of 5 election observers, dude. 5? That's crazy. Come on, dude. Monitor the presidential elections in Venezuela that took place in July 28, 2024. A delegation observed a transparent, fair voting process with scrupulous attention to legitimacy, access to the polls, and pluralism. I don't know. Maybe there were UN observers. I don't think there were this time. There were last time. Last time around, they did actually have like European observers there as well. Despite the soundness of the electoral process, the U.S.-backed opposition, with support from anti-Maduro Western press, has refused to accept the results, undermining the stability of Venezuela's democracy. The president of the Consejo Nacional Electoral, Elvis Amoroso, called upon the Attorney General to investigate the attacks on the electoral transmission system. The delegation strongly condemns these attacks on the electoral system, as well as the role of the U.S. in undermining the democratic process. The official election results were announced shortly after 12 a.m. on July 29th. President Nicolas Maduro had been reelected with a 51.2% share of the vote. His leading challenger, Edmundo Gonzalez, took 44.2% of the vote, with turnout approximately 59% throughout the country, with a voting electorate of over 21.3 million people. The delegation visited several polling sites in Caracas and La Guaira and shared notes and information with the 910 electoral observers present from 95 countries and many organizations, including Carter Center, the United Nations, the African Union, and the Latin American Council of Electoral Experts. During the delegation's visit to the polling sites, members spoke freely with voters, including supporters of both the government and the opposition. We found that the voters across the board expressed strong confidence in the electoral system and did not note any problems or hindrances casting their ballots. The electoral system was highly transparent and well facilitated, overseen by the Consejo Nacional Electoral, the 5th branch of the Venezuelan government, which manages the electoral process. The voting system in Venezuela, dubbed the best in the world by former U.S. President Jimmy Carter. Carter Center has said the process is good in the country. They've done this all over the world. Ensures both access. It's the Carter Center. Ensures both access to the polls is clear and identification of voters, promoting a secure system that inspires confidence in the Venezuelan public. Notably, Venezuelans cast both an electronic vote and a printed paper ballot in order to verify electoral totals, a check that is performed automatically at 54% of polling locations chosen at random. So the thing is, the numbers sound legit. There are too many outside observers with varying interests to have been manipulated. Yeah, I mean, if there are outside observers, as there were, this gives me a little bit more confidence about the election results. The percentages, however, for the record, being so close, actually also, once again, spell a shit ton of trouble for the Maduro administration, especially because he's losing his grip on power. He is no longer he is basically relied on like the Chavez popularity in the base, and the more proximity he has to the Chavistas and that base of support, the worse things will get. And it's actually significantly worse. It's getting significantly worse because he's going to have to be more and more brutal in terms of suppressing the opposition, while also the people keep getting more and more reactionary, more and more aggressive, understandably, because the material conditions are worsening. It's crazy for Boris, that rat who continues to destroy the progressive movement in Chile, should have asked the fucking Chilean observers who have not claimed fraud instead of tweeting that the election is fraud. Venezuela is fucked no matter what. Maduro sucks and ruin the country. Venezuelan opposition is CIA and sucks and will ruin the country. American sanctions ruin the country and suck. Even the Venezuelan communist parties don't support Maduro, but they also don't support the CIA. Even other communist parties in Latam don't like Maduro. Literally everyone in Venezuelan politics is garbage. What more is there to say? Yeah. He won by 8 points. That's still decent. Come on, bro. If he won by 8 points, that means he's within 8 points distance of like some of the angriest crowds you've ever seen. That means half the country. It's like Turkey. It's literally like half the fucking country just wants to kill him. It doesn't mean half the country is like, oh man, I guess we got to take our ball and go home. It means something different. It's not like America, okay? That means like tens of millions of people in Venezuela are like, I am chomping at the bit to fucking execute this man. That's what it fucking means. And that's precisely why it in a situation like this, when you don't have like strong popular support and your base of support is withering away, outside parties can take advantage of that. You know, outside parties can take advantage of that dramatically. I mean, anytime there's shit that happens in Latin American countries, in South America, or even in North America, beyond the Southern American border, okay, you all of a sudden are going to have people greatly and dramatically accelerating tensions and using the opposition as like the legitimate, using the opposition as like the only legitimate voice in the country. It especially helps when the opposition is actually has a better connection to America because their family members fled to the United States of America and got temporary protected status. But I don't know. I don't think he's very popular in Venezuela. I don't think Maduro is very popular in Venezuela. But I think the alternative, the American government-backed alternative, is also not going to be good for Venezuela either. So it seems heartbreaking that the people of Venezuela are stuck between U.S. sanctions, the CIA, and a despotic leader who is desperately clinging on to power, which, historically speaking, never really work well for the people at all. Is the majority of Venezuela's economy private industry and the CIA still thinks it's socialist? No, it's not even about fucking socialism at that point. Desperately clinging on the power by calling an election. I mean, even the percentages don't look good for him regardless. Like even if these numbers are completely correct, they still don't look good for him at all. It's like damn near identical. Is damn near identical to like Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Anyway, the CIA backed is better than the militia killing poor people in favelas right now, all sent by Maduro. Wait, what? Yeah, no, you're right. When the CIA goes into the favelas and kills everyone, then it's good. When the CIA backed militias go in to the favelas and kill people, that's good. Okay? Favelas. No, there is no situation where the CIA is good, especially in Latin America. You laughing because of ignorance? No, I'm not even denying that Maduro is brutal. He's not exactly a good leader. But if you think that like if there's one group of people that have been historically ruthless in Latin America, it's the motherfucking CIA. I'm laughing at you saying no, you don't understand. The CIA backed leader would be better. It's also additionally funny because you're saying that you're saying that to a Turkish dude who, you know, hates the current administration in Turkey, but much like many of the other Turkish people that saw what happened, would not prefer a CIA-backed leadership in the form of Fethullah Gulen to run the country. Like, anyway, will you recognize Juan Guaido as a true winner of the election? I will. Hi, Hassan. I'm Venezuelan, living in Venezuela. These protests were backed by the working class. Petare, the biggest slum in Latam, protests yesterday and today. Even El Hampa gang groups joined the protest to help and protect civilians that protest against the regime. It's a really crazy situation never seen before. Carter Center left the country before releasing their preliminary report. Wait, why would they fucking release their report? Why would they leave the country? That doesn't make sense. No, but yes, there is a lot of unrest in there is definitely, it seems, a lot of unrest in Venezuela right now. And that seemingly in situations like that, the Venezuelan government in general will very aggressively clamp down. Pro-coup protesters in Venezuela have torn down the statue of historic indigenous chief Coromoto and shouted, "Long live Christ," as they dragged it to the streets. Racism has long been a feature. I mean, guys, how many times does this happen? Like, not every fucking protest, especially in Latin American countries, is going to be entirely CIA backed or led by right-wing fascists. Does this mean that there aren't right-wing fascists that are anti-Maduro? Of course. Of course there are right-wing fascists that are anti-Maduro. Okay? Right-wing Cristo fascists that are anti-Maduro. They are protesting most likely alongside other groups that are not right-wing fascists that are anti-Maduro. Maduro is not a very popular person. Okay? In a lot of circumstances, especially in Latin American countries or in a number of different color revolutions that have taken place, there is very real momentum on the ground. There is very real anger and resentment towards the administration. That's why the American government has this crippling sanctions regime. The goal is to piss off enough subsects of the society so that there is a mass mobilization of people from all different walks of life, independent backgrounds, that get together and say, fuck this guy. This guy's the reason why we're dying. This guy's the reason why we're starving. A good management, a good administration that is capable of governing adequately will be able to cast all of that aside and be able to control the panic. Cuba is a decent example of this. There are a million different SOS Cuba, Cuba Libre fucking protests that spark up, and the media immediately runs to talk about how fucking Cubans are desperate for liberation. They want drone strikes immediately. They want drone strikes immediately in Cuba. SOS Cuba. And it goes away, and people fucking forget about it. Fox News goes so far as to show pro-government protesters and make it seem like they're anti-government protesters. Okay? Venezuela is a little bit different, however. The reason for why Venezuela is a little bit different is because they don't have good governance. I don't know how Venezuelans get out of this. I don't know how Venezuelans actually, I don't know what the best possible outcome is. But I do know it's not going to be a fucking American State Department crony. Venezuela is much more rich in natural resources. That's also true. Something to also remember, something to also consider is that when Juan Guaido, the real leader of Venezuela, my favorite leader of all time, was running and campaigning, instead of running the country in Venezuela, he was coming to the United States of America and talking about, one, reaffirming his commitment to the state of Israel, and two, privatizing the oil fields and the oil refineries. Why was that the number one and number two? Why was that the number one and number two policy prescriptions that would help the Venezuelan economy? I do not know. Why did he run on that message? Why did he run on that message in the United States of America? I do not know. It seemed rather odd. That's all I'm saying. Another aspect of this, beyond the election results, the government didn't allow a bunch of opposition leaders from being on the ballot, a thing that Lula did criticize them on for obvious firsthand experience. Yeah. What? I don't want it. No, you take it. No, eat it. I don't want it. Take it. Anyway, the barred opposition leader that Elon endorsed, Maria Corina Machado, was funded by the National Endowment for Democracy and supported the 2002 coup attempt. The U.S. reimposed oil sanctions when Maduro barred her. A chart related to U.S. sanctions on Venezuela. If you're interested, it's really hard to capture just how otherworldly Venezuela's economic collapse was. This chart is from our series on U.S. sanctions. It's worse than peacetime in terms of peacetime economic decline from 2012 to 2020. It's not just sanctions, by the way. Sanctions play a big role in this, but it's not just sanctions. It's also the fact that they're like a single resource economy, and there was much cheaper oil available elsewhere. But it is wild that it's worse than fucking wartime economic decline in Yemen. Okay? When there's popular resistance against a U.S.-backed candidate, there will be radio silence by Western media. Yeah. There's a multitude of different reasons, but sanctions would certainly ease the process. There's corruption, there's incompetent leadership, but obviously the most significant aspect of this is still sanctions. Not diversifying its economy is a major L. And they did try, like Chavez tried, to incredible opposition from private industry ownership over the economy, and private like supermarket grocery store owners and agricultural business producers were heavily against Chavez. and refused to lean into the diversification efforts. Report in 2021, the government's revenue was reported to shrink by 99%, with the country currently living on 1% of its pre-sanctions income. Do you mean Maduro, not Chavez? No, Chavez. Chavez attempted to diversify the Venezuelan economy, recognizing that living on a single resource economy, like being a single resource economy, would not be great for Venezuela's future, even though at the time, oil was pretty fucking good. It was pretty mint. Problem is, a lot of the industry titans at the time, Fox News was writing articles about how Venezuela is more capitalist than France. And the reason why they were writing that is because, one, it's fucking true. They literally had a larger private sector than fucking France in 2012. Okay. And two, at the time, they were doing really well. So, of course, when a state is doing really well, people turn around and say, Americans turn around and say, they're not socialists, they're fucking capitalists. And then they make sure that the state is not doing well. Cuba also struggled during their revolution because their economy revolved around sugar and only really survived because the USSR bought all their sugar. Chavez was trying not to make the same mistakes. Yeah. But yeah. You got to put two moves in perspective at the same time. U.S. shale boom was government policy to engineer a collapse in global oil prices, and at the same time, the U.S. blocks Venezuelan diversification efforts. They knew what they were doing. Sure. Anyway. What? Elon gonna ban the word weird? Wait, what? No. Oh, Aiden Ross announced to be streaming with Donald Trump on August the 5th. What the fuck? I gotta pee.
Just say, from the bottom of my heart, I wouldn't be here without you guys, and I'm really, really blessed and happy to be in this situation. What I'm about to say. August 5th, which is next Monday, I have a stream with the President Donald Trump. We've been working on this for weeks, months. It's officially locked in. We will have a live stream with President Donald Trump on August 5th. It's gonna be insane. It's gonna be probably around like 1 p.m. Eastern time. I'll have a stay up to date on my socials, but it's 100% locked in. And I just got the clearance to announce. And I just want to say thank you so much to the Trump team and everyone that helped me get involved with this. I want to shout out a lot of people as well, but I will towards closer to that stream. I'm just super pumped. Thank you so much to Dana. Dana White really helped me align this together. Thank you so much, Dana. I really appreciate it, man. This could be by far one of the most important streams I've ever done in my life. I also want to stay up to date on my socials, but it's 100% locked in. And I just got the clearance to announce. And I just want to say thank you so much to the Trump team and everyone that helped me get involved with.
This is awesome. Aiden's audience is too young to vote, though. Yes. Also, there is going to be an insane amount of media. I don't think Aiden Ross understands. Like, he thinks that Twitter is mean. Okay? Wait until fucking Washington Post gets a hold of who Aiden Ross is, specifically to shit on Donald Trump. They're going to be like, Donald Trump went on the live stream of a dude that has had Nazis on his stream that, like, I can't. You must be jealous. Oh, so jealous. Like, the amount of attack ads that are going to be coming at, the amount of attack. This is like literally the equivalent of like Donald Trump going to dinner with Kanye West and Nicholas Fuentes. Okay. Like, they're going to be like, he showed porn to his audience of minors. Like, I don't even know where they're going to start. They're going to be like, he's the number one Andrew Tate dick rider. Aiden Ross's 5 most controversial takes that landed him in hot waters. This doesn't even scratch the surface. Okay. Aiden Ross tells viewers to slit brother's throat. A HasanAbi fan for $20,000. In a now deleted stream that went live on March 3rd, Aiden Ross was clipped on separate occasions, suggesting a couple of his viewers urinate or slit the throats of their respective brothers because they were fans of HasanAbi and Destiny and used to watch their content instead of Aiden's content. Act Black. Jake Lucky's safety. Oh, he told Jake Lucky to kill himself. Aiden Ross was indefinitely banned on Twitch today, saying his friends say it was permanent. Likely reason for him saying a homophobic slur F word on your Rageous stream last week. This is like an unimaginable amount of media attention to both Kick and Aiden Ross. 2 things that I promise you they do not understand will be really fucking bad. Okay? I don't think that Aiden Ross is thinking about how bad this will be for him. I don't think the Trump administration understands how bad this will be for them as well. Isn't any publicity good? Not when you're running for president, man. What the fuck? Not when you're running for president and you are already the president and then you do clown shit. I, on the other hand, am looking forward to this piece of incredible content. We will be eating good. So I'm excited. Incoming Axios think piece, a deep dive into the 5 worst pedophiles who have streamed on the platform visited by Donald Trump last week. It's definitely going to be an impersonator. I'm calling it. Yeah. But I mean, who knows? Donald Trump has literally linked up with the Nelk boys many times. Donald Trump has personally gone on, Logan Paul's Impulsive podcast. So jealous. What is this? Oh, the Republicans and Democrats seem to be making the worst moves either of them can do. Is like they're trying to one up each other on terrible messaging. Yeah. He's also linked up with Dana White. So do you think the alarmist claims from TikTok leads about the threat of MAGA hogs and the government not certifying the election have any merit worth being concerned about? What? Trump doesn't have pronouns? Oh, I saw this. This is so stupid.
Twitter bio, which I never noticed until this morning, states her pronouns as she/her. What are your pronouns?
I don't want pronouns. I don't want pronouns. I saw
So
that.
you're fluid? What is that?
Nobody even knows what that means. Ask her to describe exactly what.
So you're fluid?
I don't want pronouns. I saw
So
that.
you're fluid? What is
I'm calling it. I'm calling it. That's my ace, bisexual, non-binary, themper. Okay?
Nobody even knows what that means. Ask.
What do you mean nobody knows what that means? Like, it's just pronouns, man. Like, what the fuck? You just said
to describe.
Ask her to describe it. What do you think you just used? You literally just used her pronouns. That's just what it is. Like, nobody knows. What is grammar? Many people are saying grammar is wrong, and I agree with those people. Oh, I'm so fucking tired. Okay, I'm done for today, dude. I'm done. I can't do this no more.
Exactly what that means.
What is that? Why are people
Nobody
doing
knows.
that? Well, what is
Live.
Oh, anyway. Yeah, nobody knows what pronouns mean, like, at all. Okay. All right. It's been another banger stream. Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't even get to the Trump answers, like half the Trump shit, nor the Trump assassin, attempted assassin, and his additional background. Appointed gaming czar? No, I will never do that. Too afraid. I'll see you guys tomorrow, though. You already know. Peace, everybody. Bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uyghur's face. Sat in Discord active prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again.